All right. Good morning, everybody. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Good morning. Samantha Dragonati, links in the description for the music. I'm going to pause it in 1, 2, 3, big pause. Literally was sitting by my computer for like 45 minutes waiting for stream to start. And then I got up with the last 10 minutes to go and started getting distracted by my cat. And now I feel like my allergies are crazy. I also hugged my partner who was covered in cat hair. So, I'm going to be sneezing, I think. I think that's what's going to happen. All right, let's see. Still got little to no sleep yesterday. In my defense, I had slept pretty hard. But then the construction guys showed up 2 hours before I thought they would even need to be here. 3 hours, really, before I thought they were going to have to be here. They came like an hour before I set my alarm, which was like 2 hours before I thought they would be here. So yeah, they came like 3 hours earlier than I thought. And they were knocking on the door. And me and my stupid ass sleeps in just underwear. So I was like running around trying to find clothes to put on. I was like, oh my God. And my partner and I often sleep in separate bedrooms. We're very modern. And so they weren't with me. And I was like, oh no. And I knew they were sleeping through the knock. So I was like putting on my clothes and running with my English American, good morning, Dobar dan. And they were like, I was like, I'm sorry, I don't speak Croatian. Anyway. So yeah, the morning, good start to the morning. We have like inside of our whole apartment is just like a bunch of, like tape and cardboard on the floors. And we have to keep Indiana in like different rooms to keep her away from, jumping off the balcony or whatever. Anyway, they might be here through Monday. So the next few days is going to be crazy, because the construction is inside. Well, it's just it's around the building. The building's getting an update or whatever. I don't know. Something's happening. There's always construction. I feel like Croatia, there's always construction. And our building is one of them, but it's normal here. I feel like I always see construction in the streets, which is good. Infrastructure is always getting worked on in Croatia. I will say that. Streets are always being redone. Buildings are always being redone. There's a lot that need help. But at least I see a lot of construction happening. I think that's a good sign, maybe. I don't know. Okay. With that said, let's see. Yeah, Chad says, in all seriousness, I feel like God's strongest soldier when I deal with this change in my routine. Bro, I can't tell if it's helping me or making it worse, but I will say that because my schedule is off, I did put up 2 videos. I put up a second video for members. So like, I think it's because I'm sleeping less, I'm awake more, which I think is the brag that people have when they're like, I sleep for 4 hours. Well, yeah, I'm happy for you that you have 21 hours awake in the world, but that's crazy. Okay. I could not function if I was awake for 21 hours a day. Like eventually my brain would truly turn to mush, Chad says I'm late to Britney stream because I was watching a Britney video. Love that. That's the best, Chad says you have a video performing well, the one about Pearl. Yeah, it's performing well with none of the benefits because people are staying only 3 to 5 minutes before leaving the video. So it didn't even make that much money. It just has a lot of views, but like people aren't staying because they're mad I'm commenting, which is so funny. People kept clicking on the video thinking it was a video of the debate. And I just don't get it. Why would that be the video of the debate? But I get it. My video is the first video that people click on when you Google it. Because I wondered, so I did it. I was like, why? Why is this happening to me? And so, because the comments are horrible. And I just left them up because I was like, and I looked up the video. And yeah, my video is the first thing that pops up. But like, can't you tell by looking at the thumbnail? But then my partner said, maybe the thumbnail to other people looks like I'm the moderator. Like the way I did the thumbnail, maybe people think I'm the moderator. And so they keep thinking it's the debate. And then I was like, maybe. Yeah, maybe. But if they know who Anna and Pearl are, wouldn't they know that I wouldn't be the moderator? Do you know what I'm saying? I don't know. It just feels so weird. But then I get it. Like people don't want to feel stupid. So when they come on, they just like, they don't want to feel dumb for clicking on the video. So they have to let you know you're stupid. And I'm like, okay. And then I got this comment today that was like, they were like, most of the civil rights movement was Christian, and this white woman is telling us to deconstruct from our faith. And I was like, I love how Christians rewrite history. because we're 99% of the Ku Klux Klan also Christians. Like, what is this rewriting of history, which we're going to talk a lot about today, like this Christian right-wing rewriting of history. Christians love to rewrite their history as like the saviors, okay? They just love to save you from the Muslims and save you from the blacks and save you from the gays and save you from the trans. And then it's just like this obsession, you know? It's just crazy. Yeah, the chat says KKK was Protestant funded. I'm just saying. But you know what it is? See, if you grew up Catholic, you're not Protestant. So I think like Christians and Catholics and Protestants can feel very different to people. A lot of people I know would never be called Protestant. They're like, I am not a Protestant. So maybe it's that. Maybe they're like, Protestants aren't us. And so like, we didn't do this. Maybe that's what it is. You know? So something like that. I don't know. Chet says, fuck ICE and good morning. Fuck ICE and good morning. And I just need to say, you know, we haven't, over the last few weeks, I've been, for the start of the new year, so much has happened. And as much as I've been keeping up with the news, I'm obviously not as kept up as other people because I'm prepping for stream. I'm watching a lot of stuff about philosophy. But I will say that everything ICE is doing is 100% wrong. Like everything happening with this administration is absolutely not the direction we want to move in into the future. Everything with Greenland and everything with just Denmark and everything with like everything is bad. And we know it's bad. We know it's going to be bad. And I am trying to reassure you that even for the next 10 years, if it's bad, even for 10 years, if it's bad, there will be good times again and you have to get ready for it. And this is why, by the way, I was annoyed with Chelsea Fagan for making fun of that. The viewer who asked her if she should have a baby under this administration. Chelsea's like, you're so privileged. Oh my God, Americans questioning if they should have babies when people around the world have babies all the time. Girl, hello, Chelsea. Like, get with it, girl. Like, people are suffering. And yeah, you should ask yourself, am I able? Because like, there are children being picked up from schools. A 5-year-old just got picked up by ICE. A 5-year-old. So yeah, you should consider if you should have babies. It should be a very serious question you ask yourself. You know, you should be seriously asking yourself, and not just because of this administration. We should have been asking ourselves this from day one, but we're not. So even outside of this administration, you should seriously be asking yourself if you should have a baby, if you should bring a baby into the universe. It's a big question. You know, it's a very important question to ask, you know? I mean, so it's just kind of crazy for her to be like, just have a baby. Like, what are you, Dave Ramsey? You know, when you sound like a conservative, just have a baby. You'll figure it out. There's no wrong time to have a baby. Like, okay, well, all right. Whatever, bro. Chat said in the 1920s, the KKK targeted the Catholic colleges, like the University of Notre Dame. Okay, well, there you go. Listen, we love when Christians fight each other. Oh, so funny. Okay, so let's do this. Let's take a little, first, I'm gonna just like, we're gonna slide into stream, okay, with something a little positive, right? And then we'll move into something harder, and then we'll go a little positive, and then we'll kind of swing back and forth to give ourselves cleansers, right? Just as why do these people want everyone to have babies? It's not that you even shouldn't have a baby. If you want to have a baby, just like be responsible about it. But it's the idea that like, it's just like the casual, like, again, so there, I always struggle. This is where I deeply struggle with my commentary. A part of me, again, this goes back to like, do I hold minorities more responsible? It goes back to like, should I hold people that I assumed are aligned with me ethically to a higher standard? Or should I hold people that are not in line with me to a higher standard? Which one is it? And I guess it's like context-based, of course, but I don't hold MAGA to the same standard because I assume they can't even meet it. But when I meet people who are saying they're progressive or they're feminist or they're whatever, then yeah, I'm going to hold you to that standard. That's who you said you were, right? Then why aren't you but then, you know, what does that mean? And if we're being good faith, like, we have to also account for just the nuance of being a person, right? You know, he's like perfectly on top of things. So, you know, there's just like a lot of conversation around the criticism. And then I remember I went through a thought process of, okay, I'm not going to criticize the left at all because they already get it enough. Let me just criticize the right. And that is great. First of all, great for views. Conservatives love commenting on videos where they're talked about. Two, kind of bad for my mental health, but not the worst. I get paid, when I talk about conservatives, like they just get so triggered. But also a little frustrating as a philosophy girly to have to be pushed into a corner where I also have to be intellectually dishonest, because it is intellectually dishonest to say that people who claim to be left or progressive aren't also failing to meet those standards, myself included. So it's kind of like, also, how are we supposed to get better if the bar of comparison is also like always so in hell, So I think there's like a frustrating kind of conversation around this that annoys me, I don't know. Yeah. Chad says there is no good or bad time to have a baby. It will always be hard. The most important thing to do is love raising children. Wait, do you love raising children? The actual raising them, not just reproducing or for immortality? Well, I don't know. I would say there are good times and bad times to have a baby. I don't know. I don't subscribe to that idea that there are no good times or bad times to have a baby. Like, it's about external and internal relationships too, the responsibility of. Like, just because you can doesn't mean you should, right? Like, it will always be difficult raising a baby, but there are definitely better times to have a baby. In the same way, there are definitely better times to buy a house. There are better times to buy a car. There are just better times to wake up. You know what I mean? There are better times to do everything. So, I don't know. I guess when it comes to like definitely like my own responsibility with my life, I do think there are better times or good times for me to do XYZ, but everyone uses language differently. So whatever language you need, to feel like you're conveying the right thing. I saw this guy or this girl say, my partner of many, many years scared me because he said, hey, I think I want to have children. And she was like, what do you mean? Like, we're childless. Like, we've been together like 15 years. We don't have babies. And he was like, yeah, but like, I want children, but I only want to see them on occasion. And I kind of want a nanny to help out full time. And I really like the idea of kind of almost like living independent from them. And I think it'd be cool to like, XYZ. And she was like, oh, okay. I get it. Like, okay, we don't actually want children. And I kind of get that idea. Like, sometimes I was like, I kind of want a kid, but just to see what would happen. Like, but I don't really want a kid, Our chat says, yeah, he wants to be an uncle. And that's what the comment section was, is like, you want to be an uncle. I really like being an aunt. I really like being that extended family, but I think that's kind of funny. Like, I do think that stuff is kind of funny to be like, kind of would want a kid, but I think, again, how we show up as a village is so dependent, but it's okay to want to be there for kids without having a kid. And also, if you're ready to have a kid and you feel like it's responsible, do it. And also, it is what it is. Okay, now, talking about language, let's start off with like a nice little comedic, and then we'll get into it, okay? A little breather.
Day. My current therapist asked me the other day, she said, Janet, have you ever been tested for autism? And I said, why does everyone keep asking me that? And the truth is, I have been tested for autism. I've been tested twice. And I told her, I said, they said I'm not autistic because I don't have sensory issues. The tags on my shirts don't bother me. So they said I don't have sensory issues. And my therapist said, did you mention that you wore a life jacket every day for 2 years? And I said, no, they didn't ask. They asked me if the tags on my shirts bother me. And the tags on my shirts don't bother me because I buy shirts without tags. And that's what makes me neurotypical.
That's why I say the why matters, okay? The why matters, what you do and why you do it matters, because all of my life, I've been cutting tags out of shirts my whole life. And my whole life, people just thought, Brittany's so weird. She cuts the tags out of her shirts. And I was like, I just don't like the way they feel. Like, it's weird. It annoys me. I don't like it, And everyone just thought like, oh my gosh, you're so quirky. And now I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Even, modern day, I told you guys this story before, but my partner does the laundry and they're always like, hey, there are no tags in your clothes. How do I know how to wash them? And I was like, I don't know. And he's like, okay, well, do you remember what it said on the tag before you ripped it off? I was like, no. No, just wing it. Just like, I don't know, touch the material and figure it out. But yeah, I don't keep tags on my clothes. They're annoying. Okay. I actually have, I wear a lot of boxers or briefs or whatever they're called. I don't know. A couple of them have the tags on still. And I literally, because I'm so fucking, I can't, okay? Because I can't get the spoons to take the scissors and cut them off of these like 3 pairs. I avoid them in the drawer until the very last minute when I'm really desperate. And this is the only thing I have left. And then I'm like, just cut the tag off. I'm like, I'll do it later. And then I never do it. These are the small nuances of neurodivergency that people are just like, what's this comedian's name? Her name is Janet. I don't know how to pronounce McNamara. I'll send her TikTok. Guys, there's her TikTok. Anyways, I thought that was pretty funny. All right. Was that nice? Whoopsies. I thought that was nice. Nice little whoo. Okay. Let's transition. All right. Oof. Today's going to be a heavy one, girls. I already feel it. Okay. You like that little thumbnail with Hassan's fucking MAGA hat in the thumbnail? I'm definitely going to be one of those 2 woke friends today, girls. I'm not going to lie. I'm definitely going to be I think I am that woke friend. And I haven't always been. I've really tried to be chill and liberal and all these things. And I don't care, girls. Hang out with Sneeko, hang out with everyone. Just peace and love. But now I'm over it. I've reached it. 2026. I'm over it, okay? Okay. So ICE has been just beyond evil, okay? They recently had a run-in with an autistic woman, and I want to talk about her, but I want you to watch this 2-minute video in case you haven't seen this story already, just to give you an idea of how it's escalating. I mean, it's already escalated to death, right? We saw Renee Good get shot down unjustly, right? Just absolutely ruthless. We've seen the way ICE has escalated. It's just today news of a child getting picked up is happening. Old people are being targeted. Citizens are being targeted. Nobody is safe. But this isn't the way you need to treat anybody, especially not people who just have some paperwork discrepancies. But even if they did, it's just so not the way you want society to be. Okay, so look at this video.
Really? You are disgusting! You are monsters!
Neighbors shouted as ICE agents walked a shirtless grandfather out of his home while wind chills hit double digits below zero. Federal authorities confirmed that was not the person they were looking for.
They said that U.S. citizen matched the suspect's description. Derek James tells us why DHS says they had to detain him and how the family is responding.
Sunday, amid a blare of horns and shouting from witnesses,
Really?
federal agents removed an elderly Hmong American man from his St. Paul home.
It is heartbreaking. It is infuriating to see U.S. citizens, and this gentleman was a U.S. citizen, ripped out of his house without a shirt on, without a coat, without pants, wearing his boxers and Crocs. I don't know how anyone could watch that happen to anyone.
Mark Goldberg was alerted about the ICE operation through a community network.
Less than 5 minutes. It all happens very, very quickly. It almost looked like military precision.
The family of the man taken from the home, Chong Lee Scott Tao, says it was a case of mistaken identity. In an online fundraiser, they say ICE agents broke down the door, entered with weapons drawn, and handcuffed Tao inside his home without showing a warrant. The family says a 5-year-old was inside at the time, and they say he was then placed in an SUV and questioned for nearly an hour before returning him home without an explanation. In a statement, DHS Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin says agents were there on a targeted operation of 2 convicted sex offenders, adding that Tao lives with them at the address and he matched the description of the targets. And it's standard protocol to hold all individuals in a house of an operation for safety of the public and law enforcement. In St. Paul, Derek James.
So that's just crazy, right? That's just a misuse of power to the nth degree, right? And look, we're going to tackle this from a philosophical perspective because that's what we do here on this channel. And this is, again, my main concern, my main interest, my main contribution to the world is an attempt to actually solve problems through a philosophical lens. I think the issue is like politics only has one way of solving problems, and it's by winning, brute force, dictatorship. Like, I'm not interested in any of those solutions. Political solutions are not interesting to me. And I do think, like, when we look back at the greatest philosophers and we hear their thoughts, and think about the civil rights leaders, think about anyone you want to think about, okay? They philosophically have one unifying message, and it's about people coming together. It is not about separation. It is also about surviving in a world where people do not want to come together. So you have to remember that as well. So when people in the chat, I see you chat saying like, is it the time for a revolution? Okay, the time for the revolution was now, today, yesterday, and in the future. The revolution is philosophical. The revolution is spiritual. The revolution is going back to that idea of like, is it the right time to have a baby? That is a deeply philosophical question. Is it the right time to switch jobs? That is a deeply philosophical question. Is it the right time to be a better person? That is a deeply philosophical question. Okay, is it the right time to forgive Trump voters? We're going to talk about that today, right? We're talking about this idea of forgiveness. Forgiveness is a multi-layered relationship. It's the one you have with yourself and the one you have with others. Okay, so we're going to talk about that. Okay, and I know a lot of people are saying like ISIS is the Gestapo, ISIS is. I saw a woman say, a black woman specifically, she said that it's not the Gestapo. It's like the KKK. It's more like white supremacy. It's more like what was happening during the civil rights era. It's more like that because we've already had this happen. You know, this isn't the first time. And Gestapo, I know everyone always relates it to Germany. It's very far to Europe, but like it's happened here many, many times. It's happened in America many, many times. So, you know, when we have these conversations, we sort of have to understand that, yeah, Discord said this is the new Jim Crow. Yeah, we have to understand that this is what philosophical evil is. Like the planet is suffering from our own philosophical evil. And I'm saying you have to be able to create solutions without pointing fingers, and you have to take responsibility without blaming. And that is a very difficult thing to do. But until you can do that, the world will always do this forever. And that's why it's hard. It's really hard to be a good person, okay? I got a super chat. Thank you so much. Says, I have harsh perspective on this, but I want to scarlet letter Trump voters or Trump supporters. Asman called Trump Emperor Palantine. This tells me he knows Trump is evil. This isn't a everyone thinks they're a good guy thing. You know, you've left comments on my chats before. I'm going to be honest, dude. You sound really dangerous. You also advocated for genocide in my chat, referencing Eren Yeager. That's you, isn't it? That's incredibly dangerous rhetoric. I don't know if you actually think Eren Yeager is the good guy at the end of the anime, but for the record, he is the bad guy. Okay? So you need to maybe watch somebody else. I don't think you're meant for this community. I do not want people who are interested in killing people, marking people, we're not going to start marking people. Okay? We're not going to do that. Okay? Be angry for the world, not at the world. We want to liberate people from this thought. This thought is MAGA. You are MAGA. That's what MAGA thinks. That's what I'm saying, guys. You cannot become MAGA in your spiritual belief, in your philosophical belief. That's what I'm saying. You can't become evil and then call it good. You must be good, even if the world is evil. Okay? So listen, thanks for the super chat, but I don't need somebody with this attitude in my audience, bro. I'm serious about liberation. I'm serious about people healing. And it's not going to come from marking people. You know what I mean? That's not the answer. That's not the answer. Okay. This autistic woman was pulled from her car on the way to a doctor's appointment, not even engaging in the protest, just accidentally took the wrong turn, and ICE attacks her, pulls her out of her car. It's a horrible video. Get ready.
By now, you've probably seen this video from Minneapolis, a woman being dragged from her car while driving through a protest against President Trump's immigration crackdown. She was arrested 2 blocks from where an ICE agent shot and killed Renee Good a week before. You heard her screaming, "I'm disabled," as agents carried her by her arms and her legs from her own car. Tonight, we know her name, Alia Rahman. And in just a minute, you'll hear from her for the first time in an exclusive interview. Alia says she was never part of the protest that day. She was simply just trying to go to her doctor's appointment. But in a statement, the Homeland Security Department called Rahman a, quote, agitator, adding she, quote, ignored multiple commands by an officer to move her vehicle away from the scene. She was arrested for obstruction. The Minneapolis Police Chief, Brian O'Hara, he watched the video. He sees it differently.
Obviously, I don't know why law enforcement officers initially approached the vehicle. It pisses me off to see that. To see men doing that to a woman who's disabled. It pisses me off. If those cops works for me, they'd have a problem right now.
With me now, Alia Rahman and her attorney, Alexa Van Brunt. Thank you both for being here. Alia, I want to start with you because this has been viral. People have seen this video over and over again. People have many opinions. This is what happened to you. It is your life. It is your journey. But the government, they're calling you an agitator. So can you just help me understand? Walk me through what happened in those moments before these agents dragged you from your car.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Laura. And happy birthday, Dr. King. I'm really happy that you asked this question, right? Because I have been so concerned that folks might be distracted from the real issue at hand by instead debating why I proceeded slowly through a militarized traffic jam full of pedestrians and a cacophony of conflicting instructions. I was on my way to the doctor. I was on a main road that is a direct road from my house to the parking lot. Suddenly there's traffic in the road. There are vehicles blocking it ahead, vehicles that later I understood were ICE vehicles. People around me trying to understand what to do. And I think that you see the rest.
So you weren't, I mean, in the beginning of the video, you see the federal agents saying something to you before you were dragged out. They say that you were given what they call repeated warnings. I just heard you say this cacophony of conflicting commands.
I just want to pause it here. Discord saying it's like saying a deaf person didn't hear the orders and therefore the police are justified. This has happened so many times and it will happen forever. This has happened throughout history globally, that we have such a deep misunderstanding of each other that once a person has an authority and an entitlement, they won't even care, by the way. It's not like, oh, if the ICE agent is like, she tried to explain herself, like I'm autistic, da 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 da. He doesn't care. And that's what's so evil about it, is like they don't even care. Like it's not going to matter. And by the way, it shouldn't even matter that she's autistic. They shouldn't be dragging people out of their cars. You know what I mean? They shouldn't even be doing what they're doing in the first place. And I think that's what's so bad about it. But I think the problem I'm always going to have with the world, for me personally, is that you have to know your morals and values first in order to take an action when things go wrong. And you won't be perfect every time, but you will be better. These ICE agents, a lot of them, they are deeply unethical. They are truly looking for a fight. They are truly looking to cause harm. And so for them, they just see it as an opportunity, and they're probably like in some ways very excited about it. And I think that is so sad. And I just like, I always, you know, again, this goes back to like, who were these boys? Who raised them? Why are people signing up for ICE? Why are people in these situations? And I think that's why military forces are so interesting. Even when you think about boys who join the military, the ones who specifically like, you know, really want to kill people, you have to think about like what went so terribly wrong in your life and why is it so many people? And look, I know we talk about patriarchy and all these things, but it is serious. That is very deeply serious. So going back to this idea that Chelsea Fagan was very casual about this question from her audience, should I have a baby right now? This is such an important question to ask yourself. Should I have a baby? Am I ready to have a baby? And is that baby going to be raised in a society that encourages them to be ICE agents who literally attack Americans and non-Americans? Like, is this the boy I'm raising? Is this the girl I'm raising? Is this the they I'm raising? Is this the child I'm raising? And the thing is, like, yeah, a lot of you are raising future little terrorists. Like, a lot of you are raising future little rapists, and you don't even know yet, because in your head, it's not going to be your kid, but these are somebody's children. These are somebody's kids. And so it's like, how could you even do that? How is this your pastime? And this is going to go into the larger stream theme for today of like, what do we do with MAGA? What do we do with our loved ones? How do we forgive? How do we move forward as a society? How do we heal, right? So this goes into sort of like, there is a difference between how we show up in people's lives. So this is the challenge for today's stream. Okay. Am I showing up as a friend, a therapist, a citizen, an elder, a teacher, a loved one, a partner? You have to meet people in different jobs, like different roles. Okay. And that role will dictate your response. So if you're teaching, okay, that's a different role than if you're a lover. Okay, different role than if you're a parent, a different role than if you're a streamer. So again, this is a philosophy channel. So I need you to zoom out, zoom in, zoom out, zoom in. And we need to remember that we can't just be angry. We have to be wise. We have to take that anger and turn it into good. Because guys, everybody's angry, but some people are using their anger to hurt people and others are doing it to liberate. Which one are you doing? Which one is your anger doing? Because for that super chatter who just super chatted me, their anger wants to hurt people. That's what their anger says to me. You might as well join MAGA right now because you sound like you want to hurt people. And I'm saying wanting to hurt people is not the same thing as wanting to liberate and on occasion having to use forms of violence. This isn't some, oh, violence is never the answer argument. This is an idea that violence should always be used wisely. And it is very unwise. It's very cruel to sit here and say, I want to put a mark on people's forehead. I want to make them wear an armband. I'm going to put them in a uniform so I know how to identify them. Hello? If it walks and talks like a Nazi, it might just be. What are you talking about, bro? That's not helpful. And this goes into the conversation about MAGA. I don't want my family targeted like that. That's the difference between you and me. I actually see the humanity in my family, and I would hate for them to be what? Labeled? Marked? That's not ethical. So you acting like you know that you're a better person, you're a bigger person because you're quote marking evil people. Guys, everyone's evil. It's just on a spectrum, okay? Relax. I will also say it's very important to understand that, yes, we are still complicit in evil because we all engage. This was the argument bin Laden had. Do you remember? Bin Laden had a very politically philosophical reason for wanting to kill Americans. He felt like his country and his people had been murdered by Americans. He felt we were complicit in what our government did to his country. That doesn't give him the right to kill Americans. That does not give them the right to do 9/11. It doesn't give America the right to do it to other people either. Right? Like, we cannot say, well, your people are complicit, so. The question is, how do we move society forward? Okay? And I can't believe we're even having these conversations the way we are. And then people are like, oh, yeah, people should have babies. Like, people are having babies in a world that's always been the way that it has been. Okay? So we need to have a conversation about what is the right thing to do to move forward. And please remember that violence is a form of patriarchy. It's giving into patriarchy. Violence is taught to people as the liberator of the oppressed because violence is the only way we build solutions in a world that is so violent. And I'm saying violence is sometimes necessary, but if it is your only game plan, it's just the same thing we've been doing forever. This is why, and we'll talk about this today, going plant-based has been so interesting. It is a part of humanizing people and the planet in general to extend it past just people. Like, we can't even do it with all people. That's what's so funny. Of course we can't do it with animals, non-human animals, right? But this is the point. I want us to get more humanized, not less, okay? So I know you're afraid, but if you do it out of fear, it will be the wrong move. Don't do anything out of fear. What is bigotry? It's fear unleashed. It's fear without regulation. It's fear without groundedness. Okay? You are becoming bigoted by wanting to mark people. That's bigotry, bro. That's not helpful. Okay, let's keep going.
What were they saying to you? What did you understand to be happening?
Well, I think I didn't understand what was happening, right? I am a disabled person who has autism, right? That is a big piece of this. But I think even someone who doesn't have the kind of auditory processing challenges I do would not know what to do with the sentence, move. I will break your effing window. And then back and forth between move, get out, trying to open my door, more threats of breaking a window, which I don't understand the functional purpose of. And it's not a warning, it's a threat of violence that really shouldn't be packaged with an instruction.
Jesus, look at the way they're just God, this video is so upsetting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to tell you about what my ears hear in that situation. But in my ears, my autism also comes with an auditory sorting challenge where multiple human voices at like a loud party or on a chaotic street all sound like they're the person talking to me. So that's one reason, you see me looking and trying to identify which lips are talking to me. But of course, that's not possible because ICE officers wear things that cover their mouths and faces except for their eyes, right?
So it is so informative for you to explain what it was personally like for you, for us to have watched the video and now to understand at least a part of what you were experiencing in that, because there is a conflicting report from their vantage point that tries to explain.
It's really hard because, you watch the Renee Good footage and it's so obvious, right? In my mind, what happened. And it's so obvious that she had no intention of hurting anybody. And it's so obvious she was killed. So just like it's so evil, bro, and so unnecessary. A situation that was so easy to de-escalate and somebody died. And they had 8 minutes. I saw this morning that they had 8 minutes to save her and no one helped her. So by the time the EMTs got there, they were like, why didn't anyone help her? So you know what I mean? Like, it was just so unnecessarily evil. This isn't the world we should aim for. Okay, there's just nothing good about it, right? Because I'd also like to note, necessary evil is almost never a good justification. We always have more options, and turning into them is something we shouldn't consider until every option is exhausted. Exactly. Like, I always hear this about when we talk about Japan, especially, it's like a necessary evil. That's what you sound like to me when you're like, we should take MAGA people and mark them. You sound like the people that are like, we had to nuke Japan. It was just like a necessary evil. I do not think, okay, adults should live in a world where the necessary evil is nuking a population or genociding a whole group of people. That is not the world I think we should be living in. These are not solutions, okay? And the issue is we keep putting them on the table, and I'm saying this should not be the way that it is. And a lot of men will say, oh, but Brittany, if we give this country nukes and we have nukes and the nukes are the reason we're even safe. That is the problem, isn't it? Isn't the problem that the feeling of safety only comes knowing the other people will quote, be nuked or not nuked? Like, that's why I say philosophically, okay, and I know this is hard to imagine because this was truly, like, you want to talk about an existential crisis, a philosophical existential dread, the realization that, like, oh, you're all never going to change. Like, humans are never going to change. You're still going to round people up, mark them, ostracize them, treat them other, and kill them. Oh, you're never going to change. Even the good guys, even the guys who say they're good, you're giving me a $20 super chat so you can talk about how much you want to do the same thing. And then you have the audacity to be like, I care about people. What people do you care about where your solution is rounding people up? You should be, with grace, frustrated that you even have to think about being violent. Okay? And this is not the same thing as like not defending yourself or letting somebody take, abuse you or something. That's not what this is. This is a conversation about what are we supposed to do. So first you figure out your values. What do we think the answer is? And then you aim for this goal. Because temptation will arise. It will give you an opportunity to hurt people. The question is, are you going to take it?
What you were thinking or feeling, and you've done it yourself. But I want to be clear. You say you were not there to protest ICE. You were there on your way to an appointment, and you stopped in the traffic, and that got the conflicting reports and commands. Were you there to protest ICE? Had you ever protested ICE before in that arena?
No.
So when you went that day, and you were detained, as you said, what was that like for you once you were? What happened after they took you?
Number one, I experienced a very specific set of dehumanization practices during the 6 stages of detention and processing that I counted before I went unconscious and was taken out in an ambulance. Number two, during every one of those stages, I clocked ICE agents doing things that indicated they were not aware of what their job was or how to do it. Lots of, where's this? What do we do next?
Really?
Agents had to stop At all 5 stages, agents had to stop, ask someone else what to do, where basic things were. There were local staff who seemed to know some of that thing, but I distinctly heard 2 of them at one point say to each other, "We don't want to step on ICE's toes," when I was trying to get medical care. And the third is that the practices I experienced with like my own body, ears, and eyes do not make sense to me as an immigration or public safety strategy, because they make things less safe. And honestly, I was not separated from a citizen of any other country. I think people believe this is just immigrants in there, and it is not. I was told.
Well, immigrants, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter who, like, the fact is they're picking people up. Like, the fact is, like, they're literally grabbing people from the streets, from their homes, from their workplaces, from their schools, from hospitals. They're picking people up from hospitals. A hospital, bro. What should be a safe space? They're picking people up from hospitals.
That if I were a normal human, nothing would be a problem.
They said that too.
We have
Yeah, they keep telling people, if you're a citizen, if you have nothing to hide.
now heard from, oh yeah. You know, when I asked for disability accommodations, and I said, did anybody bring my cane with me from the car? I need that to walk, not stand.
I bet a big part of this too is, you know, again, if people might think she's, oh, you're lying, you're trying to get views, you're not autistic, you don't look autistic, you're da 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 da. First of all, you don't even know what looking autistic is, because I'm telling you this right now, she looks autistic. And I mean that in the greatest way possible. I feel like I'm finally being represented on the news in a big way. She has mannerisms I'm used to, the way she moves her eyes, the way she's talking. I'm like, autistic queen right here. But that's the problem. You're not even willing to even see the nuances in the experience of being autistic. So you've already written her off as not needing extra care or attention. Not that it matters, since they are literally picking up disabled people. They are picking up elderly. They are picking up children. They are picking up the sick. So they don't even care. Let's be real. They don't care.
But walk, because my balance is bad. They said, there's no canes here. They stood me up in leg irons and said, walk, push my back. Walk, you can do it. Nobody said, maybe we should find something else. There was no medical screening. I was never once asked for my ID, even told I was under arrest, never charged.
Wow.
And when I sat there and somebody finally noticed I was on, you know.
And by the way, like, the reason they say you don't look autistic is they're saying you don't look autistic, so therefore I don't have to treat you with extra dignity or care. They're saying you're not disabled enough or challenged enough for me to have to be nicer to you because of it. And I'm saying you should be nice to people anyways. I'm saying you shouldn't just be kind to people because they have a disability. You should just be kind to people.
Not able to balance even sitting. And they said, I think there might have been a wheelchair around here the other day, because I kept asking, can you at least get a wheelchair? People said, I don't even know if we have those. That's not the answer to that question. That's never should be happening. And when they put me in the wheelchair, finally, an officer said, wait, you were driving, right? So your legs do work.
What?
You know, I refrained from saying, hey, have you ever seen a handicap parking spot, sir? What? But the thing is, right, people are going to say, well, none of that stuff is illegal. It's just me. But I have read too many books to think that things are okay when this level of dehumanization is happening, because it means officers are probably trying to get through their day when they have been given orders that are not righteous and they are to hurt people.
Alexa, I have to ask you, and Ali, you have to forgive me. My own sister is mobility impaired, and she drives with the assistance, had to accommodate and adapt her car so many different times to be able to still function and live in the standard that she wants to. I get emotional thinking about it, but my blood is boiling thinking about that experience. So can you just describe from the legal perspective of it?
Yeah.
She was detained. The DHS says that she was arrested for obstruction.
Yeah.
Are you aware if she is facing any charges? I have to, for a second, compartmentalize the dehumanization just to get through the question. You have to forgive me. Have you heard that she is facing any charges?
I have not heard, and it would, if she were, they would be completely baseless, because the people who violated laws at that scene were the DHS officers. And in particular, every officer in the way they treated her once they found out she had a disability, because Alia was very upfront about it. She told the officers, I am a woman with a disability. I have autism. She yelled it. You can hear it on the video. And they escalated at that point and then subjected her to a very brutal use of force.
Exactly. They escalated.
Pulling her out of the car, slamming her down on the ground, and then carrying her like an animal is the only way to describe it. That violates every police standard and how you're supposed to interact with somebody in a car. And it violates every standard and how you're supposed to interact with somebody with a disability.
That's the dilemma, is the escalation is a big part of this conversation that I think we have to keep having. It's the desire for people to feel empowered and entitled to escalate to violence. And I'm saying we should not be escalating. If you're really self-defending, it's not an escalation. Guys, if you are truly fighting in the name of liberation, you're not escalating, you're putting a stop to the violence. Violence used for liberation purposes ends violence. That's the difference when you choose to be violent. Does your violence end violence in the future? Because if it doesn't, it's not liberation violence. Okay, that's the difference. Is this form of violence causing more violence? Not in your initial action, but after your initial action. That's why the Trump administration and all of these MAGA people are the ones who are causing bigger problems, because they're causing more violence. Their initial action causes a ripple effect of more violence. So I do believe there's a time in liberation and revolution for violence, but it must cause peace. And then the question is, well, how long does the peace last? That's the problem with humans. It doesn't last long, if at all. And really, what does peace even mean? You know, that's the problem. We are trying to end cycles of violence. End cycles of violence, which means they're not going to repeat. Now, of course, and this is the hard part, every time you have a new baby, that baby also has to go through the steps of understanding why violence is not the answer. The lessons never stop. We can never stop answering, you know, any of these questions. That's why philosophy, Michael Burns gave me the nicest shout out on his stream the other day, because I was there just like typing in chat. And Michael, he was saying that philosophy, you know, it really is just like talking about the same thing over and over again. I said, yeah, that's philosophy, baby. Like, that is philosophy. Philosophy is having the same conversation 1,000 times over and over again. But hey, imagine a world where that was the only thing happening. Pretty good compared to the one we have now. See, everyone says, Brittany, we can't just talk things out. Yeah, but you guys are literally genociding it out. So I actually think we can talk it out. Maybe not literally, but I'd rather be talking it out, you know? And that's the problem, okay? Chet says, how can you know the outcome of their action with such certainty? Do you want to expand on that? I really want to know what you mean. It's an interesting question, but I don't know what you mean by that. You know, are you talking to me or somebody else? Let me know. But I'm aiming for a world that would rather sit and problem solve, even if it took a while. But we always go to violence. Everything's violence, 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 violence. I'm just not interested in it. And you know, that's why populations of women dream about a quote matriarchy, even though a literal matriarchy, well, there's two ways to think about a matriarchy: the reaction to a patriarchy, which it technically is not, because we are not opposites, but a matriarchy where the kids come first, the people come first. We talked about this on stream a few weeks ago. Matriarchy, I know it's a triggering word for people, but think of it as like children first, life first, community first. Okay, we vulnerable first. Imagine a society that valued the vulnerable first rather than a society that valued the strong. Because right now we're in a society that values the strong. And look where it's getting us. Is this what you wanted? Is this good? Is this it? You know what I mean? Chad says, how do you know your violence is the right peace-giving violence? That is a wonderfully beautiful philosophical question, my friend. That is a very good question. How do you know your violence is the right peace-giving violence? It takes a great amount of wisdom and discernment to know. You actually do have to do the work to find that answer. And no one is doing the work. We know they're not. We know we're not doing the work. I remember I had a brother who was expelled from high school for fighting. And I was just telling the story to my partner. And I remember being in school, and I was, you know, we were homeschooled our whole life, and then we went to public school for a while. And I'm walking to class, and he goes, Brittany. And I was like, what? He goes, this girl wants to fight you. And I said, and I looked at the girl and I said, I'm going to class. And he goes, she wants to fight you. She says, she says you can't beat her up. And I looked at her and I said, I'm going to class. And I looked at him and I was like, you should go to class too. Anyways, he did not go to class. Okay. I went to class, and I've never been expelled for fighting, but my brother, because he didn't have the guidance, you know, he took out all of his frustrations and alienation by being a part of the community of boys and girls who fought on campus. And they all got expelled together, and they all got in trouble together. and they all didn't graduate high school together. And in that moment, I just had the little bit of wisdom to know if I fight this girl, who I could absolutely take in a fight, okay? A little bit of a joke. What is that going to get me? Like, I can see to the future. Can you see the future? Can you? Because some people can. You know, ADHD people sometimes really struggle to imagine a future. I'm a future girly. I'm all about planning. Okay, call me That's So Raven, baby. But I always look to the future. Like, if I do this action, what are the possible consequences? Now, I'm not always good at guessing. Sometimes I get it wrong. Okay, but when we try, we do get answers. You won't know everything, but you can know something. Okay, you can know in the same way you can decide, okay, if I eat now, I won't be hungry for 2 hours. How do you know that? How do you know you won't be hungry in 2 hours? How do you know that? How do you know when you drink water, you'll have to pee later? How do you know? You have data and evidence. You have knowledge. Violence is the same thing. Do you have the knowledge to know which form of violence will de-escalate versus escalate? Do you have that knowledge? How can we talk about, okay, in the same way we talk about training cops better, right? Training ICE agents better, giving people tools. What is that for? It's so they can predict the future. Hey, bro, if you do this, it will escalate to this. But if you do this, the outcome will probably be this. That's adulting, guys. That's what adults are supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be able to, based off the data, make an assessment of the probable future. That's why I'm sick of no one being the adults in the room. Because we are just missing this very important part of the best part about growing up, is being able to kind of give up that childhood, joy, the childhood inability to look towards the future and think. Why do you save for retirement? Why do you make investments? Why do you work out at the gym? Why do you do anything? For the future, right? So everything we're doing, especially on this channel, is to attempt to help the future. 100 years from now, 500 years from now, 1,000 years from now, right? Chat says capitalism rewards sociopathy and our society right now is controlled by oligarchs. Sure, definitely. Capitalism really rewards the worst people. Actually, I just talked about, in my podcast channel, I talked about why conservative men are predators. But even more than that, there's a whole part of it I really wanted to go into, but I didn't. That's why capitalism is so predatory, because it literally teaches you the best way to do a business is to trick your customers into spending the most amount of money. And that's why capitalism can be so evil, because it's so predatory with every facet of human interaction. Sex, right? Money, okay? Joy. So they say joy is something they can take. This, I know you guys don't watch enough anime, but I'm telling you, One Piece Wano is all about this. And no, Luffy is still not a freedom fighter. But Wano is exactly Trump. Is exactly what we're doing now. It's exactly the problem with the way that the world is. You have to have the discernment and wisdom of when to be violent. And the question is, do you? Those people doubted Odin. They doubted him. But I'm just saying, okay, when we have these conversations, you have to, it's okay, I doubted him too. But you have to be able to have the discernment to know what the right answer is. And it's really hard to know. It's really hard to know until you know. And then, yes, you will have to make mistakes along the way. And yes, people will get hurt while you're figuring it out. But imagine some people getting hurt while you figure out versus everyone getting hurt because we're not even trying. Okay? We're not even trying. And that's the problem. Okay? Now, did that answer your question? Did you have any follow-up questions on that? That says, that's why I exist on the internet that loves an argument. When confrontation triggers my anxiety disorder, choose your battles. Most of them are not chosen. Yeah, most of them are not chosen. Most of them are not chosen. We have to be able to choose our battles. And this is what leaders are supposed to do. That's why Trump is so frustrating as a leader. He's so bad at picking and choosing his battles. He's so evil about it. That's the problem. The problem is we don't have an adult in the room who is teaching us to pick and choose our battles, or teaching us in which way to be forgiving or loving or kind. Because you can't just have a ruler who's one or the other. You have to have a ruler that's both. You have to be loving and kind. You must come to, if you come to violence, it must be through kindness. Okay? That's the point. Sometimes even violence can be an act of kindness. It depends on how you define violence. But kindness should not be selfish. It should benefit overall, should be overall something good. But that's what it is. Don't become, okay, just, again, I understand your passions and I understand your fears, but if we've learned anything about humanity, the answer is never bigotry. The answer is never hatred. The answer cannot be prejudice. It cannot be hate. It can't. And if you live in a world where you think this is the answer, congratulations. You are simply a reflection of the world as a whole, and the world as a whole, according to yourselves, isn't good, right? But look how you are such a perfect reflection of it. Bigotry can never be the answer. Ever. With that said, look at this new TikTok guy I found. She wanted a, what's a Publix? A Publix? What's that? Is that a grocery store, guys? Publix? I feel like I've heard it, but I don't know it. This guy runs a hotline for people to call about immigrants or illegals, but it's not a real hotline. He just shares the voicemails to us. Okay? Look at this video. Okay?
Immigrants. And sometimes people, I have a website for reporting illegal immigrants. And sometimes people end up on the site thinking that it's real. And one person wanted me to look into an employee working at the grocery store, Publix.
It was a young Spanish woman who couldn't speak English, but she somehow understood when I was looking for cold water. She was able to walk me and point me in the right direction, but couldn't communicate with me in English.
Okay, and so now you want us to go ahead and remove her from the country.
Well, if this is something you're doing, what's your goal here? You know, what was the intent? What was the whole point of the reporting?
Okay.
Fact check. Do you work for the government, Brian?
I am in affiliation in a non-affiliated way with the government. We do work coherently and cohesively with the ISIS.
Wait, with the ISIS is crazy. I just want to say this. When she said, how did she know what I wanted, but she didn't speak English? I just let these Croatian men into my apartment this morning. And even though we didn't understand each other, congratulations, we could communicate. Yeah. You can communicate with people you do not understand the language of. Because language is not just verbal.
3 customers in front of my husband and I were like number 4 in line at the checkout. The 3 customers in front of us also did not speak English.
Gotcha.
So it's a community. It's an entire community.
She helped you find the water. Then she takes you to the cashier. It was at that point.
Ugh, this evil woman helped her get water. Ugh. Do you know what I'm saying? This lady's like, she got me water, which I asked for, but then she didn't speak English. So, okay. And, you know, this is my favorite meme from the internet, really is. Did you see what's that English family? Sorry. Oh my God, Brittany. What's the royals called? What's the one? King Henry and Catherine, whatever their names are. Is that their names? They're like Charlotte, their kid, I think Charlotte. They're like, Charlotte speaks 2 languages and she's 6. And we're like, okay, so can like most of America. You know what I mean? So can like all the kids who grew up with immigrant parents. It's like, it's so cool when your kids speak 2 languages, but when our kids speak 2 languages, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's just so funny. And that's the stuff that I think will always be funny to me about language and class. Like, what's something rich people can do that's not seen as trashy, but when poor people do it, it's trashy? Drugs, hanging out all day, sleeping all day, you know? It's like, okay, there's just like this idea of, oh, it's cool. Like the way we decide who's classy or not classy. It's so stupid.
When you made the connection that multiple Publix employees.
I asked her in English.
Being skinny. Good one, chat.
Can you show me where you got your cold bottled water? Mm-hmm. She couldn't communicate with me.
And then she did help you find the water?
Right. She walked me right to it.
And so despite her ability.
By the way, Discord says drugs, day drinking, and sex parties. Actually, fun fact, sex parties also when you're autistic. I just realized when movie stars who are really, really, really attractive talk about sex parties, everyone loves it. But when nerdy autistic people talk about it, they're like, ew. And I'm like, who do you think's at these parties? Every sex party I ever went to was just full of autistic people. But okay. Like, you know, they're like, oh, I only want to know about sex parties if cool hot people are doing it. What are you saying? What are you implying? What are you saying? I mean, I don't blame you because we're all kind of nerdy looking. So I get it. We're not supermodels, but also like, okay.
To help you find the water, you feel like she should be put in a van and driven across the border.
No, that's not. No, that's not at all what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it's worth an interest. It's worth a peek.
Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, it's worth a peek because she doesn't speak English?
But if we were to take a peek and find out, yeah, she actually isn't in the country legally, then it would be worth putting her in that van and driving her over the border.
Well, I mean, and a lot of them will tell you that they've been here for years. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But for whatever reason, they still can't speak English. So there's no assimilation. You know what I mean? I'm not.
Discord, or not Discord, YouTube says it's also ironic because Publix is known for hiring people with disabilities, especially those with intellectual disabilities. I didn't know that.
Asking you to go, guns blazing. What I'm saying is, of the only two employees that we encountered, neither one of them could speak English at an American grocery store.
Oh,
so
whoa.
you can do with the information
Oh, no.
what you choose, but that's all I'm saying. It's worth looking into, is what I think.
Our representative did meet with the store managers just recently. They were able to conclude that they are documented citizens, every employee at that particular Publix. My supervisor also wanted me to reach out because we record all of our calls for quality assurance, and he was listening to the last call, and there was some unprofessionalism on my end that I apologize for. So he just wanted to reach out and see if you'd be interested in a free year of Duolingo on us.
No. And to be honest with you, there were some words spoken that really kind of put me on edge. It seemed as though it was, somewhat of a leading conversation on your end.
Oh.
I wasn't, pushing or forcing for these people to be picked up and removed. I wanted the store investigated.
And so once the investigation was concluded, we determined that they won't be picked up and removed.
Okay, and then, I'm sorry, Brian, what was your last name?
Robinson. And just on my end, I have to say this, but Duolingo.
Brian Robinson, is he related to Craig Robinson? Is that his name? Wait, what's the guy's name from Into the Shadows? Craig? No, is that the actor? What's Robinson's name? What's Craig Robinson, isn't it? You know who I'm talking about? The emotional vampire? Not the comedian. No, not the black comedian. No, not Craig Robinson. What's the guy's name on Into the Shadows? What is his name? He trolls everybody on the internet. I just finished watching the 6th season. What's his name on Into the Shadows? Colin Robinson. They should get together. It's very similar. Love Craig Robinson. I meant Colin Robinson.
Duolingo is a language learning platform and app that helps people learn new languages through interactive lessons. It's designed to make learning feel like a game, using points, streaks, and levels to keep users motivated.
Okay. All right, I appreciate it. I'll take a pass, but thank you.
Duolingo's free bite-sized lessons feel more like a game than a textbook, and that's by design. Learning is. I just gotta get through this. Sorry. Learning is easier when you're having fun.
Okay.
But
is he sponsored by Duolingo?
Duolingo isn't just a game. It's based on a methodology proven to foster long-term retention and a curriculum aligned to an international standard.
Okay. I didn't realize this call was going to become a sales pitch.
Let's explore how language learning happens with Duolingo.
Okay.
So
Who's your supervisor, Brian?
I just have 2 more paragraphs. Language.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Language is ultimately a communication tool. Duolingo takes a functional approach by focusing on what learners actually want to do with a language. Lessons focus on a real-life goal. For instance, ordering at a restaurant. So for your case, talking to the workers at Publix. Learners develop the vocabulary and grammar needed to achieve that goal through lots of varied practice in reading, writing, listening, and speaking. Duolingo, no hidden fees, no premium content, just free learning.
Okay. And what was your supervisor's name?
His name was Brian as well.
Brian, what's his last name?
Robinson.
Okay. So you don't have a supervisor, is that what you're telling me?
I do. His name is also Brian Robinson.
Okay.
I have a website.
Okay. This, in my mind, is pretty harmful. Harmless. Sorry. Oh my God. Harmless. I really don't think there's a lot of harm here. I think it's funny. I think it also exposes people. I also think it puts people on the spot. And honestly, you should hear the way you sound sometimes. Okay. I really think people should hear the way they sound because it's crazy. So I kind of do like this shtick. I haven't seen anything that I see as like negative necessarily, but I do think it's pretty funny. And I do think it's like you, like if this was your relative, I'd be like, you need to listen to that call back. Like you need to listen to it because you sound crazy, bro. Like what a crazy thing to do. What a way to waste your time, you know? And also like, it's kind of nice the idea that maybe they'll spend time calling his number instead of like actual authorities, you know? So, okay, I can be okay with sort of this, but like, I think we need moments like this also to just know that there are other options for engagement, but also how sad. It must be hard to listen to these calls or to have them after a while, because after a while you're like, damn, you really took time out of your day, bro, to call. That's sad, bro. A lady helped you. She helped you. And you wanted to report her. That's depressing. Now that's sad. You have to be a good person, even when others aren't. And keep in mind, guys, obviously, ideally, this is the message that MAGA would internalize, right? Like, obviously, my message of be good even if nobody else is, I don't think conservatives would ever actually listen to me or do it. But wouldn't it be nice if they could internalize this message? Because that's obviously, if everyone did it, that's the answer. So that's how my brain works, okay? Call it autism, call it what you want, because I am autistic. But what I do is I aim for the goal of what society should be, and it should be kind. It should not be bigoted, it should not be hateful. And I say, okay, how do I get people there? Well, accepting that they'll never be there. You have to hold two truths at once. Humanity will always be bigoted and racist and hateful. Always. Transphobic, homophobic, always. Because that is a part of the conditioning of being a person. Is we go on a journey from birth into adulthood, and we have to wrestle with ourselves. We have to wrestle with what it means to be a person. You go through things. Okay, you have parents that aren't always present or there. Every new baby, okay, is a new person on a journey of discovering what is goodness and what is badness, okay, in a philosophical sense. So you have to hold two truths at once. You have to. You cannot imagine, because I get this philosophical question all the time because of my framework, The Levels, okay? You know, people always say like, oh, Brittany, if everyone was a 5, would the world be great? Would the world be perfect? Are these 5s not having babies? Every new baby is a new probable rapist or bigot. Period. You can't raise your kids perfectly out of bad decisions. Your kids can still make a choice to be bad things. So yes, we want to raise our kids better. And yes, I do not think like men as a gender. You know how we talk about men as a system versus men as a people? Men as a people are raised under this system. That is men as a system, patriarchy, right? And men as a system are very dangerous because they buy into this narrative that patriarchy and misogyny teaches them, yes? Boys as individuals are raised in a world that raises them that way, and that's all they hear and see and consume. So they end up most likely in this sort of reflecting that system, okay? If we raise our boys better, yes, I think they would be very different. And even in a world where 90% of people are pretty fucking great, 10%'s a pretty lot for them to be pretty not great. Okay? And so that's the part that we have to be sort of adults about. I want an adult in the room to say, and heck, maybe I have to be that adult. You cannot raise your children out of bad choices. You can only give them choices to not pick that one. We as adults are pushed every day, tempted every day by bad choices. Okay, I can't force you not to make a bad choice. I can only offer you a better one. You still have to pick the choice. And then we have this other added layer, which is also hard to comprehend, this idea of limited free will. Okay, because we are still subject to or at the mercy of sort of our biological experience to some extent, which is why introspection, extrospection is a deeper relationship with that biological experience. Okay, it's a deeper relationship with it. You're not ascending nature. You're not ascending your biological experience. You're having a deeper relationship with. Okay, and I know this sounds like a really weird way to end this segment, but I actually think it's really important. And this isn't just because I've gone plant-based, okay? But we are learning every day to humanize not only each other, but other animals on this planet. Because guys, we are just evolved animals on a planet. And right now, for the first time ever, we have proof of cows using tools. Once again, solidifying the vegan argument that non-human animals are truly having a relationship with their consciousness.
And this is Veronica the cow, and she is doing something, you see it here, that's never been scientifically documented for a cow until this moment. Yes, she is using a broom to scratch an itch. Some researchers in Austria observed little Veronica here doing this dozens of times, and they say it shows that this is a scientific potential proof, discovery at least, that cows could be smarter than people think. This is Veronica.
So apparently this is a very big deal. When we see non-human animals using tools, it's like a significant, like, uh-oh. That means they have, and I always thought this, that they have preferences and thoughts and they have needs. Obviously, I live with a cat, and I feel like she's always advocating for herself, and it's my job to listen and give her what she needs. But often in the world, what we do is we dehumanize people as, quote, animals without accepting that we certainly are animals on a planet having a life and it should be dignified. We should be having a dignified life. So, of course, I understand that all of the ideal world we want to live in is so far away. And it's so far away because every facet of our life is so convinced that violence is the only way out. Okay? Even when it comes down to what we're eating. What we're eating is a relationship with violence. Every facet of our life is related to violence. So of course your governments, of course your ICE agents, of course your protesters, of course everybody, their first thought for a solution is violence. Because our first solution for survival is violence, right? And I'm not making a prescription that you should be vegan or that you should do anything. I'm just letting you know that's my observation. That's what I think is happening. And the solution that I think makes sense for the world is to aim for less bigotry, less prejudice, and less violence. So everything you do, especially in the name of liberation, has to be centered around those ideals. Because the future should be less bigoted and less prejudice and less violence. And that's it. How we get there, how it works out, I don't know. But the answer is not to Eren Yeager the population. We're not going to pull an Eren Yeager. That is not the solution. It wasn't the solution in the anime. It is not the solution in our life. Okay? That is the wrong message to take from that anime. Okay? Chat says, do you think it's bad or weird that we need to compare an animal's ability through a lens of a human to respect it? Like when people say pigs are as clever as a baby or something? No, I actually think it's very human and we have to get over it. There's like a big denial about how our brains work that I think is so interesting. Because like people will say, why do you have to say to men, you should care about women that could be your mother? Because I don't know what to tell you guys. You don't care about people unless you can relate it to people you know. It's just human. And look, I don't know if it's because of my autism, but that's literally how I relate everything. The reason I even care about strangers is because I imagine they're my brothers. I don't know how you guys operate, but they don't need to be my brother literally for me to care. But I do emotionally, empathetically embody a real feeling for strangers by realizing they're somebody's family. Because there is a part of your brain that is on a freeway with thousands of cars, and you do not humanize every person driving a car. You don't even know they're there, do you? Right? You're driving on a freeway and you don't even realize every single person in every single one of these cars is having just as significant of a life that you are. You think you're the main character. You literally think that. We think that. Our brains literally almost do this automatically. And I'm saying every single person, this woman who called this guy on the phone and said, this woman who spoke Spanish to me, you have to look into her. She literally thinks this woman isn't her. She is you. We are all each other. This woman speaking Spanish who helped you get water, she's you, bro. And this woman goes, no, that's not me. I'm different from her. No, you're not, bro. It's you. Okay? So I understand people's desire to say you should care about other people just because they're human, but we obviously don't, and it's never been the case that we do. We obviously need to have a deeper relationship with our understanding in order to get to that point. Okay? So I understand, I really do, that some people's brains automatically do it or whatever, but it doesn't seem to be the case throughout history. Okay, history shows us time and time again. Again, this is how you want to operate, guys. All of the world seems to be unable to truly humanize other people until they have a real deep empathetic experience, which is why empathy is a strength, but it also is really hard to experience as well. So listen, we're all going through stuff. There's a lot of people I meet. I can't tell you, like men have told me, like, man, I thought I wasn't empathetic my whole life, but I realized like after I worked on myself that I was denying myself empathy because I didn't want to be weak in the eyes of other men. And that's why patriarchy is harmful to everybody, but especially specifically to the men they claim to want to protect. But patriarchy is mostly harmful to the victims of patriarchy. But the irony of patriarchy saying it's for men but harms men, right? Okay, so again, we can make fun of these men for not being empathetic or for discovering something at 30 that you discovered at 8. And I love a good meme. I do, girls. I really do. But at the end of the day, if we're meeting people as a teacher or as a philosopher or as a mother or as a friend, then we have to react differently. If somebody came to me and said, honestly, Britt, like, I didn't fucking care about anything till I hit 30. I'd be like, hey, bro, I'm glad you got there, though. Dab. I'm glad you got there, though. You know? Because damn, yeah, that took you a long time. I'm sorry it took you so long. They're like, I feel like I just discovered. It's like I just got I just smelled for the first time. I'm like, yeah, it's gonna feel overwhelming for a while. Be good to yourself, you know? Like it's a big deal to finally feel it for the first time at 30. That's a big deal, you know? But if I'm on a meme Discord and we're all laughing at the fact that boys discovered this at 30 and we did it at 10, that's kind of funny. It's not true, but it's kind of funny because there are a lot of girls I meet every day who are just like those boys. Get it together, ladies. Where's your empathy, girls? I don't know if you guys know this. Empathy isn't a female trait. You bioessentialist hoes. You know what I mean? Like, you can't be like, I'm a girl, so I have empathy. No, that's not how that works. Okay, that's not how it works. Okay, so, all right. Wait, Chess says I just got an ad for Israel saying Palestinians are lying about their children being murdered by the IOF. What the fuck is this world, bro? Did you get the ad on my stream? That's fucked up, bro. That's fucked up in general. My God. That's crazy. Yeah, chat says Buddhism can help deconstruct main character mindset. It tells us none of us are characters. There is no self. That can be helpful. I love it. Like, if that's what you need, explore it, you know? Okay, now. Look at this TikTok.
How hard it is to people never talk about how hard it is to fight for people's rights, but also be antisocial and an introvert. I want every person to feel loved and safe and respected, and they can practice whatever religion they want, and they can love who they want to love and be who they want to be. I'm also antisocial and an introvert, so I just don't want any of that stuff to happen near me. I want to be alone while that stuff is happening. Does that make sense? I will show up to the protest to fight for people's rights, but just don't talk to me while I'm there. I want to be there alone to make sure that you feel okay. People never talk.
I've said this a lot on stream, and I'll keep saying it because people will be like, Brittany, what do you think about the people who never leave the house? Honestly, stay there. Because the problem is the people who keep leaving the house. The problem is these extroverts who keep opening their mouths and have microphones. You know what I mean? That's a joke because introverts also have microphones. I'm one of them. But you know what I mean? I understand the premise of the TikTok is kind of funny, but actually it's kind of one of the things I always say about people. The issue is you keep talking. Which brings us into this next topic, okay, about Hassan and these conservative parents. Honestly, I think it's doing more harm than good to have these people platformed, but I'll talk about it, okay? Actually, hold on. I just drank a lot of coffee this morning. Let me go pee really fast. I'll come back and we'll watch it together, okay? Give me a second, cause your girl got to pee. I've got to... Give me a second, because I know I'm going to ramble for this one. I just know I'm going to monologue, okay? Samantha Dragonati, links in the description. You can listen to her while I'm away.
What's your favorite scary movie?
Who is this?
You tell me your name, I'll tell you mine.
I don't think so.
Why don't you want to talk to me? What's that noise?
Popcorn.
You making popcorn?
Uh-huh.
I only eat popcorn at the movies.
Well, I'm getting ready to watch a video.
Really? What?
Oh, just some scary movie.
Can I be the helpless victim? Okay, let's see. No, please don't kill me, Mr. Ghostface. I want to be in the sequel.
All right, I'm back. Pause. My Discord's talking about like matriarchy versus patriarchy. I just want to make it clear, I do not think society should be run by women. I don't believe in gender. But I will say that depending on which matriarchy bubble you're in, a lot of them talk about matriarchy as more like life first. So people first, and that just like forces it sort of to be led that way. But I will just say like, there's no such thing as like men and women are not opposites of each other. Okay. So we don't want to live in opposite land. We want to live in cohesive land. You know how like you don't want a 2-state solution for Israel-Palestine? We want a 1-state solution because we want people to be living together. 2-state solution just puts Palestinians again at risk, right? Because what's their state against two? Like, again, this idea that like, oh, bigger powers will support, like will take over smaller powers. Like we shouldn't be at odds with each other, you know? Oh no, chat says delayed, but it was on your stream. There was an ad on my stream. Damn, that's crazy. You just never know, Man, that's crazy. That's crazy. Okay, let me do this now. Pull it up. Okay. So I woke up this morning to Hassan in a MAGA hat. And look, I don't mean to be this person, but I'm going to be. I think I might be that woke friend, like who's too woke. But I actually don't think the concept exists because I think if it has good data and good reasoning, then you're not too woke. You're just right. So I don't know. You guys can tell me what you guys think. But there is a channel that we've talked about in the past called The Necessary Conversation. You probably recognize this man's face. That's the Sun. And, oh my God, chat says, I thought you edited that on him. I would never edit a MAGA hat on anybody unless I hated them. And I don't hate Hassan. No, he really wore that hat for a whole fucking segment on his channel. Okay. Which to me feels very fucking tone deaf, but let's talk about it. Okay. I blocked this channel on TikTok after we talked about them because I just think they're so negative and it's bad that they have a channel. So they're called The Necessary Conversation. And this is an example of Hassan watching them before he then yesterday had them on his stream. So this is just an introduction so you understand who these people are.
Sends in the Marines to let's say Trump sends in the Marines to Los Angeles, California, and let's say I'm out going to see a movie on a weekend, and he says, go into that shopping mall.
Under a truck.
Quiet piggy. He says, go into that shopping mall and kill everyone you see. And let's say I get gunned down by the Marines for just being at a mall.
Okay, number one,
All for
let's just take
Okay,
it
Dad,
one step
wait a minute,
further.
Mom. Dad, you just said you are for Donald Trump murdering me for no reason, and you would support that.
If he walks into a mall to people with military,
There has to be a reason.
there's a reason, and I'm all for it. And the people in Los Angeles, California, are as deserving of execution as the assholes in New York City. You're all communists.
What is really funny is for those of you who don't know this podcast at all, they go, did he just say mom and dad? And the answer is yes. To which I repeated, I don't think we can live normally in a country where 20% of the population operates like this. We need cult deprogramming. Like, you can't really have a country if 20% of the population straight up thinks like, yeah, no, all the commies deserve it, including my own children. This is, once again, something that I talk about all the time. This is a byproduct of creating a malleable population because you paywalled education. The public schooling system is completely in a dire state of disrepair. There is a massive class disparity in educational attainment and educational outcomes in general. And that creates an environment where there's a lot of people who are just not very intelligent. People who are stupid are malleable. They're easy to manipulate.
Okay, so I don't disagree with any of that. I do disagree with the fact that he just platformed them on his stream. And I want to talk about it. I want to talk about how, we've been having a lot of discussions about leadership and when is someone going to be the adult in the room? Obviously, it's not Hassan, and that's okay. I mean, he's literally younger than me, just for the record. And I'm telling you, I'm not ready to be the adult in the room, but I'm going to take it pretty seriously. And I'm just curious, like, when are we going to have that serious conversation about being, adults in the room? Now, this Sun's platform, I'm not a fan of. This is the Sun. These are the parents, and then the sisters at the bottom. I'm not a big fan of it because apparently he kind of had stopped talking to his parents and then talked to them again to basically make this show. And so, you know, this show is him asking his parents things and then getting their reaction. So here's the first thing. One, as a person with MAGA parents, I love my parents too much to ever do this to them. So one, he must really hate his parents, because I'm sorry, I just cannot imagine a reality where I would drag my parents through the streets or the internet in this way, humiliate them, make them the butt of every joke, hate them to such a point that I would drag them on Hasan's channel, let alone my own TikTok channel. Because look, one, it pushes their agenda, which is bad. And two, it's like, why do you want the internet to come at your parents like this? Like, half the comments on his TikToks are, when is your dad gonna die? I can't wait till your dad dies. Is this the episode where the dad dies? How is that helping humanity? Okay, let me show you just this segment here. Oops, hold on. Let's start off here and we'll have the conversation. Whoops.
About Donald Trump. Were you lifelong Republican voters before then? Like, how did this happen?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I've been a Republican all my life, but it got more intense when we lost the election to Obama.
Okay.
Because I saw him as a far left-wing liberal who didn't give a rat's ass about the United States.
Okay.
Was there anything else about Obama you didn't like?
Yeah.
That was pretty much it.
Okay, so they laugh, right? Like, no, you know that dad was racist. You know he was racist. You know he said other things about Obama, birth certificates and other things, okay? But see how in this he gets to play it off like that's not true? And so now you're platform a guy, just like you do Nick Fuentes, who just looks like a nice guy, really. See, this is the problem. Like, when you take people who are extreme and then you let them on your big platform, and I know Hasan's platform thinks like, I'm never going to fall for this, and I know he says crazy things already, but they do this thing where they get to pretend like you didn't say that crazy shit when no one was watching.
That was the main
okay.
thing.
I mean,
It was the main thing.
okay.
Dad, I
Mom,
had a quick question. I can't see your face because there's this thing in front of it. How do I move that?
how do you move what?
Just gonna put my
I can't see
apolitical
your
hat
face.
on as well for the
Oh,
rest
nice.
for the duration of the interview. I don't know if you can see it.
Nice. Yes, I have one to match. I could go get mine, but I can't move the camera much.
Yeah, no, don't worry about it.
All right, so Dad, you got radicalized around Obama. Mom, I assume it's basically the same. I mean, we've talked about this on our show. It's
So the ethics around him, you say, even if he doesn't like his parents, so Chet says not everyone likes their parents, right? So he's basically taking two elderly people who never had a channel to begin with and started a channel with them to basically make money off of their ignorance and their bigotry. I don't think this is harm reduction. So I think from the son and daughter's perspective, this is like deeply weird to me. I literally had to block them on TikTok because I was like, yo, this is unhealthy, bro. And then now Hasan has them on because they think it's funny. And it's like, haha, look at the circus freaks. Again, this is a philosophy channel, okay? So I'm interested in the philosophical answer of how to harm reduce, and I'm interested in how to get humans into a better world. Okay? So I just don't understand how this is helping.
basically the same for you, but I also think
And why would Hasan wear that hat? Again, okay? Everyone has a different standard, and you can call me the too woke friend, but I feel like wearing a MAGA hat in 2016, like he might as well just wear a swastika. You know, it's weird. I mean, even the MAGA people didn't come with a MAGA hat. Isn't that interesting? Like, why is he wearing that? And I know he thinks it's a joke, but I don't see the joke. And maybe I'm just humorless right now because I'm in like serious. I'm trying to get like serious girl. Maybe I feel like, okay, I love a joke too, but what's the joke? You know, I don't get what the joke is.
living in close proximity to Dad kind of locks you into a certain mental trap, a perpetual cycle of fear, aggression, anger. Hello?
I just think being raised in the little town we were in too, growing up as kids, our environment. I mean, you know, the environment that you live in, kind of.
I mean, I guess,
Three
but
words.
Chad and I grew up in your house, and we didn't turn out anything like you guys. So I can't really, you can't really.
I blame that on your tour of duty in California and Colorado.
And Chad is right. Like, Hasan is obviously mocking them. He wears a much bigger hat later, which I understand maybe softened the dad up to Hasan. What is Hasan's goal with this? You know what I mean? Again, is our goal, like, it's different if you're trying to get through to your MAGA parents, you're trying to get through to your MAGA family, you're trying to love your family. But like, I don't think this is what this is, you know? And look, maybe there's a miracle that's about to happen. And this guy is about to be like, honestly, bro, I fucking loved Hassan Piker so much, I denounce MAGA. And then that would be amazing. And I would be wrong. And I'd be like, whoa, Hassan is so smart. This is great. Let's start interviewing all of our MAGA family. Let's start bringing on all the Nick Fuenteses again because, you know, they're just conservatives. What's the difference between platforming Nick Fuentes and these people? Aren't they just content creators? Like, yeah, Nick Fuentes is now rising up. But remember when everybody was mad, and I was mad too, that people were collabing with Nick Fuentes before he was famous? Why aren't they the next Nick Fuentes? How do you know this couple isn't about to be invited to the White House? How do you discern when is the best time to collab? When are you collabing with people out of compassion? And when are you collabing with people? You know what I mean? Like, there is a good chance the White House reaches out to this family and says, we love your parents. We want them to come. And you know they would, right? And I ask this question because I struggle with this too. I literally decline collabs all the time because I'm like, hey, bro, you're too close to the right, dude. Like, you're too close to, like, I can't. Like, I ask people before I collab with them, like, hey, are you like a Nazi? Like, I know this is a weird question, but like, are you a white supremacist? Because I'm just like, I don't, you know, I already got so much flack as it was for even having conversations with people to begin with that I was like, yeah, you guys were right. But then what's happening here? You know what I mean? What is this? How? I don't see the difference maybe because the values are the same, you know? Now it'd be different if Hassan was in a different position, right? If he was coming as a politician, if he was coming as a loved one or as a therapist, if he was coming as a philosopher, it'd be different, you know? Because I do believe that, okay? I'm very like, I get it, right? But that's not the role he's playing. He's kind of just playing like streamer bro, kind of like the political guy, I have a MAGA hat too, which is so weird too. Why do you even have that hat? That's what I'm saying. Girl, that hat is nowhere in my house. We are not buying MAGA hats or gifting MAGA hats. There's no reason for him to even have that hat. You know what I mean? So like, what are we talking about here? There's all of these questions I have. Okay.
Colorado, you got tainted by a bunch of lefties.
It's environmental.
That's not true at all.
But
no, it is true.
I left Texas in high school to come to California willingly as fast as I could, and I've never left.
No,
so I don't think it was.
Stop the bullshit. You did that so you could go to USC's film school.
Yeah.
That's the only damn reason you went to California.
Correct.
So you think they weren't libtards in Texas and they became libtards when they moved to California? Is that what's going on?
It didn't happen overnight. Chad's lived in California longer than he's lived anywhere else.
It's just
Haley
simply not true. That's not
What are you
true.
talking about?
We just didn't talk politics when we were younger. It was a moot point. Like when I was in high school, I didn't give a shit about any of this. It wasn't until I became an adult and then as a parent that all of this really started to matter to me. And I happened to be in Colorado, but I was never conservative, even when I was a teenager. I mean, I was like, you know, on the boys baseball team and wearing like traditionally, I would say masculine clothes. Like I've always kind of pushed boundaries and kind of lived on the fringe. It's not that this is anything new or that Colorado made me that way. I've been this way. You guys use that as an excuse, but it's just simply not true.
She did have a wallet chain in high school. I remember that.
Bob, do you feel like you're having responsibility as a parent that both of your children became so liberal and you're kind of saying like, oh, it must be California and Colorado?
Well, I can tell you one thing. If Chad would have remained in Texas and took the other scholarship to play baseball at Trinity, it would have been a hell of a lot different than he is now.
I don't know if that's true.
That.
I don't know
as
if
far
that's
as
true.
Haley's concerned, she got nested with a bunch of liberals that were so far left, it's ridiculous.
And look, this is what my parents say too. You were so much smarter when you were 10. Batsy, we love you. And look, my parents are immigrants from Iraq. Like my parents are like, we're Assyrian. So like, it's really weird when I see like completely just like the whitest people, you know, and we're all having this conversation. To be fair, we are a white family. I mean, look at me, you know what I mean? But like, it's so weird when you're even an immigrant and you're like, this conversation's the same. You were so much smarter when you were 10. You got, you know, you started watching liberal media and hanging out with liberal people. And that's why you are so messed up now. I mean, my parents cry when their kids tell them they're in therapy. They literally throw a tantrum. Like, no, therapy. Okay. Not that Hassan would know because he's never gone to therapy. But the point is, okay, it's a really devastating reaction to get from your parents when you say, hey, I'm in therapy, and their reaction is to have a meltdown. It is really weird to have a conversation with your parents where they, you know, people always say, do you think parents of gay kids end up more liberal? Well, my mom and dad have 3 gay kids and they are moving more conservative every day, if that's even possible. Okay? Like, I love my parents enough not to put them through this, but I love my family enough to keep trying. But this doesn't feel like love to me. this feels like torture. This feels like very cruel behavior. You know, I get it if you don't love your parents, but isn't that the point of the content we consume? See how people wonder why the world is the way it is? It's like a reflection of us as a whole. What is the point of this collaboration? And we're going to get into it. This other content creator I really like, she put out these 2 new videos I haven't even seen yet. I'm excited to watch them with you about forgiving MAGA. And she says, I'll never forgive Trump voters. And I want to have that serious conversation with you because I don't think that's how forgiveness works. To me, forgiveness is both for the self and for others, but it's for me to say, I let go of the attachment to the outcome. Okay? I am a philosophy girly. It says that I am purely a biological creature existing on a planet, and I'm having an experience, an observation, an experience. I'm living in the most present. I want to love people out of bigotry, but that's not how it works. You love people even if they're bigoted, and you put down boundaries. You can love your bigoted family and never talk to them again. You can love your bigoted family and see them very rarely, or put down boundaries, or have limitations. Like, love, unconditional love, doesn't necessarily tell you what the action will follow. Like, oh, if you love me, you'll always talk to me. No, right? So when I think of humanity, and I think of humanity in the state that it is, it's obviously suffering. When I look at humanity in the state that it is, it's obviously just so, it's screaming for help. And the only help we can give is mocking. The only help we can give is, you know, signing people, like writing people off. And listen, you should be writing people off, even for the smallest thing, but to the extent in which you make that action, it matters. So I'm not saying, like, if you're on a date with a person and you're like, nope, I don't like that, forget it, don't date them. I think you should write people off. But that doesn't mean writing people off must then follow with torture or bigotry. I'm going to write you off does not have to then follow with I'm not going to feed or clothe you or educate you or house you. Okay, so I might write you off in one aspect, like maybe as friends, but I'm still going to advocate for your right to get health care. Okay, because right now in the state that we're in, especially if you go back to the beginning of stream, people advocating for us to mark MAGA people and to brand them and stuff, that's not the future I want. I want a future that educates and houses you, even if you're a Nazi. I want a future that says, hey, I see you're struggling, bro. Here are the avenues for liberation when you're ready. I'm not saying be friends with Nazis, but I'm also not saying, you know, take them out back and shoot them. I will never advocate for the solution being killing other people. In the very rare cases of self-defense, that is a different conversation. But we are not talking about, you know, violence as a solution here. That's never going to be my solution. I'm talking about abolishing prisons, and you're talking about branding MAGA. Like, we're not even on the same page. When I say progressive, I mean also towards the future, towards healing, towards peace. Okay? So how can you have those two things? And I know if you're afraid, you're afraid. But see, that's what MAGA people are. They're afraid. Afraid, loud, and wrong. And I'm saying you can be afraid, but don't be loud and wrong. And don't sit there and talk about annihilating a whole group of people or killing a whole group of people and think you have the upper hand here in values. Nah, bro. And by the way, just another reminder that I don't believe in objective morality. I do think we are evolved animals on a planet, and I believe we can have a deeper relationship with our biological experience, and I don't believe in objective morality. Okay? But I expect progressives to understand that because MAGA doesn't even understand that atheists have values, right? I grew up with MAGA parents who think, like, they told me in November, the last time I talked to them, they literally told me, you're an atheist. What do you know about morals anyway? And I was like, girl. But now we have these progressives who think like, oh, I'm the only one with morals. Let's genocide half the population. Girl, no genocide for anyone, period.
May I say something, please? What? May I?
Of course.
Oh, sorry.
I do love the boomerness of these parents, though. That is pretty funny.
Christ.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
This is unbelievable.
I'm a mess.
You're doing
I'm so
you're
sorry.
doing fantastic. Don't worry about it.
No, I'm not.
No,
I'm
you're
not.
doing
Oh my
a
God.
great job.
There you go. You got it. You're
Okay.
good. You're good.
Maybe I'll just go
Just
from
leave
me
it blank
again.
there, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to say this. I think some of their political beliefs and what they believe in is my fault because I gave them too much freedom growing up.
Oh, that's such a good conservative answer. They are perfectly conservative parents.
I mean, you know, I gave them way too much independence. Now I'm trying to reel them back in, and I can't get them. I can't get them.
Reel me. I'm 49 years old. You're never
Yes.
going to reel me back in.
Yes. Yeah.
I've always said like.
No, but you're going to come to the day where you're going to have to choose between the lifestyle you have now or communism. And that will be a distinct choice you will have to make.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to say one more thing. Thank you. I've always said until the day I'm 6 foot under and I die, if I feel like you're making like a big, weird thing that you shouldn't be doing, a decision, I would try to help you. I would try to.
Okay, so Chet says mom kind of seems sweet deep down. Guys, Nazis are really nice people. I don't know what to tell you. That's what I'm saying. Guys, the world is full of really great, nice people who will let Trump murder you without blinking an eye. Yeah. My parents are some of the nicest people in the whole world, and they still voted for Trump. You know what I mean? It's not about niceness or cuteness or like, yeah, people are nice. They are sweet. I've had the greatest time with some of the most misogynistic men in the whole world. I've had a great time with. You know what I'm saying? I can get along with anybody until shit gets real. And really what matters the most is when shit gets real. You know what it's like? It's like being in a relationship with somebody and the first year of relationship is amazing. And then you start to realize when shit gets real, like, who did I marry? That's the point. Okay? They're nice. Yes, Chad says they need to make a distinction between being nice and not good. Exactly. Like, and look, I think as an animal species, most people are good. But what does that matter when we're talking about like bigotry? You know? Bigotry is bad. You don't want to be bigoted. And if you're bigoted, okay, then we're going to have a problem. Okay, so that's the dilemma. It's like, are you going to do the right thing when it counts? Are you going to do the thing that matters? You know? And then you have to ask yourself, look, I ask myself this all the time. What is my responsibility with platforming people? What is my responsibility with how I treat people? Because again, I wouldn't want to have MAGA people on just to make fun of them. I don't want to be that person. You know, it's one thing to make a joke with you guys. It's one thing to make a joke, but I don't actually want to have people on to make fun of them. It doesn't feel good to me. Now, people might say, oh, that's two-faced because when they're not here, you make fun of them. I feel like that's very different. Because the idea is like, if I'm face-to-face with you, now we're actually trying to build something, right? Are we trying to build something? Well, I can't make fun of you and build something. But if you're not here, I'm also going to make fun of you. But if you want me to make fun of you in front of your face, I can, but that means we're not going to build. And then people will say, well, if you want to build, you can never make fun of people ever, I guess. Yeah, but I don't always want to build with everybody either. I am not willing to build with people that won't also do the work. So I'll make fun of you. Maybe I'll crack a joke, you know? And the truth is like, if you are ready to build that bridge, you won't care that I made that joke because you know that joke was warranted because of your behavior. You know that joke was warranted because of what you did. Because the kind of people, it's like when you talk about men, you're like, oh, men. And you've got the husbands that are like, man, as a man, I just feel so like unloved, like nobody gets me. Okay, they're not doing the work. But then you have another man who's like, oh, men. And you're like, I know, right? And they're like, I get it. But they actually do get it. They actually do get it. That's what you want. You need people who actually do get it. So even when you make the joke, they can see where you're coming from. Or even when you make the comment, they see where you're coming from, right? Discord said nice in quotations. People have also been serial killers and rapists. 100%. Some of the nicest people you know. That's what I'm saying.
Talk with you, try to communicate and figure this out. Well, it's getting way too hard. I can't do it anymore.
Okay.
Can we?
So they're struggling to communicate with their kids. We're struggling to communicate with our parents. And I always say, what does it mean that we can't even communicate with our own family members? What does it mean for the state of the world? That's what I'm talking about. What does it even mean for the state of the world? It means exactly that. You have to radically accept it. And then you have to ask yourself, okay, what do I do now? You can give up, nihilistic spiral. You can stay focused and move towards the future. You can meditate in the mountains for the next 50 years. There's a lot of things you could do. There's billions of things you could do. The question is, which one are you going to do it? So first you have to accept people and the world for what it is. And then you have to do something anyways. And that something can just look like harm reduction.
Walk through some of these terms, if you don't mind me asking. I would love to, Bob, I would love to understand what you mean when you say communism. Like, what do you think?
Chat says, promise this is in good faith and there's plenty to discuss about Hassan. Do you think there's a chance the Destiny bubble might have covertly influenced your relative lack of charitability towards him? When I was in this space, yes, because I didn't know who Hassan was, like I didn't know who Destiny was. I was very hard on Hassan initially. This is me going easy on him. This is me liking Hassan. When I didn't like Hassan because I believed Destiny's story about Hassan, the betrayal and everything, I was so I was so critical towards Hassan. And then I did my own research and I was like, holy fuck, all these people lied to me, bro. Hassan didn't do those things. This is me being very fucking charitable to Hassan. Yeah, there was a time in my career. If you think I'm harsh now, you should have seen me then when I believed what people told me. And now I don't even believe it. But this is me being charitable. Now I'm just looking at him as a man in a position of power who's a millionaire and who has the biggest microphone on the left. He has to be held to a higher standard. He has to. Because otherwise, if he understood the position of power he was in, he would give it up or he would take it more seriously. Imagine if any of us had that position of power. You have to criticize these people with this amount of power. Okay? That's the problem. You can't have it both ways. You can't be the number one guy, the only guy ever mentioned for the left, and then not be held any accountable, never criticized. I understand, never criticized by the left. Like, who cares what conservatives think about Hassan? Literally, who cares about what liberals think? But he should care about what progressive queer people think. He should care what minorities think. He should understand that some of us are looking at him like, and he is also, the fact that he is the most popular guy is because of white supremacy, right? Is because of this is the best the world can produce. Guys, remember, if you're popular, it's probably not a good sign. If people have like that, and I don't mean that like Hassan should hate himself because he's popular, but he should understand that he is very popular. He's the guy in high school who's popular and like is trying to deny it. Like, you cannot deny he's popular. Shouldn't that make you go, huh, why is he so popular? Why is he so digestible? Why is he so liked? It makes you wonder, like, is he doing enough? Because sometimes I think, like, when you're that liked, you might not be doing enough, you know? But then at the same time, I understand from his perspective, he feels like everybody hates him. I'm just looking at the data, just the numbers. It doesn't matter that he feels like people hate him. He is the guy. He is literally the guy. You know what I'm saying? Okay? That's why. So did I answer your question? You said, yeah, his misogyny is absolutely a huge problem for me. I used to love watching him, but I rarely can stomach it nowadays. The whole, what's this? Radlib dismissed of POC gender issues is disheartening. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I agree. And again, I'm not upset that Hassan is the guy. I just think we should call it into question in a very progressive way, very loving way, you know? Okay, I'm glad I answered your question. So yeah, like I used to, when I was in because I didn't know who anybody was. So I was going off of what people were telling me. I used to think even worse of Hassan. I thought he was some Machiavellian narcissist or something. Found out that was actually Destiny. Oops, my bad. Okay, but I came out and I said it, my bad. Okay, I will always correct myself. My bad. I got informed, my bad. You know what I mean? But I also think like people forget what that space was like. Like, you know, I was just thinking about it the other day, and this is so funny because this relates. The timeline is very hard for people to keep up with. Like, you remember how Destiny did that whole like manipulation of Anna where he like gaslit her and convinced all of us she was stalking him, and then we found out he was sexting her? Super evil. People were like, if you knew that, why did you just keep talking to him? I knew for less than 24 hours. I knew the same weekend I met Destiny for the first time was when I found out basically about Lauren Southern. I found out about Anna. It all happened in a weekend. Like, it all happened. You know what I mean? So people have to understand there was no timeline where we all knew for months on end. There's no timeline where we all knew for a year or something. I was only in the space for 2 years total. I only knew Destiny for a year. You know what I'm saying? Like, so when everyone's like, well, why didn't you know? I knew. Everybody pause. Okay? Like, that's the problem. You guys, I think moving forward, I would love to be the girl who the second I hear something, I'm like, I'm over it. I'm leaving. I want to be her. I'm not going to be her in all circumstances though. You know, but yeah, I want to be her. I want to be the girl that hears somebody say something like when Hassan made that rape joke. For me, that was it. I was watching him pretty regularly as like a viewer, like a fun, like I actually was enjoying him. Then he made that rape joke about the college students. And I was like, I can't, dude. I can't. It's not, it was so, I can't. You know what I mean? Like I need a content creator that doesn't make rape victims the joke. And I can't believe that is such a tall fucking ask. You know? It's stuff like that I'm just like, is this the guy? Like, this is it? And me too. Like, I'm not ready to be the guy either, PS. You know, like, I'm not the guy either. Not yet. Maybe in like 3-5 years, I'll be the guy. But I'm not the guy right now either. I know I'm not. Do they know they're not? You know? Okay.
What do you think Chad believes as far as like
I think,
communist beliefs?
well, I believe communism is Russia and China, and all you have to do is take a look at their countries, and that tells you what you believe if you're a communist. You want to be under total control of the government. You don't want to work for anything. You want freebies handed out left and right. And that's not my way of life, and that's not the way of life I think my kids really want. And at some point in their adult life.
I just love the idea. We're not even going to watch this whole thing, by the way. I want to show you a different clip. It's so funny that he can say, like, I don't want to live under rule. I want to be given choice. My kids want to be a slave to the government. What do you think is happening with ICE and Trump right now? How do our MAGA parents on one side of their mouth say we don't want government control, and the other side, if Trump needs to shoot up a mall, then he can do it? And if my son gets killed along the way, it is what it is. It's like, what? Okay, I skipped through the stream. This is another person's video of the whole stream. I'm using a different person's video to show you this section.
It's wrong. That's the wrong interpretation.
I don't know what other people are talking about. I'm talking about the Crusades where Muslims were fighting Christians.
Yeah, because Christians were
And that's
coming in to
hundreds of
kill
years
Muslims.
ago. Those are hundreds of years ago.
Okay, but how is that relevant to Israel?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. And so because of that, you're cool with $300
Now, why are
billion.
you jumping over to Israel? What I'm telling you is Christians have been fighting Muslims for hundreds of years.
Uh-huh.
That's a fact, Jack. And you can sit here and blow smoke up your listeners' asses, but I'm not going to.
Okay.
No, but you brought it up.
Israel has nothing to do with the Crusades.
Wait, why'd you bring it
Now
up
we're at
then?
the point. Now we're at the point where we need somebody in the Middle East to keep a rein on everybody, and the only country we can count on is Israel.
Okay, I'm a little bit confused by what you're trying to say here because we were talking about Israel. You brought up the fact that they've been fighting for hundreds of years. I asked who you mean by they. You said Christians who invaded the region. And that's a little bit confusing to me because like what's going on in Israel right now is not relevant to the Crusades, I don't think. So I don't know why you brought it up.
Well, what you're doing is you're mixing two different stories.
No, you brought it up.
No, you're mixing up two different stories. The Christians and the Muslims were fighting hundreds of years ago.
But Bob,
now
I didn't
we've
bring
got
up the Crusades. You
trying to maintain authority in a bad region.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand why you brought up the Crusades in this situation. I guess is it because like the Muslims, if they're not constantly being dominated, they'll like take over? Is that what it is?
No, they try to dominate Christianity. They're doing it now. You don't get that? If you don't get that, I don't know what.
Look, I just muted somebody in chat who I think like, I don't know if you thought that was a good comment to put in my chat, but don't put that in my chat. You said his son is a bisexual dude who'd rather be with dudes, but he doesn't want to admit it, so he preys on trans women. And then when I look up your former chats, you're like very sad, RIP Renee Nicole Good. What Donald, you're like, you in one side of your mouth, you're saying like, rest in peace, Renee. And the other side of your mouth, you're being transphobic in my fucking chat and making fun of Hassan for a reason unnecessary. So like, you're blocked. Okay? So I blocked this commenter just now. Like, no. This is not the community to come here and like be transphobic in a way to dunk on Hassan. And also stop trying to dunk on Hassan. I don't want to dunk on Hassan. Okay? Again, if Hassan wasn't in a position of power and he wasn't the guy, we would probably like be talking about him like it's no big deal. Just like Asmongold. Guys, of course I didn't know the world was going to decide to make Asmongold the #1 conservative commentator on politics, apparently. But that's why people have to talk about him now. You think I want to talk about any of these people? The only reason we have to talk about them is because they're in the news, they're trending. And look, I love talking about people to get to the point, though. That's the thing. When I say you think I want to talk about these people, I'm saying, do you think I care about the consciousness that is Hassan? I don't care about Hassan, the consciousness. I don't care about Kim Kardashian, the consciousness. I care about the fact that they represent something that we have to pay attention to get to the other side of it. And, of course, we want to humanize the consciousness that is Hassan and Kim Kardashian. But, like, they're comment worthy because they are the people. But I, Brittany, have no, like, state. Like, I have no connection to, like, those people. You know what I mean? Like, they're all strangers. Okay?
What you're doing.
You think Muslims are trying to dominate Christianity?
Yes.
Where are they? In America? They're doing this?
It's happening everywhere. Starting in America right now.
It's starting in America right now. Okay.
Now, reminder that my parents are Assyrian, Chaldean Assyrians, right? So they're Catholic Assyrians, and they also say the same things, the Crusades and Muslims, and how Catholics saved the universe from the Muslims, and how Muslims, and like, My parents are super bigoted. You know, when we kids have ever should been like, hey, can I, like, what do you think about this person? I want to date them. The first thing they ask is like, what's their background? What's their history? And if they find out they had a history of like having a Muslim family, even if they're atheist, they go, no, you can't. You know, that's coming from a place like that's coming from Iraq. That's full of Muslims, you know? So it's very, very MAGA coded. It's very, you know, even earlier when the guy was like, oh, is that the only reason you don't like Obama? He's a liberal. He probably was a birther person. You know, my parents are. My mom was all like, do you think Obama's a citizen? I was like, can you please chill, bro? This is what I'm saying. Like, the same way probably a lot of the Latino community feels about their family voting, and then now ICE is picking up family. That's how a lot of us feel about our immigrant parents, where it's like, you know, you would think you would have more empathy for this position, but they don't. Okay. And the same way that we do this with all minorities, we think, oh, minority, you'll have compassion. Minority, you'll have empathy. Nope. No. You know?
In America, it started happening in America probably, I would say, year 1 or 2 of the Obama administration.
Oh. And you think Trump is fighting against it now? He's aware of it and fixing that problem?
Trying to stand up for it.
Oh my God, did this person literally make a different account and come into my chat right now? Bro, you're going to get blocked again. You literally came with a second account. Consent doesn't matter to you, apparently. You said, number one, what I said was not transphobic. He's not really into women, fully obvious. I mean, you clearly like women. What would you know about men? That was very autistic of you. And then you literally you're like, you people are always one-sided. Stay off the internet if complex ideas hurt your brain. Habibi, take your bigotry somewhere else. Stop making fake accounts just to prove your point. Literally. This is what I'm saying. Like, come on now.
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, how do you feel about Trump being buddies with my buddy Zoran, who is Muslim? I'm Muslim too, by the way, but that's besides the point. But
you're not Muslim, bro. Stop. That's the other thing. You're not a Muslim. In the same way, I'm not a Catholic. Y'all do not practice. You know what I'm saying? I really don't like this about religious people. When was the last time Hassan properly practiced being a Muslim? When was the last time he prayed 5 times a day, bro? When? He streams all day. Has anyone ever seen him pray on stream? Does this man get up and pray on stream? Stop calling yourself a Muslim for credit. You're not. Okay? I hate that shit, bro. Don't stop it. You're not. You were raised a Muslim, which is different. Okay? That's different.
I am actually trying to do takia, Bob. I don't know if you know what that is.
Don't know what it is. Are you trying to take over the country?
Yeah, I'm trying to take over the country. Yeah, I want to do.
I don't like you anymore.
Trying to make America great again.
Yeah, I'm trying to take over the country and do woke Sharia.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. You know how we got ICE agents, for all transgender ICE agents going door to door to make sure that everyone is saying their pronouns?
That's funny. I think we need to switch topics. Can I be the assistant here to switch?
What, do you have something you want to say, Mom? Do
you have a topic, but it's none of this.
Okay.
What about those Clintons? They got subpoenaed, but they're not going to go. They both declined.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about that?
I hope
they need to be held accountable.
You know what?
I just love that the Clintons need to be held accountable, but not Trump. That's why in my latest podcast, if you haven't seen it, and you definitely should check it out, the Brittany Simon podcast, different channel, go check it out. Why conservative men are predators is because you guys literally have the audacity to say, what about Bill Clinton? Instead of saying, get them both. Progressives say, get them both, baby. Liberals say, what about Trump? And conservatives say, but what about Clinton? Yeah, both of them, baby. All of them. Okay? Take all of them. Okay? Now, again, when we have this conversation about Trumpers and our MAGA family, okay, this whole stream isn't even about this. We're not going to watch this whole thing. Listen, I think it's irresponsible for Hassan to even show himself wearing a MAGA hat. In this climate, in this day and age, I don't even know why you would wear it as a meme. It just feels very much like, I'm not saying the MAGA hat is literally like wearing a swastika, but it is pretty close. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not literally, it can't be. Literally, I understand that. I'm an adult. But it is pretty close given the state of the world. So it feels very irresponsible to me. Now, later in the stream, he puts on this hat.
Our government.
Our government. Yeah. It's busted. They don't care. They don't care if we have health care. They don't.
Okay, and the hat was a meme. I think him and Ethan Ward on Leftovers. Okay, that's funny, and I get it. And I'm not, okay, I get it. And I think in the right context, maybe that would have been funny. But I just don't see the humor in this collaboration as much as other people do. And I think it's unnecessary to give these people a platform. And I think the son and the daughter are doing more harm than good by platforming their parents. I do, you know? But with that said, you do you. I'm just giving it, I'm adding it to the part of the commentary about MAGA and forgiving MAGA and moving on, because also I deeply love my MAGA family and I will do everything in my power to give them as many tools as I can for them to deconstruct their bigotry. Okay, so let's move on to things your mom should have told you. She's a YouTuber. You've probably seen her. She made 2 videos I want to watch with you. The first one is the dark truth about Trump supporters. They're short videos. And the other one is here's the problem with ex-Trump supporters. And then I want us to watch Taylor Lorenz interview Ashley St. Clair, because there is a conversation to be had about like how far after people leaving MAGA do we invite them into the fold, right? Again, are you meeting people as a therapist, as a teacher, as a friend, as a lover, as a neighbor? We always want to treat our neighbors with dignity. Period. The end. MAGA or not, we're going to treat our neighbors with dignity. Politicians have to meet their constituents. Therapists have to be kind to their clients. Guys, you know, therapists have evil clients. Yeah? A therapist and a doctor's job is to still give those people care. Sometimes I do think we live in a world where you literally, some of you might believe that Nazis shouldn't get health care. And I ask yourself, like, are you progressive or are you bitter? My political place is not out of bitterness. It's out of a desire to actually help humanity. Okay? My philosophical beliefs are not because I'm angry at the world. It's because I'm angry for the world. Okay? So I think all people deserve care. All people should be fed and clothed and housed. So that is how I engage with MAGA, is with compassion. And you can still hold people accountable. Okay? Let's watch this video and then we'll have a conversation about it.
If I tell you guys a secret, will you promise not to get mad at me and just hear me out? While you think about that, I want you to know that I realize that there is a case for not showing these people that people not like them are human. Rather, we should be reminding them that they are in fact human, even though they don't behave like it. I've said it before. I don't hate Trump supporters. They fall more into a category of people I just don't mess with. Even before Trump came into the picture, they weren't the type of people that I'd be around ever. The thing is...
Okay. Did a Gen Zer edit this? There is no way she put these sound bites, because this woman, even though she looks 25, is actually, I believe, 50. She's much older. But she is... These sound effects are way too... You know, who did this? AI? What is this?
It's not even because right-wingers tend to have lower cognitive ability. Look, don't get mad at me. I didn't say that. I didn't say that they have below average mental skills. My resources are in the video description. What I am about to share is the best explanation as to why these people are just the worst. I don't know if what I'm going to share with you could be considered an essay or a poem. What I am sure of is that it hit the nail right on the head. Let me share this Substack article by Michael Jokum, who is not just a drummer. And by the end of this, I think that you're going to have a better understanding as to why it's hard to find the humanity in these people and why they can't seem to see the humanity in others. All right, this article is titled, I Used to Wonder. It's by Michael Jokum.
Oh no, Discord says D'Angelo Wallace, Elliot Singh are all live at the same time. And me? Oh my God, the Powerpuff Girls are live. What do we do? Who do we watch? Should we go watch one of them? Just kidding. Shout out to both of them.
I've been watching an absolutely heroic amount of pearl clutching lately from people who insist that JD Vance would somehow be worse than Trump once Trump's inevitable political and biological expiration arrives. Let's get something straight. It has never been about Trump. Not for 1 second. Trump is just the mascot. The real story is the people who finally saw themselves in him and felt validated by what they saw. I actually believe most of them will drift away when the cult collapses, like embarrassed fans of a one-hit wonder.
Ooh, that's good. Will they? Will Trump voters, when the era is done, come out of their fog and have a realization of like, oh my God, I partied so hard from 2016 to 2028. I don't even know what I was doing. And I was like, we know, girl, we know.
Of them will swear they were never really into him at all. I used to wonder how it was possible that Trump could have won in 2016 and then again in 2024, given how emotionally toxic, morally vacant, and psychologically mangled he is. I don't wonder anymore. I think he won for that exact reason. He wasn't a candidate. He was a mirror. If you were a racist, you found your guy. If you were a misogynist, you found your guy. If money was your only religion, you found your guy. If your heart was armored shut, you found your guy. If you mocked disabled people, you found your guy. If you hated intelligent people, you found your guy. If you were a rapist, you found your guy. If you enjoyed golden showers with Russian sex workers, you found your guy.
Now, hold on, girl. Don't put us all in that bucket, okay? Some of us have hobbies, okay? Some of us have hobbies.
If you've done absolutely nothing to confront your emotional wreckage, you found your guy. If you were a serial cheater, you found your guy. If you were a perpetual bankrupt, you found your guy. If you stiffed honest workers, you found your guy. If you were a con man, you found your guy. If you mocked people's appearances, you found your guy. If you were disassociated and disembodied, you found your guy. If you were unconscionable in every economic dealing, you found your guy. If you lied as naturally as breathing, you found your guy. If you'd never eaten a green vegetable, you found your guy. If you were a white supremacist, you found your guy. If your ego contained a hole so large, not even the presidency could fill it, you found your guy. If you were a psychopath who cared not one molecule about other humans, you found your guy.
I would like to know, like, what is Trump when he's alone? Like, what is he really thinking or experiencing, or what are his thoughts? You know, I wish I could read people's minds just to understand, like, just to observe, like, what is really happening in there? Because I got a lot going on. You know, I'm thinking, contemplating, dreaming, hoping, you know, solution creating. Like, what's going on in there, you know?
If he had only 2 of these traits, he never would have won. He won because he had hundreds of them, and millions of people recognize themselves in at least one. This has never been about Trump. It has always been about the people who finally had their worst instincts validated.
And I think that's probably why, like, I'll be honest, I don't really ever think about wanting Trump dead. That's not how my brain works. I don't wish death on anybody. I never think about it. I don't think the world would be a better place. So it makes sense that I wouldn't extend that to Trumpers or to MAGA people, right? Like, when people say, like, oh my God, I want to kill MAGA, or I want to put them all in a cage, like, I never think about that. Okay? I might have when I was angry and bitter and younger, but I don't think about that anymore. I don't think of violence as a solution to heal my pain. I stopped self-harming after therapy. No matter how much you hit yourself, no matter how much you hurt other people, it's never actually going to make you better. You know? But yeah, I don't ever think about Trump dying. You know, even when he was almost assassinated, I didn't have any thoughts about it. Like, some people called me or, you know, posted on the internet like, oh, I almost felt relief. Relief can make sense to me. You're relieved that this bad person is gone. But the truth is that he isn't the only problem. You know, it's different when you have a rapist in the family and that rapist dies. It can feel like, finally. The problem is, like, it's not the same thing as Trump dying. There are more Trumps. You know, the rapist in your family might be the only rapist in the family. So when they die, it's like the end of the pain. But Trump dying doesn't make the end of anything, you know? So it's kind of one of those things where, you know, yeah, chat says Nick Fuentes 2028. No, I think you're memeing, but now it looks like my chat is pro Nick Fuentes. No, like, no, you know, because I'm pretty sure this chatter is a part of the community, right? You're not actually Nick Fuentes, but that's, you know, but look, Nick Fuentes is around the corner, which I think is what your joke is, right? That, yeah, like, Trump will be replaced by Nick, or he would have been replaced by Charlie Kirk, you know? So when we think about politics, like, Trump isn't the reason we have white supremacy. Trump isn't the reason capitalism is crazy. Like, Trump isn't the reason for anything happening. Trump is the result of America. He's the result of everything happening, you know? And that's the point.
Trump didn't create the cruelty. He licensed it. he handed out permission slips for hate. He is merely a symptom of a far deeper disease, collective toxicity. If there is one sentence that explains Trump's power, it is this. He says the things I'm thinking. That's the part that should chill the spine. Who knew that tens of millions of Americans were thinking such unconscionable things about their fellow citizens? Who knew how many white men felt so threatened by women and challenged by minorities that they were ready to torch democracy to feel big again?
I mean,
who knew that after decades of apparent progress on race and gender, so many people were living in seething resentment, waiting for a demagogue to legitimize their worst selves and convert their bitterness into political power? Perhaps we were living in a fool's paradise. We aren't anymore.
Well,
Michael Chokum, not just a drummer, reflections on art, politics, dogs, and the human condition.
Just really fast. She's been reading this whole time. These aren't her words. So just FYI. These are her words now. Now it's her words.
Thank you to everyone who sent me a coffee or a super chat. Michael launched his Substack about 3 months ago. If you like Substack, why not subscribe? I've linked his article in the video description. And while you're subscribing, subscribe to this channel.
Okay, but look at this. So then she made a response video because apparently people were pretty mad about that video. Okay. Hold on, let me just make sure. Okay, so here's this video. It says, here's the problem with ex-Trump supporters, okay?
This person's name, I don't know this person's name, much less their politics, but what I've gathered from this email that I'm sharing today is that they sought out excuse.
Hold on.
What I've gathered from this email that
writing the dark truth about Trump supporters since it showed up on my feed. Your video just proved to me that you know nothing about malignant narcissists, abusing psychopath sadists. Study up. Trump being compared to Hitler and Jim Jones. Google it. Google Trump and Jim Jones. Lawmaker wounded at Jonestown massacre compares Trump to cult leader. Then Google Ivana and Hitler. She tried to warn us in 1990 about Trump being a Hitler fan. Then go read Stephen Hassan's book, The Cult of Trump. He's an expert on cults. And don't forget to read Mary Trump's books. She's Donald Trump's niece and psychologist. Thank God I won't have to watch any of your videos again. I blocked you. This is what I'm saying. How can you sit there and think you're better than MAGA and then write an email like this? Do you know what I'm saying? Is this a MAGA person pretending to be? You know, why are you writing her? Why are you emailing this woman? These are the kinds of messages that I look at and go, this isn't progressive. You might be anti-Trump, but you're not progressive. Okay? In my opinion, progressive values are an embodied experience that focus on, in my mind, compassion. You know? So it just feels like this, you being anti-Trump does not mean you're trustworthy, does not mean you're a good person. Guys, your identity cannot be anti-Trump. Like, have I even ever said in my work that I'm anti-Trump? Like, making it your whole personality is just the point. What do you mean? Like, making your whole personality hating Trump is crazy, bro.
That I'm sharing today is that they sought out excuses for former Trump supporters rather than accepting responsibility. Trump supporters regret, if you will. I don't know who the author is, but I definitely hit a nerve with my last video. And by the end of this video, I think you're going to understand why many former Trump supporters haven't found their footing. I can agree that MAGA is a cult. It's absolutely a belief system, a system in which their leaders manipulate them. So,
oh, is it the idea that we shouldn't punch down on cult members because they're victims? I mean, everyone's a victim. And no, you shouldn't punch down on all cult members, but some cult members are like really dangerous. And this is a force of nuance. Like, not all people who wear the Nazi uniform are Nazis in the way that other people are Nazis, but you're still in the uniform. But I agree, if we're being super nuanced, yeah, there are going to be some like people wearing a uniform, they don't want to wear it, but they can't say no because they don't want to get ostracized, right? But you're still in the uniform. So like I understand the deep nuance of it. Like, I get it, but also, you know what I mean? So it's, you know, it's kind of why I was liking video or liking comments and understanding why you guys thought Dr. K might be red pill, you know, because he's hanging out with them. So maybe he is, but also maybe he's just visiting, but also the red pill isn't quite, you know, there's still a chance, you know, Stephen Bartlett's show isn't This is okay. This is my autism, but Stephen Bartlett's podcast isn't even a red pill podcast. I don't mean to be so pedantic, but it's actually not a red pill podcast. It's a podcast that hosts 60% red pill content, which sounds like a red pill podcast, but it actually just is a capitalistic podcast that wants to make the most money they can. And boys watch podcasts more than any demographic. And these talking points about gender wars bring in the most views. So he's just a capitalist. But capitalists, at the end of the day, give in to bigotry because bigotry pays more. That's why the world doesn't want to liberate itself, because there's no money in liberation. There's no money in peace, right? What's the joke about Switzerland? Switzerland's like, we're neutral, we're Switzerland, except they made a shit ton of money. Real peace doesn't make you money. Real liberation doesn't make you money. And in a world that's all about money, you know, that's kind of crazy, right?
They can't see reality for what it actually is. Facts can't sway them because these beliefs are their identity.
And I'm not condoning it, I'm explaining it, by the way. Right? That's me explaining how it happens. Because guys, the way I come to conclusions, because there's no objectivity in the universe, like we're animals evolved on a planet, there's no objective morality. The way you decide if something is right or wrong is you decide the data based off of your goal. That's what the subjectivity part is. The morals change based off of the goal. So if the goal is to make the most money, then maybe it's at the expense of everyone, including your neighbors or your own children, right? If the goal is to bring down bigotry, well, first you'd have to deconstruct your own, right? If the goal is, you know, depending on what the goal is, so that's the problem. We're disagreeing on what the goal is. And that's confusing to people, because all people, even bad people, want the same overall goals. They want security and happiness and love and food and shelter, right? They want those things. They just don't always want other people to have those things. But yet I think it is almost a universal experience that all singular human beings want those things. They just don't always want it for other people. You know? Ted says, what do you mean Switzerland made money? Like people in the country do well? From my understanding, and the history girlies can correct me, from my understanding, Switzerland has this, like, you know, people say like, I'm Switzerland because Switzerland took a neutral stance during Hitler's reign. But they were actually selling, I believe it was dishes or pots and pans, was it? They were making money off the Nazis, and they were making money off of allies of America and everybody. They were selling goods. So basically, that's how a lot of wars, like that, like you ever hear about companies that fund war, like companies that work in military or companies that work for weapons manufacturers, like they make a lot of money. So it's about like how you, oh, thank you. Switzerland made money with Nazi gold sold to both sides. Oh, thank you. I couldn't remember what it was exactly. Thank you, chat. There you go. So that's interesting, right? Like, oh yeah, they made, and banking. There you go. The history girlies can answer the question better than I can, but.
How would you feel if you dedicated 10 years of your life to MAGA? It controlled your personality, the way you dressed, the people that you associated with, your plastic surgery choices, and then maybe you woke up. Escaping this echo chamber had to be tough. Of course, you'd be upset when someone lists a bunch of traits that maggots have that weren't the ones you actually aimed for when you were growing up. Traits that most people agree aren't good ones. Of course, you'd be butthurt. These people are part of an identity system in which they're not persuaded by facts because there are alternatives that fit their beliefs. It's beyond political tribalism. With conviction, any information contradictory to their belief system becomes a threat. And that's why they can see Renee Good as being in the wrong, no matter which version of the video they watch or how much the footage is actually slowed down so they can see it. If the facts don't fit their beliefs, their feelings change the evidence. They reject truth as an act of self-protection. They aren't going into the world seeking the truth. They're looking to confirm their beliefs because these beliefs, they actually validate their identity. Should they break out of that identity and look back?
But everyone does this. Okay, yes, they do this. But we recognize everybody does this, right? That's why it takes a lot of work to keep deconstructing and to keep moving forward. Like, when you're not ready to change, you won't, right? So when we have these conversations, right, we have to recognize it in ourselves first and then as a collective. Chat says, what are we going to talk about the autistic person? We did at the beginning of stream. We covered her news story, you know? So I think that's the dilemma. And I think you see it on stream when I'm talking, especially to liberal boys. Liberal boys are one of the worst groups, okay? Because they toe that line. Liberal boys are the worst because they literally, in one side of their mouth, will sound exactly like what you hope for. And then on the other side, they'll also be friends with MAGA, right? So you're like, wait, what's happening? And it's because they're not actually, and I'm not talking about personal friends either. Because like, again, friend is a very interesting word. Who, like, I don't really believe in guilty by association until I do. And this is very, again, we have to be able to discern, are you going to judge? Okay, this is the immigrant conversation we have all the time. If you hang out with your MAGA family, are you MAGA? No, obviously. If you hang out with your MAGA friends, are you MAGA? Depends. Because in our head, we think friends are a choice and family isn't. But they're both. It's both. I have certain friends that aren't a choice. They are like family. And I have certain family that are a choice. They're like friends. Right? And hanging out with them is sometimes just a simple act of showing up to a funeral or showing up to a hospital or calling them and saying, hey, how are you, bro? Okay? How are you? Because there's also a humanity side. How am I meeting them as a daughter and as a sister? And like we've seen with other, I remember the group of Black women on TikTok who were saying, hey, stop cutting off your MAGA family because now we have to deal with them. And I thought that was interesting. Like, yeah, it's interesting that we cut off our MAGA family, but also we might be the only thing between them and a minority, you know, or them and another person who's marginalized, or them and, you know what I mean? So I get it. I get it personally, needing to put a boundary down between your toxic family because you can't do it anymore. And as a form of activism, staying in touch with your family so they have to interact with you before they get to another person. Right? So again, when we have these conversations, there's so much more nuance because your circumstance is very specific. So you really got to think, okay, where am I in this story? And like, what is my role? What am I playing here? Am I breaking this generational curse for the world or my family? So obviously in my life, I think you should, if you want to do it this way, you have to do both at the same time. Like strangers on the internet will never be the reason I cut off my family. You know what I mean? Like I'm not cutting off my family just because you think I should. I'm not cutting off my friends because you think I should. Right? I cut people out of my life because I think I should. And I know my role in their life. Okay? If one of my nieces and nephews gets radicalized, why would I cut them off? When I could be one of the only bridges, right? Okay? So again, when we have these conversations, I don't know how you're going to fight for liberation. Like, guys, if we believe in liberation for all, you know that means for bigots. We are liberating bigots. Healthcare for all means liberation for all. We are liberating people into a better world. That means all people, even bad people. You know? Chet says, this is why I think Chaperone is a secret conservative. Well, Chaperone did just do a makeup brand with a Israel connected makeup brand. It was a whole thing. And I was like, girl, anyways, I don't care about her that much. But, you know, Chet says, are all your siblings political? Yes. Yeah. Mac. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't know what anyone's doing with their life. But I think until we know, right? And again, I'm not telling you to be friends with your MAGA family. I actually don't give a fuck if you cut them off. Go ahead and cut them off. And like I said, I don't make new friends that are MAGA, obviously, right? But I have had very close people to me turn out to be MAGA. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening, bro? What are you doing? I can't tell you how many furry BDSMers I know who voted for Trump. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You know how many people I've met in completely queer spaces who hang out with all the gay and trans people and they voted MAGA? And I'm like, so again, when you guys say, like, do you know MAGA? Guys, I know MAGA everywhere. It's really weird how many, I know so many people though. I'm very abnormal. I know so many people. And yeah, it's kind of weird when you meet a MAGA furry. You're like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. You know, for a community that hates trans people love MAGA. Not everyone, obviously, but it's crazy, you know? Chad says, but you like them as a person? Liked who as a person? Which one? The MAGA furry? No. Like who? The MAGA guy? I like the version of people that I know, and I don't like the other version of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I like the version, and that's what we have to pay attention to is like, that's why I tell my family, I love you, but I don't like you very much. I tell my mother that all the time. I love you so much. I don't like you very much. She goes, I don't like you either. And I say, well, what are we going to do about that? That is 90% of the conversations I have with my mother. We're honest with each other. Yeah, I don't really like you that much. You're mean, bro. Well, I don't like you very much. Okay. What are we going to do about that, though? You know? You know? Again, liking people as a person is such an interesting question. Yeah. This goes back to the antisocial guy earlier. I don't even know if I like people in general. My partner always says that about me. He says, man, you care about humanity so deeply, but you don't even like people. I was like, I like people. It says the girl who never leaves her house and lives on a computer. I deeply care about humanity. But yeah, I don't really like people all that much. But I love humans, but I don't really like people all that much. You know? And that's the thing. That says I have no motivation to continue relationships with people I don't like. That's funny because I think so too. I would be like, me too. But obviously not literally. But like, I literally don't like anyone. But I like everyone. But I don't like anybody. Like when I tell you I can make beef with anybody, put somebody in front of me, I got beef with them. What is it? Value differences are so like specific, you know? But I kind of identify like that too. I identify as a person who doesn't have relationships with people I don't like. Well, here's the dilemma. I really like my parents. I actually really like my parents, but I don't like them that much. I really like them though, but I don't like them that much. But I really like it. I think they're so funny and talented. And when we're not talking about politics, they are so great to be around. They will make you laugh harder than anyone. They will feed you until you vomit. They will clothe you. When you go to my mom's house, she has a closet full of covers, blankets, extra beds. Sleep over. I'll take care of you. What do you need? I have like some of the funniest family members you will ever meet. That typical immigrant family that's loud and plays music and feeds you, that's my family. And they voted MAGA. They're some of the most lovable, likable people who will 100% take care of you if you ever come to their house. And then when they go to the ballot, they'll vote against your basic rights. And when they talk about you, they will say the ugliest things you've ever heard. But they think that's the answer. They think that's the answer for their life and what they should be saying. And I'll tell you this right now. I'll say this with all of my heart. It's because they won't go to therapy. I know because I've seen family members have a realization that most of their beliefs came from the reality that they didn't go to therapy and heal their childhood wounds. And growing up in a family where no one goes to therapy, it's crazy what it does to the people who do. It's insane. I can't even explain it to you how much the world needs to go to therapy. Like real therapy, real healing of your inner child. I'm so serious. That is the answer. Is to really go down and face your child self and say, I'm so sorry that happened to you. Because guys, I don't think any of us got out scot-free. No child living today, no adult living today didn't have something happen in their childhood. You just don't even process it as anything yet. But it manifested in your life, you know? And that's what it is. Like, that's actually the root of the problem. Is like we are born into dysfunction. And all of us are taking it out on the whole world. All of us. Every harm for the world, every anger, every bitterness you have, that's like an unhealed part of you. That's why I'm saying after philosophy and therapy, I stopped being bitter. I stopped hating people. I stopped wanting to hurt people, even bad people. I just don't want to hurt anybody anymore, bro. Like, I don't feel like that feels good in any capacity. That's where everyone needs to get. And I wasn't going to get there without therapy. I wasn't going to get there without philosophy, you know? And that's the point. Okay. Because do they think it's against their religion? I wonder why they won't. Yeah, part of that, right? Like, it's a part of their religion. It's a part of their trauma. It's a part of an education discrepancy. It's a lack of curiosity. It's a fear that everything about their life is going to end if they deconstruct, you know? And so there's that kind of stuff is like, yeah, they're afraid, which is why I say don't do anything because you're afraid, you know? That says it's fine to not like people, but we shouldn't treat that people we don't like poorly. Yeah, we shouldn't treat anyone poorly, right? Because it says their opinion changed recently with ICE raids. Honestly, I haven't talked to them since November. We're on a hiatus right now. I don't know what my parents think about the ICE raids, but I'm assuming their opinions are the same. Guys, I assume my parents will die bigoted. So remember that as well. I assume they will. So right now, I'm waiting. The ball is in their court. I told them I love you until you're ready to have serious conversations about this family. Not even politics, by the way. This family, I can't talk to you and pretend it's all good. So yeah, you know. But yeah, I think they tell me if I change too. If they change their mind, they would call me, right? I'm not waiting for them to change their mind. I'm trying to do the right thing by not cutting them off, because for me, that's not the right thing, but by giving them an option. What do I say? I want to give people choices. I'm pro-choice, baby. I want to give people as many choices as possible, right? As possible. And so by not talking to them until they can talk to me and reach out and have this conversation, I'm giving them the choice. I'm saying you are powerful. I'm giving you the power. I love you. But I'm also taking my power back in the process. I'm giving you the power and I'm taking mine back. And now we're both free. Now we're both independent agents that have all the power. It's a win-win. You know? There you go. I've really been thinking about this. It took me 36 years to come up with this plan, girl. You know, you just give me another 36, I'm come up with an even better plan, you know? Tess says, I'm the same way with my parents. They're simultaneously my favorite people in the world and my least. Yeah, that's it, baby. You know? Tess says, just like not brushing things under the rug. Yeah, and having serious conversations. I told my parents, you can't talk about gay people. Oh, you have to be able to talk about gay people. You have to be able to talk about trans people. You cannot sit in a room with people that have different religions than you and freak out. You have to be able to have this conversation with your kids, okay? You have to accept the world doesn't revolve around you and your truth, okay? You have to accept it. You have to accept that the world is diverse and there are different people on the planet, okay? But they believe that there's one answer for the universe. Remember that, right? Like they believe, like a lot of people do, like their way or the highway, like they have the objective God. They have the objective people, or not people, I read chat. The objective answer. They have the objective whatever. You know what I mean? But that's not, that you have to learn to socialize with people like me. They have plenty of friends and stuff, but you have to learn to socialize with people outside of your group, you know? That says, I wonder how much of it is pride and not wanting to regret their previous choices. Well, it's not the kind of pride that is forcing, well, it's not the kind of pride, well, I don't think it's the kind of pride that's like, I don't want to admit I did something wrong. I think it's the kind of pride that wants to be confident that they're right because everything they believed has made them successful. Remember, you know how I say look for data and the proof is in the pudding? My parents are incredibly successful. So they're deeply reassured by their choices. And the parts in which they are unsuccessful, they don't count because their culture doesn't value them. But in the way that their culture values things, they are successful. And so it's very difficult. So they would have to recontextualize first their sense of success and then question their action. But if you look at their idea of success, they've basically accomplished it. So I think it's hard. So they kind of have pride in their work in a sense, right? Like, yeah. Oh, Chaz has pride that they think they haven't been tricked. That sense of like fear is there. Like they don't want to. I don't think they could face themselves if they realize they have been wrong. You know what I mean? So there's something there, you know, where they're afraid of being wrong because it would shatter everything they've built. Like, what is the meaning of everything they've done in their life if it didn't matter? Or if it wasn't attached to God, or if you know, how did I become so successful if it wasn't for God? Right? If God's not real, or if my life isn't, then how do you explain this? And it's like, oh, you know, right? It's all of those things. Let's see. Brittany, do you think about being in a relationship with someone that doesn't know a lot about my worldview? Oh, wait, Brittany, what do you think about being in a relationship with someone that doesn't know a lot about my worldview, but is open to mine and wants to listen to others which are contradictory to mine? Hold on, relationship advice. What do you think about being in a relationship with someone that doesn't know a lot about my worldview, but is open to mine and wants to listen to others which are contradictory to mine? Red flag. I would recommend being with somebody that's already there with you. You know, not somebody you have to teach or bring along with you, but somebody who's already there and is going to grow with you into the future. But that's just my suggestion. You know, trust yourself to know what the right answer is for you, though, right? Chad says it might be the pride of a parent to be confronted or corrected by a child. Definitely. Oh my God. In my culture, children do not correct elders. That is the pride part. You're right. That is the pride part, where they're like, no child of mine will be smarter than me. Instead of thinking one day my kids will be smarter than me. You know, definitely. You got it. Yeah, that's what, yeah. Definitely. Right? That's so interesting. I would not say my parents view themselves as successful. Maybe that is part of why they are not so confident in their values. Our disagreements come mostly from dysfunction. Yeah, it's hard to say because, like, you know, my parents look at their life and they'll say something like, without God, none of this would be possible. We have a paid off home. Our business was successful. We have a retirement. Our kids are grown and out of the house. We have healthy grandchildren. You know, our kids are struggling, but, you know, all in God's time, blah, blah, blah. Like they say our friends are great. Our church life is great. Like, we're so blessed. You know, they would go down a list of all these great things that, like, you know, thanks to God, look at all of these amazing things. I was like, well, I mean, you kind of did it. You know, like, give yourself a little credit. You know what I mean? But okay. So, you know, okay, let's finish out this video. We can keep going back and forth, of course, but
at their behavior, they do have a choice. They can look back and ask, what does this say about me? Or they can decide that MAGA is a cult and that their actions weren't their fault, absolving themselves of the pain of discovering what led them to that identity in the first place. The former is what I hope every former MAGA chooses, but if I read this right, the writer of this email picked the latter, opting to seek confirmation in another belief as opposed to exploring what led them to their beliefs. Without doing the hard work, they will stay in fight or flight. They will stay in that fear that clouds their vision. How can you have empathy for others when you're fighting for your own survival? So here's the email. It was sent using anonymous mail, so I don't know who the sender is, but I do know.
Yo, I don't even know what anonymous mail is. What?
Oh, that my last video really hit a nerve with this person. Writing about the dark truth about Trump supporters since it showed up in my feed. Your video just proved to me that you know nothing, all caps, about malignant, narcissist, abusing, sociopathic, sadist. Study up.
Honestly, just a suggestion from a neurodivergent to... Is she a neurodivergent queen? The text on screen would be very helpful. She's reading the email now.
Trump's been compared to Hitler and Jim Jones. Google it. Google Trump and Jim Jones. Lawmaker wounded at Jonestown massacre compares Trump to cult leader. Then Google Ivana and Hitler. She tried to warn us in 1990 about Trump being a fan of Hitler. Then go read Stephen Hassan's book, The Cult of Trump. He's an expert on cults. And don't forget to read Mary Trump's book. She's Donald's niece and a psychologist. Thank God I won't have to watch any of your videos again. I blocked you.
Damn.
Thanks to everyone who sent me a coffee or a super chat. If you're subscribed to this channel, be sure to turn on notifications so you can see my videos again. Here, I talk about hard things with a soft voice. We can talk about cults all we want, but avoiding talking about how we got there will have us failing the open book test. Think of it this way. It's that friend who's always in that toxic relationship, then they break up. And they swear they won't fall for the same old, but they don't look inward to understand.
Exactly. Like, We're not saying you're not a victim of your toxic relationship. And we have accountability and responsibility, mostly responsibility more than accountability. We have responsibility in how we got there in the first place. It's like falling for a scam over and over again. The first time, for sure. The second time, Jesus. The fifth and sixth and seventh and eighth and ninth time, okay, girl, hold on. Right? Like, at one point, there is a pattern and your life is a reflection of a lack of introspection. And that's why I say, I do take responsibility. Once I got into my third adult relationship and it was toxic, and I was like, why are all my relationships toxic? I was like, well, this can't be good because I don't identify as a toxic person. Like, I'm trying to really be a good person out here. And then I realized, like, I must be doing something. And I was doing a lot of it. What I was doing was being open to people with different values than me, going back to that chatter from earlier. Every time I've dated somebody with different values than me, the relationship became instantly toxic because my values were informed consent and theirs was not. So I don't recommend it. Okay. Every time I got into a relationship, it was with people who were kind of going through a hard time and I was going through a hard time. So that felt good. But one person was growing and one person wasn't. Me, I was the person who was growing. 2 or 3 or whatever number I'm on. Okay. I can't live for people's potential. I kept living for the one day they would wake up and actually want to be responsible. Never happened. Okay. So once I realized, like, oh shit, like, it's me, bro. It's me. It's me. Okay. It's me. And then I realized just because it was me doesn't mean I was the abuser or I was the main toxic person. Just because it was me doesn't mean they weren't responsible or accountable. That's the problem is people will hear me take responsibility and they're like, oh, so it was you. No, this part was me. This part was them. But this part was me, you know?
And how they got in that relationship in the first place. And then soon they're in a new relationship and it reveals itself as toxic. Without understanding the why behind what happened, it will happen again. Back in the day when I was in sales, it was really common to go online to verify the lead was actually qualified to buy. And that way, a lot of energy wouldn't be wasted on somebody who couldn't actually afford the product. All of the information was public. Data brokers, they made it really easy to verify details without paying and without even logging in. Can you imagine how much information is out there for somebody who's actually looking to buy it? How does it feel to know that these data brokers are making billions, selling personal information without your consent and destroying your privacy while they're doing it? That's why I want to introduce you to Aura. What Aura does is,
oh my God, our girl has a sponsorship?
Is protect your privacy.
That's crazy. On a 6-minute video, girl. Come on now. This is what I'm saying. Can you imagine if I was the kind of YouTuber that took an ad on a 6-minute video? That just feels so capitalistic to me. That feels crazy to me.
By identifying data brokers selling your information. I receive commissions when you use my link. In the 2-week trial, Aura will start scrubbing your personal information off of these data broker sites. Don't leave yourself vulnerable. Aura takes care of the hard part by automatically removing your information from these sites and keeping it off.
Let me get you a link to
Other
the video
services
too.
offer this too, but none of them offer as many features as Aura for the same price. They let you know if your personal information is found on the dark web. They give you real-time fraud
Is the
alerts
whole end of
for
the video
credit
an
and for
ad?
banking. They keep your identity secure with 24/7 monitoring.
That's kind of risky because YouTube will punish you if people log off your video before it ends. Do you know that? If you don't watch a video to the very end of YouTube, it punishes the YouTuber and it won't recommend the video because they want you to stay to the very end. That's why I took out my end song. I used to have an end song at the end of my videos. I took it out because, of course, people weren't staying for it. They've already heard it before. But that meant that I wasn't being promoted in the algorithm.
And if anything happens, they include a $5 million identity theft insurance protection. You can try Aura for free for 14 days using this link. I really hope that you enjoyed today's video. If you'd like to see more, I want you to watch this. I don't know what it is, but YouTube knows what.
But YouTube knows what it is. Okay, let me see this. I think these videos were interesting. They weren't exactly what I thought they were going to be, to be honest with you, because I didn't pre-watch them. I just thought like there was going to be something like a little bit more interesting there. I think the thing that I want to say is that I appreciate the conversation that came out of it. They were good videos overall, but I felt like the videos were lacking a little bit what I wanted. And maybe because they were only 8 minutes, you know, realistically, it's not a lot of time to have like a deeper conversation about things. But I will say that I think there's a lot of truth to the way that we have to, have conversations about Trump people, and it has to be from the different areas and the different roles we play in people's lives. teachers, neighbors, politicians, brothers, sons, doctors. Do you want doctors to stop treating MAGA people? Like, when you guys say, like, fuck MAGA, like, I hope they rot in hell. When a doctor is healing a patient, do you want them to make sure they're MAGA before they decide to administer, like, health or help? Do you want EMTs to, before they give you resuscitation, be like, wait, who'd you vote for? Hold up, who'd you vote for? You know what I mean? So, you know, when we have these conversations, for me, I'm like, okay, what is the overall action that I think is good? And how do I treat people that way? And, you know, and, okay, let's take a cleanser, a little refresher. Get your tissues out. You might cry. You might not cry. Okay.
Step forward if your daddy tells you he loves you every day. Step forward if your daddy gives you pretty much everything you ask for. Step forward if your daddy takes you to the park. Step forward if your daddy has taken you to school on your very first days. Step forward if you have a picture with your daddy from the time you were born to the age you are now, which is 7. Step forward if you can call your daddy anytime you're hurt or needing something. Look at your daddy. Did he step forward?
That's why people have babies. Because it's sweet. And it's nice. And that's the point. They've been doing this a lot with adults. They've been doing this with children and their fathers. And what you see is the generational gap. You see what breaking a generational curse looks like in real time. Breaking generational trauma looks like in real time. And in real time, we see in the ways we have shown up for our kids that our parents couldn't do for us. And this trend literally has me crying every time I see it. Oh, this trend always gets me, bro. This trend, man, I'm always crying for this trend. And that's the point. That's why people have kids. That's what good parenting can look like. There's a lot of joy in bringing a baby into the universe. There's even more joy when you can show up for that child and you can really be there and break those generational, you know, curses, those traumas, you know? So, you know, I am never advocating for us to like give up, or I'm never advocating for us to lose hope. I'm always advocating for us to make sure we understand how much of an impact we make on each other. We really impact each other in every way possible. Whether you're driving to work every day and somebody has to like deal with your driving, or you're at a checkout line or working fast food, or you're someone's doctor or someone's friend or someone's parent, right? Like we are always impacting. So that's why I say like, I don't want to treat my neighbors with any amount of bigotry or cruelty or prejudice. I want to say good morning to every person that passes by me, assuming it's culturally acceptable, because in Croatia, it's not. Okay. But I want to be able to do the thing that signals to the people around me, hi, how are you? I'm not going to hurt you. You know? Can we link the TikTok? Yeah, you guys want to share the TikTok? Here you go. Anyways, and this is what I say, like, I am such a crier that when I see things like that, I'm like, okay. You know, that's so beautiful. That's the future I want. You know, where you see families after family do this, and the realization when it hits people too, the realization when it hits the dads, or the realization when it hits the kids or their moms or whoever, and you realize, oh shit, you know, whoa, like, and that's what it is. That's what healing can look like. That's what I want, guys. I want the world to be healed. So I really do think, so much of bigotry and so much of hate and so much of fear is really like, it's like childhood trauma. I know that sounds like a cope, but it's, if you talk to every bitter person, there's so much pain there. Every hateful, racist person I've ever talked to, there's so much pain there. It does not mean that that pain that's there excuses their behavior. It does not mean that when they are healed, they are not held accountable for their past crimes. Because that's the thing. The part of healing and accountability that really is healing and accountability is also righting the wrongs that you did. We have to right the wrongs that we do. That's why you make amends. That's why you call people. It's why my therapist made me do that when I did DBT. She says, I want you to apologize to people you hurt. And that included my parents. And I said, why the fuck should I apologize to my fucking parents when they fucking are the reason I'm in this office right now, paying you fucking almost $150 an hour? And she was like, do you feel like you ever disrespected them, or you were hurtful to them, or you said something you didn't mean? Yeah, of course. You should go apologize for those things and make sure it's a real apology. Not only are you sorry, but you don't follow it up with anything. She taught me how to apologize to people I was mad at. It's easy to apologize to people I'm not mad at. I know how to do that. But I had to take those skills and learn to apologize to people that I was mad at. You know, like that was hard. And it eradicated my mad at. I'm not mad at my parents anymore. I'm not mad right now. And freeing me from that anger liberated me to this point. I am here today because I am no longer burdened by anger, unnecessary, like anger, you know, like mad. I'm not mad. I'm not bitter anymore. You know, I was so bitter, you know. Again, we want to make sure you are angry on behalf of people and for the world, but I'm not angry at the world. I'm not angry at my parents anymore. I'm not angry at them. It's not like personal in that way. You know, it's more observational. Yeah, not wrathful. Yeah, exactly. You know? Yeah, it's a game changer. When you're ready, it's a game changer, you know? For your sake too. It's more like for your sake, it will fundamentally change your life. Everything in life will get better. But only when you're ready. You can't really rush it, and you can't cope through it, because you might apologize to people but not mean it. Okay, so let's wrap up this theory around forgiving Trumpers. Okay, so then there's a conversation to be had about, should we forgive MAGA? You should forgive humanity for being exactly what it is. Because holding on to the attachment of waiting for humanity to be different is like dating the guy and living for his potential. Get out of the cycle of treating humanity like the boyfriend you should have dumped, and accept that they are what they are. And that doesn't now mean or define what you should do other than be good. Okay? Just because we're dating a guy who won't live up to his potential doesn't mean we dump him and then act like the guy. We're going to dump him and be better. And whatever he does, he does. Okay? Whatever the world does, it does. But they are not going to make me a bitter, evil, heartless person. Okay? Yeah, chat says, I was rightfully upset, but damn, I know I was horrible to be around because of all that anger. Same. I was so angry. The bitterness dripped from my voice. Like, I remember my sister saying, like, I remember her, the moment it stopped with a certain person, because I would say this person's name and I would, like, the bitterness would drip out of me. And then I remember one time I said this person's name, and my sister was like, oh my God. And I was like, what? And she goes, you said their name with no bitterness. And I was like, oh, she's evolving, you know, like it happens. It really, like when you're ready to change, it really shows. You show up different. That's why all these angry men, who are you angry at, bro? You know, if Vegeta would get his shit in order the way he could liberate himself, you know, that's why Goku is liberated. Not in the way that is as deep as you would think. But the reason that Goku as a metaphor isn't bogged down by the weight of things is because Vegeta is. But Vegeta is also because that man actually thinks. Goku doesn't have much thought going on, to be fair. But, you know, kind of same with Luffy. Like, Luffy's not much of a thinker, so Luffy can do the right thing. But that's why bitter autistic Redditors get mad because they're like, I'm so intelligent. And you know what's the hardest part about existing? Being super smart. When you're super smart, the world is just a horrible place. And people don't understand the way I suffer. I suffer so much for being smart. And it's like, okay, relax, bro. Do the work, Vegeta. Do the work, Endeavor. Do the work, autistic Redditor. Hold on, let me show you. I'll give you a perfect example. Let me show you this example. Let me show you this example. Ba-dum.
The world, everybody thinks they're good. Meanwhile,
okay.
the world doesn't give a shit whether you care. The world doesn't give a shit whether you care or don't care about illegal immigration. The world doesn't give a shit about your thoughts on the war in Gaza. You see, people care and they think that they're being a good person, but really it's just egotistical, because rational psychology tells us that the belief in caring about things that you cannot change is irrational. Okay, psychologists, anthropologists, they all say that humans are really not designed to care about more than about 150 people in their lifetime. For millennia, this is not how humans were. We can't give a shit about everything that's going on. And I'm tired of acting like you're a bad person if you don't, right? Is it a privilege that I can sit here and say I don't care? Absolutely. Yes, it is a privilege. But you are egotistical for sitting there thinking you're so much better of a person when you're not doing shit, right? Every time I make a video like this, people are in the comments like, well, we're spreading awareness. What has that gotten us, really? I mean, has that stopped ICE? You spreading awareness about it? Has it stopped them? Has it stopped the war in Gaza? Like, these people, they're so irrational. It's always about the ego, and it's exhausting to be around. It's exhausting to listen to. Hi, my name is Jet, and this is day 89 of the Higher Wellness Public Speaking Challenge.
Higher wellness. Isn't he so funny? Okay, so obviously the world will always be the way it is, and you still have to try. So yes, you have to bring awareness. Yes, you have to feed and clothe people. Just because the world will always have a reading level of 7th grade doesn't mean that we don't educate people to read better. Like, just because the world will be violent doesn't mean we don't do better, right? Like, it doesn't matter, because the idea of saying the world will always be this way is to let go of the attachment of the outcome, not to stop you from being a better person. Like, that's the problem. And we actually don't know what the world will be like in 1,000 years. Fun fact. We actually don't know what might happen in 2,000 years. Fun fact. So again, it's like an excuse not to try. And I don't believe in that. Okay? I don't believe in it. Next video.
Good person. Everybody thinks they're a good person until life actually tests them. It's easy to be honest when lying costs you nothing. It's easy to be loyal when there's no temptation. It's easy to be kind when everybody treats you well. You see, the truth is, most people's morality isn't strength, it's circumstance. Ego convinces us that we're righteous when we're really just comfortable. True morality isn't proven in calm waters. It's proven when the storm hits, when doing the right thing hurts. So don't boast about your principles. Wait until they're tested, because that's when you find out who you really are.
I'm sorry, isn't this you? Isn't this the same guy? Isn't this you? Oh, so find out what your morals are when you're tested, but when it comes to Gaza, you say fuck it. When it comes to ICE, you said fuck it. So I guess when your morals were tested, we learned what you believe. Nothing! You're fucking evil, bro! You were tested and you failed!
All these sheep are blissfully walking through life with no issues, while I'm deeply conscious, which is causing all my suffering.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but you are not suffering because you're too conscious. You're suffering because you're a narcissist and you think the entire world exists between this ear and this ear. Self-hatred is kind of a defining characteristic of narcissism, by the way. This take is worse than people who discover the word Sonder for the first time, then continue to make that their entire personality for the rest of their life. Because you've actually not even gotten there yet. You're still on square one, buddy. Like, I hope you know this take is bad, but I also hope you know, like, it's also a red flag. Like, to have navigated life to your big age, to still think, like, I'm, like, the most nuanced, sophisticated person in this room. Like, I'm the guy at the party who's just, like, sitting at the side, like, thinking about the human condition while all of these people are dancing and drinking and smoking. Here's the thing. I'm also the guy at the party standing to the fucking side not really dancing. Not because I'm a narcissist, but because I'm fucking awkward and I can't dance for the life of me. Right? You gotta pick a struggle. You can't be both awkward and a narcissist. If you ever need to differentiate between—
He's using the word narcissist a lot here, which, you know, he just means high on ego, which is true. We're not saying NPD, but I think he's right. This guy has the ego the size of fucking Trump. Like, it's so big, bro. And for what? I'm suffering the most. Oh my God. It's like, oh no. When bro, so the key to happiness is letting each other be what it is instead of what you think it should be. It's like, okay, bro, this guy really, like, he really, I don't know, read some self-help book and that was it, you know?
The world doesn't give a shit whether you care or don't care.
The world doesn't give a shit, bro.
Everybody thinks they're a good person.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Oh, that's my other feed. Hold on. Let's scroll down.
If you're one of those people that does something for someone and then holds it over them and is constantly bringing it up in the future, you're one of the worst people ever, okay? Just never help me in the first place if you're going to do that. It's emotional manipulation. You know what you're doing. I didn't realize I was signing a lease, okay? You keep coming back for monthly payment.
It's like, you know what they do? They have like an idea that almost sounds good, but it's bad. Like, look at this.
I saw a quote recently that I want to share with you guys. It said, curiosity is a form of intimacy. In a world that is so self-serving, where everyone only cares about you in terms of your utilization for them, it's so refreshing when someone genuinely wants to know.
Hold on, bro. Wait.
The world doesn't give a shit whether you care or
Isn't this you? Isn't this you? Aren't you the guy who just said, why do we protest? Why do we help people? Isn't that you?
who you are and doesn't simply just care what you are. Few things are more intimate than someone trying to understand you on a deeper level. Why?
Bro, I'm so curious. Curiosity is intimacy. Also, fuck immigrants. Intimacy, bro, is like the next level of enlightenment, but also like a bigotry where... Like, what's the point of being enlightened or being introspective if it doesn't actually help you do the right thing when it counts?
You think the way you do? What led you to this life that you're at now? When they can understand...
Yeah, question, what led you to making content about... Not, you know, about ICE and immigration and telling people, like, I get what he's thinking. He's thinking, okay, he's thinking in good faith. He's thinking, none of this matters. We're all going to die or something like that. Something like that. Or he's thinking like, ICE is never going to stop doing ICE things. So what does it matter if you protest? The world is always going to be the world. You still have to do the right thing. You know what I mean? I understand that he's thinking, well, if it's all going to be the same, then why try? For the same reason that we get up every day. We're all going to complain about taxes and we're still going to pay them. Okay? We're all going to complain about the world and we're still going to live in it. That's existence. And you might feel like it's terrible and you might feel very frustrated by that, but you can come out the other side of accepting it, that is what's kind of beautiful about the world. Like the world really is this is life. No God has to be coming to save you for you to have a valuable relationship with existence, right? Aliens, membership for 29 months. Thank you, says like the stream, lovelies, like the stream. Anyways, the guys like this really, one of my own. This guy like cracks me up though. Like,
the world doesn't give a shit.
The world doesn't give a shit. But look, 500,000 followers, bro. He's killing it. He has a bigger following than me on any of my social media platforms. Isn't that beautiful, bro?
When people die of thirst in the desert, they're often found with full bottles of water, which speaks to how powerful hope truly is. So powerful, in fact, that it can become a trap. It causes us to overvalue what we might need in the future and undervalue what is needed now. In his book, The Prince, Machiavelli famously warns us that the fastest way to lose power is to try and be loved by everyone, and the path to maintain it is to be feared. He believed that under pressure, people reveal their true selves, and they're not moral beings, but desperate ones.
Sure.
And in their desperation, they don't see kindness, they see competence. And competence doesn't need to be loved, it just needs to be undeniable. Whether or not people like you is irrelevant. In times of crisis, people don't desire a comforting presence. They desire an authoritative figure who knows what must be done. Leaders who obsess...
I mean, that is kind of like partially true, but not always true. But I think we should move away from that fear. Actually, I think this is not a default of humanity. This is a result of humanity. And I do think that's why Trump won in a big way, because people, when they become more tired, lean on an authoritarian figure to do something for them, which is why they're ignoring ICE raids and stuff. But then that's the irony. How do you know this and still do this? If you know that's true, do the opposite. Now, and I don't think it's just because I was raised as a girl, I think like this. I might just be my love of philosophy as well. But every time I learned humans do X, I was like, okay, then I'll do this. Do you know what I'm saying? So if we know we have a tendency when we're afraid to look towards the wrong people, then we must use wisdom to discern who are we making our leaders. Who are we deciding is the guy? That's why I say be cautious about who the guy ends up becoming. Just because it's the guy, just because it's popular, doesn't mean it's always good. Because if the state of the world is the way that it is, then what does it mean that you rose to prominence? Are you not a reflection of the world as a whole? Do you think you magically became the famous guy from only the perfect audience who's perfectly great? Or did the worst people on the planet Earth make you the most famous guy? Or was it a combination of good and bad? Because again, remember that one of the reasons Hassan is as popular as he is also because of his haters. Remember that people aren't just popular because of people who love them. They're also popular because of people who hate them. Trump's rise to fame is also because of his haters. Jon Stewart said the funniest thing about the difference between Hitler and Trump is likability. Trump is actually nothing like Hitler, he says, because Hitler was well liked. Hitler was like uniquely liked by Germany. I don't know if that's true, of course, because then you listen to Jordan Peterson, and Jordan Peterson will say, I studied Nazis so I wouldn't become one, which didn't really work out. He'll say, men in Nazi uniforms had to get drunk to fulfill Hitler's orders, right? He'll say, these German boys didn't even want to do this. Now, it's true that I'm sure a lot of German boys didn't want to do it. In the same way that a lot of German people turned a blind eye. And a lot of ways that we do the same. That's what I'm saying. We can keep pointing fingers all day, but we have to just start taking accountability. Stop pointing your finger at everybody who's wrong and start asking yourself, in which ways am I bad? And harm reduce that bad. We are all bad. So how do we become a little less bad every day?
Over being liked are weak leaders. They make weak. Autistics are the foundation of our society. I'm being so serious, by the way. I'm convinced that every great idea and invention came from an autistic, and I will not be elaborating on that.
Listen, as an autistic girly myself, this is the kind of autistic boy that lives on Reddit and makes the world a worse place. Because they are doing none of the work, but damn, do they have the quotes ready. That's what I'm saying. This is I read a philosophy book, so I know what's up. And you know what's funny is people accuse me of being this, and yet my argumentation, I think, is just so much better. That's what I'm saying. Is nobody serious enough? Because I need, in so many ways, like, the proof is in the pudding, and I could just keep showing you all of these things, of course. But, like, if he actually had to talk to somebody, his argumentation would crumble. He wouldn't have the understanding to have a conversation with somebody. It just sounds good in a soundbite. And I'm saying, yeah, bro, like none of this makes sense in a real conversation, in a serious conversation. None of this makes sense. And that's why I say, like, are we going to be serious about having this conversation or not? Because there is a serious conversation to be had about how to help the world be a better place. And it's not here. It's not here. That's for sure. Okay. We want to watch this Ashley St. Clair. You guys asked me to watch it. Honestly, I almost don't want to watch Taylor Lorenz, but specifically Ashley St. Clair. So do you know who this is? I'm going to take a break. I'm going to eat something and then I'll come back and we can watch it. If we get bored, we get bored. It's like an hour long. But basically, Ashley St. Clair is one of Elon's baby mamas. And she's also one of the victims of his app that was making nude images of people, right? And then she was like a MAGA princess, and now she's like anti-MAGA. Okay, so let's take a break. We'll watch it, see if we like it. If we don't, whatever. But okay, give me a second. I'm gonna take a break. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Be right back. Baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back ribs. I loved when commercials were good. Just kidding. I'll be right back. She probably feels tricked right now. Mute music, 1, 2, 3. She probably feels like I tricked her because I was eating a snack and then I started walking and she started following me, probably thinking she was going to get a snack, but she just ended up on stream. Hey, sweet girl. Okay. Want to leave? The door's cracked for her, so if she wants to go in and out. She's waiting for her feeding time. She knows. She literally knows. Like, animals are so funny with them knowing when it's their feeding time, but it's not almost. It's almost her feeding time. Okay. She left. She was like, "Is there no food here? I don't need to." Whoa, that looked like a ghost. That looked like a ghost. It scared me for a second. I was like, my mom, demons. Demons, Batsy, demons. Okay, let's watch this Taylor Lorenz video. Oh, let's get situated. Okay. Okay, let's see. Da 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 da. This is called How Ashley St. Clair Escaped the Right-Wing Bubble. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. I've actually never really seen her except for the interviews about the deep fakes, which is horrible. So let's see.
Until recently, Ashley St. Clair was a star in the MAGA conservative influencer world. She built a large and powerful following by leaning into culture war rhetoric and boosting MAGA policies. She worked for Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA and gained national attention several years ago after publishing an anti-trans children's book. Ashley was welcomed into the national attention several years ago.
Elephants are not birds. Oh, brother.
After publishing an anti-trans children's book, Ashley was welcomed into the upper echelons of the Trump world, and her proximity to power on the right only deepened when she began a relationship with Elon Musk, who she later had a child with. But lately, Ashley's public posture has begun to shift. After Grok, Elon Musk's AI chatbot began to flood the internet with non-consensual deepfake content depicting Ashley and countless other women, along with even children, Ashley became increasingly outspoken of her criticisms of Musk and unchecked AI development. And just earlier this week, Ashley posted something that suggested that some of her other earlier views on things like trans rights have changed. So I sat down with Ashley to talk about how she got started in conservative influencing, MAGA 1.0 versus MAGA 2.0, the right-wing internet pipeline, and how her positions on things like LGBTQ rights, healthcare, immigration, and more have evolved. I know it's really tempting to write people like Ashley off or get really angry at the harm
Is the audio sync off? Is Taylor's audio off?
They've committed, but Ashley is surprisingly candid and thoughtful and does seem to want to make amends for the harm that she's caused over the years. Ashley, welcome to my podcast.
Hello, hello.
I guess to start off,
it's probably just like an internet delay because it looks like they're recording this like on a webcam.
I feel like people really started to pay attention to your posts in the past week or so because you've been calling out just the obscene level of deepfake adult content that Grok has been producing.
Ridiculous. Honestly, I'm proud of her for coming over for such a good reason. I mean, obviously, no one's going to go from MAGA to straight conservative, pretty. No one's gonna go from MAGA to straight progressive, though they could, I suppose, have like a deep awakening, like a big bubble pop. But she's probably having a bubble pop because, like, are you literally is my ex the reason your nudes are on the internet? Like, that would be like quite like, you know what I mean? Like, that might make you really pissed, you know? So I'm not that surprised she's having like this. What the fuck?
Noticed this was a problem. Like, how did this stuff make its way into your feed?
I was so upset that this even came into my purview to begin with, because right before I found out about it, I had made a statement saying that Twitter is a demonic place that makes me spiritually regress and I would like to stay off of it. And then I got a text from a friend with a Twitter link, which is usually like what hit the timeline now. And so I go and I click it and Grok was undressing me. It had taken a fully clothed photo and put me in a bikini. And I, of course, immediately asked Grok to stop.
Yeah, tell me about that interaction. And when you saw that content about...
Hold on. Hey, Grok, how long has this post been up? Was it produced after explicit request to not... Why was it produced after explicit request to not produce these images of me? Provide ID for legal filings. Damn, bro.
Asked Grok to stop.
Yeah, tell me about that interaction. And when you saw that content...
By the way, I've been off X for a while now. And honestly, I do question everyone who is on it. I will say, okay, you know how people are questioning Dr. K for going on Stephen Bartlett's podcast? I do question people for being on Twitter, but I understand why you're there, or X, but I still think it's weird. Do you know what I'm saying? like a part of me is like, why are you still there? Now, I can understand being there if it's a purely brand account, like you're not on it, but why are you on Twitter? Or why are you on X? You know?
About yourself. It's so disturbing. I remember the first time I saw like the first deepfake I saw of myself was like so disorienting. Like, what did you do in that instance?
So I immediately started, as I said, I replied to Grok very publicly and said, I do not consent to this being posted. I do not want you producing any more of these. And Grok at first responded and said, sorry, it's just a humorous post. I again responded and said, no, it's not. Confirm that I don't consent and confirm that you're not going to produce these images anymore. Grok said that they would no longer be produced and that it confirmed my non-consent to these images. What preceded that was just many, many more images being produced, and they only became more and more explicit. And the age I was in them got younger and younger, down to 14 years old. They found photos from the depths of the internet. Since I am very much a child of the internet, I grew up on the internet, so they dug them up, and then they were undressing 14-year-old me, 15-year-old me, up to, you know, they took a photo of me with Brace Belden in which I was fully clothed, and my toddler's backpack was in the background. They put me in a floss bikini, bent me over where it's basically nude, and made videos where I'm, you know, touching myself. And it was horrific to see.
I feel like the children's backpack gets me so much. It's so disturbing. I mean, obviously you have multiple children.
I will say, not to make a joke out of this conversation at all, but it reminds me of, so this is fake, right? That's gross. That's so fucked up. That's so gross. I don't believe in fan fiction about real people. I don't believe in fan art sexualizing people. So like, I'm super anti taking real people and making them sexually explicit in any capacity that they didn't consent to first. I'm a very big proponent, like so not a fan of any of that. So fan fiction about celebrities, absolutely not. You know, fan art of celebrities in sexual positions, absolutely not. Like none of that. Even if you say, I'm a fan. You can't be that much of a fan, bro. No. Now, you know how Trisha Paytas is thinking about running for office? That's what we need. That's definitely what we need. Sarcasm. They have an infamous old photo. They have a lot of old photos, but the one photo I keep thinking about that I am expecting, you know, oh, she's dropped it now. Okay, well, if they decide to come back to it. Remember that photo they took of their butt, of their asshole, and it had tissue paper all in it? And then Ethan is like, I can't follow you on Twitter, bro. You're naked all over Twitter. And Trisha's like, why can't you follow me? I don't get it. He's like, I don't want to see you naked on Twitter. And she's like, why? And he's like, because your asshole's on Twitter right now and I don't want to see it, bro. And she's like, why? I don't get it. And like, you remember that? And then she was like, well, at least you know I wipe because there was tissue everywhere. And it's like, Trisha, like, okay, that's what I mean. Like, I know everyone, you know, has a different memory of that era, but Trisha was also very inconsiderate of people not wanting to see her asshole, okay? Anyway.
Children, including one with Elon Musk. Like, you would think that you would be able to kind of get some sort of accountability from this company. What was X's reaction to your posts?
It was very difficult. So I went through the same avenues that everyone else has to go through, which is just 3 little dots on this publicly distributed post from Grok, 3 little dots that you click and you report post and you hope and you wait. Some of these were removed after
And by the way, I don't even mean that like in a derogatory way of like she shouldn't run for office because of this photo. Like, I don't give a fuck. Did she rape anybody? She can run. We have a rapist in the White House. I don't give a fuck that she posted a consensually nude photo. Though I question where she took the photo because what if other people saw it without their consent? And I do kind of have a problem with the fact that it wasn't like blurred. So if it came across your feed, it was just there. And I'm like, girl, you know what I mean? Like, there are definitely like conversations to be had, you know what I mean? But she has a lot of problems. Oh, you're right. She's bigoted. I always forget that because the internet always, you know, forgets everything. But you're right. Like she was like deeply bigoted. I don't know if she's done a lot of work on it. Maybe she has. Either way, she's not qualified. Okay. The point is, I'm not shaming her for being naked on the internet is what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to be a sex shamer. I'm trying to say that particular photo was questionable.
Made a big obnoxious stink about it. Others were, I was told they weren't a violation, including ones of me covered in white sticky donut glaze, which I'm sure you can imagine what that was. And
wait, stop crying. This is from Liberal Tier. Stop crying, Cashly. We can all see your temper tantrums are nothing more than an attempt at getting back at Elon for dumping your ass. Oh, so now they're saying this is the misogyny. This woman is just a clout chasing gold digger that it's okay if she's not complaining about the nudes of her being taken or edited. She's just angry at Elon. Any reasonable woman would love if people made deepfakes about them. Duh. Obviously, she could never have a problem with it otherwise. She's just mad at Elon, guys. Women.
In white sticky donut glaze, which I'm sure you can imagine what that was. And others, I just got no response and they remained up.
Yeah, I saw so many images of children covered in the white sticky donut glaze or Elmer's glue or like other things. And I saw you were highlighting as well, like some other instances you've seen. It's not like you were alone in being targeted in this, situation. It seems like this is such a widespread problem all over X.
That was the most disturbing part, was when I publicly spoke out about this. I have messages from
this goes back to what Lisa was saying the other day too. Like, at the end of the day, this woman didn't just switch her bigotry overnight, right? Nothing happens overnight, but it does happen 1,000 cuts at a time, and then finally you make a decision. The question is, has she been cut 1,000 times enough to really come to a true change? Or is she just like a less conservative person? Is she still a Republican or a conservative, but she's just less conservative, right? Hopefully we'll see throughout this interview what it is. But the reality is like, she could still be transphobic. She could be racist. She could be all those other things. Because Elon, when she was with him, was still all those things. And that means she's all these things for sure. And she was pushing MAGA, which means she was those things. So what? She became just, And if liberal people we know suffer from racism and all these things, then you can assume she still does. So, I'm glad she's making some changes, but I also know it's not going to happen overnight,
even know how many women and parents who said, it's happening to me. I'm in distress. I'm depressed about this. I'm concerned. I can't get these images down. And even my mom, I called her when this happened and she was, in tears. She's like, I was so scared this was going to happen to you. It's been happening for about a week and I've been documenting so much of it. So my mom had troves of this stuff that she's like, I don't even know who to report this to, the authorities or X, or what do you even do? And it's children, real children that were then taken by Grok and put in bondage, covered in fluids, undressed, put into not only bikinis, these users.
Chat says, how old is she? Oh my God. Guess how old she is. Is this her? Oh my God. It says she's 26. Isn't Elon Musk 70? He's 54. So yes. Man, 54-year-olds going after half their age is crazy, bro.
We're asking them to undress them and then put them in intimate wear that were children's themed. So like a bluey bikini. I saw a girl who looked about 4 years old put on, and it was horrific.
Yeah, it just seems like it's so widespread and so shocking because the company seems to have only doubled down and actually is punishing you for speaking out. I mean, I saw that basically you had like your Twitter premium removed. Can you talk a little bit about kind of like the backlash you've received from X? Because it seems like they've punished you for speaking out.
Right away, once I started sharing these things, they were putting...
Wait, Chaz says they weren't in a relationship. They just had a baby together. So she's just... You guys ever see that movie, Mad Max, Fury Road? The king guy who rapes all the women and makes them like incubators? That's Elon. Or that's what Elon wants to be, and he's not even that.
Labels and warnings on my responses to Grok saying, hey, can you please remove this child CSAM of me? Hey, can you please remove these, basically nude photographs of me? And they were putting warnings on my tweets saying that these were explicit while not taking down the actual explicit content and the non-consensual content. And then sure enough, I lost my blue check mark, which I had before Elon Musk ever took over Twitter. I lost the blue check mark. I lost my premium. And so then I rebought it. I gave this man another $11.
Wait, I kind of like that she called him Elon Musk and not Elon, like they were friends. She's like, this guy named Elon Musk. I don't even know him, Then
they banned me from premium entirely. And this was all because I spoke out about this robot undressing me.
It's actually insane. And I think it'll...
Oh, you want to talk about something crazy? Because chat just said something about TikTok. Do you guys have the same algorithm as me? Because somebody did. I saw this thing come across my TikTok and I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, what is this? And then I was like, what is this? And then I was scrolling and a girl was like, I'm sorry. Did you guys just see what I saw? I am scrolling on TikTok. Innocent. Who knows what I was watching? Who knows? Okay, the most innocent. I'm just an innocent girl. I'm just a baby. And I'm scrolling and all of a sudden I see one of the 7 dwarves licking Snow White's armpit. And I'm like, what is happening? I came across animated Snow White porn, and it's just like the Snow White and the 7 dwarfs, and they're just like licking feet and licking armpits, and she's sleeping, and they're doing things to her body, and I'm like, what is this? I was like, oh, no. Yeah, there is all kinds of weird shit on TikTok now. It's weird. It's really strange. And now that TikTok just got bought up, who knows what it's going to be. But it's weird, bro, when that happens. I'm just like, I just wanted to watch plant-based cooking. Maybe some ice raids, you know how your feed is. It's like vegan cooking, ice raids, cute pictures of puppies, Snow White porn. Yeah.
So just shows how petty the people behind this platform are. Like the fact that you literally rebought premium and then they blocked you from it, like it's appalling. I mean, I feel like you've been really like leading the charge on speaking out against this stuff. Like, are you thinking of pursuing legal action? Like, have you spoken to anyone?
I am exploring every option available to me, and I'm speaking to several different people on the matter. What I think is really important to understand is too that one, this was not an accident. There's never a time where you're building a system like this that these things aren't taken into consideration. And what does not help the case for X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, is that months ago, Linda Yaccarino, who was the CEO of X, she was the female CEO appointed by Elon Musk and was at X for quite some time. She resigned back in July. And what people tend to forget about the context of her resignation is that within the 24 to 48 hours that she resigned, right before, Grok had a bunch of text-based, explicit, very gory abuse content put out about her. And so they were very aware of the capabilities of this machine, of this AI to do those things without generating any images. So they knew it was an issue. They didn't address it before they did this. And then they're firing their head of safety, or the head of safety leaves right before this is released. So even if they were to fix it tomorrow, we really should be asking questions about how did this happen in the first place? Are you really telling me you had no idea? Because it doesn't seem that way.
Well, especially throughout all of this, Elon Musk has encouraged this behavior and encouraged people and actually tweeted out like,
does Taylor Lorenz have black hair or dark brown hair? I feel like I really just noticed how dark her hair is. Has it always been this color?
Tips on how to get the most out of Grok and how to like get it to generate images even better. You know, like it seems like, as you said, like this is like rotten to the core. It's not like,
is the new anti-MAGA symbol to dye your hair black? Should we be goth anti-MAGA? Goth anti-dark MAGA?
like this, oh, this company made a mistake and they're fixing it. One thing that was really bothering me is all these reporters being like, Grok apologized for undressing or whatever. And it's like, they just had tagged Grok and been like, are you sorry? And Grok would be like, oh yeah, sorry. But then in the other, like in other replies, it's like still undressing people. And also this is just a chatbot that's like replying to anything that you like feed into it.
Yes, this was not a statement by the platform. The actual statement by the platform was, hey, we're actually going to make victims do all of the work here. And it's on the user. So if you have a problem, you need to go take resources from your local law enforcement and have them track down this random Anon account that's telling Grok to produce these images. It's an undue burden on the victims and it's appalling.
At the same time, I feel like it's, you know, it's so frustrating because like child's online safety has been so like discussed by members of Congress. And I talk about it all the time on my podcast and channel, but like, you know, the UK passed their like Online Safety Act and all this stuff. And they're enacting all these mass censorship laws in the name of like protecting children. And then here you have like one of the biggest social platforms ever allowing random people to essentially generate CSAM. And there's seems to be just no accountability.
It is definitely CSAM, like without a doubt. And many of these things are a violation of the recently passed Take It Down Act, beyond a shadow of a doubt. So there's no question that that material is the material that we think it is. But yeah, they're oddly quiet on it. And if you realize, I think it was today or yesterday, that XAI now has a new Pentagon contract. This is a
damn, bro.
Appalling. And so many times censorship, you were absolutely right, is funneled in and ushered in under the guise of protecting certain groups or certain demographics. And I spoke ad nauseum with the BBC about this and said, hey, the UK, it's really good that you guys are now trying to ban this or take action against Grok for producing these images, but you kind of stepped on the rake here because you guys had so many very laborious censorship efforts that nobody's going to take this seriously, even though it really needs to be taken seriously now.
Exactly, because now we actually do need to prevent harmful content for minors and adults.
Look, I don't know when we're going to accept that MAGA does not care about kids, bro. If conservatives, that's what I'm trying to tell my parents. Like, that's why we're struggling so much to communicate right now. It's over kids. Like, it's over the safety of children. That's the challenge I gave my parents. I said, we won't talk about anything else. Trump, immigration, the border. Can we agree that children should be protected? And we can't come to an agreement. Because conservatives, they don't actually care about kids. They say they do, it's good for the brand, but they don't. How? It's like the easiest thing. That's what I mean. I give people the easiest path to redemption, and they never take it. They never take it. And that's the point. I think all people can be redeemed. I just think most people won't.
online, and we can't do that because they have all these ridiculous like censorship and surveillance laws in place, and they've, like you said, poisoned the well with all of it. Tell me a little bit about like your history on Twitter, because I feel like you've been on it for a long time. Can you talk about kind of like how you got on and started building a platform and how your experience of the platform has evolved?
Okay, let's see.
So I am very much a product of the internet. I was kind of that first generation that just grew up on the internet all the time, you know, had a Facebook account at 11 or 12. And then I got on Twitter relatively young as a teenager and just kind of joked around.
So for the record, she got on Facebook when she was 12 or whatever. I wasn't on Facebook, but my friends were because I wasn't in college. You know?
And said provocative things, and it was just a place to kind of get everything off your chest. And that obviously evolved once I was around 18 and went to college, and I started dipping my toes into politics. And the moment I started doing that, I very quickly, as soon as I was saying anything that was like slightly right of center, it would be picked up and shared by others within the right-wing community. And at that time on Twitter, it was like the 2016 era. They really wanted more, especially young women, to be a part of this and usher in some of this messaging. So I grew very quickly on the platform, and I loved Twitter. I really did. It used to be fun. It was more fun. Even when people were fighting with each other, I just felt like there was a different air about it. I don't know if you feel the same way, but it was not the nasty hellscape it is now.
It was so fun. It was like, I mean, it was like toxic in a different way, maybe. And like journalists were always like way too online on Twitter. Like I think to the detriment of like their ability to understand other platforms.
It was never fun. It was never actually fun. It was just a toxic you could tolerate. Okay? That's it. Like, that's the idea that Twitter was ever, there was never a time that Twitter wasn't just a cesspool. People making their whole personalities on being on Twitter. I mean, people had whole careers just tweeting at Republicans and stuff. Like, guys, I don't think it was ever good. Okay? It's definitely worse now, 100%. It's definitely a ton worse now. But I don't know if it was ever good. I mean, she did say it was toxic in a different way, but she also said it was fun. I would never identify Twitter as ever being fun.
But as you said, it's, you know, I feel like when you really started to like gain an audience, it was in that era that was, honestly, it was also like resistance lib era of like 2016, like where it was like these like super like resistance accounts were getting a lot of attention. And then you had like conservative accounts growing. And like there was just a lot of like back and forth, but it didn't feel as like vicious, I think, back then.
No, it was more trolly. It was the meme era. Memes are winning the election. You know, someone's going to jail for Hillary Clinton memes. It was so different.
Talk a little bit more about your career, because I feel like you kind of parlayed a lot of that attention and like kind of like the platform that you built into a career as an influencer, and kind of like how you grew that. Because I know you worked with Turning.
Oh my God, people were mad at me for calling Anna Kasparian like an influencer or something. They're like, Brittany, Anna Kasparian's a professional. And I was like, a professional what? And then they're like, she's literally like got a whole show. And I was like, on what? On YouTube? And they're like, and she's a journalist. I was like, of what? Of what? You know, like, what is she doing? Like, she's not just an influencer. Doesn't she literally have, she's on the, like, okay. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like what is a journalist really? I mean, I looked it up. Almost anyone could be a journalist at this point. So I don't know. This, like, is that supposed to mean something? Like, oh, she's, I want to give her credit, but also like at this point, she's literally debating Pearl Davis. That's what I'm saying about reputations. If you want to be a serious journalist, talk to serious people. You can't debate Pearl Davis and then expect me to call you something more than an influencer. Just at least within that context, you know? She has a show called The Take or whatever. Remember Her Take or whatever with what's his name? PPD and stuff? What are you talking about?
At one point, and it seems like you really were in sort of like the belly of the like conservative influencer ecosystem online.
So there's also a misconception that like my main source of income was being an influencer, and I did make some income being an influencer, but most of the things I did were behind the scenes. So at 18 or 19, I was working on campaigns in Denver and working at fundraising groups and lobbying groups, and then I got involved with different conservative.
You know what? I saw a clip of Anna Kasparian recently where she said, I'm paraphrasing, I'm not against the homeless. I'm not anti-homeless. I just think the policies in place right now are bad. And it's because like she got dubbed, like it's the way she talks about things. It's the way she sounds. It's the way she, you know, that makes people go, okay, like, okay, what is Tucker Carlson? Do you guys think Tucker Carlson is a journalist? You know what I mean? like, is Sean Hannity a journalist? Is like, what's in my mind, a journalist are like people who go out and get the story. In my mind, a journalist is somebody who reports and some like who just there's like I don't know why in my head I think of a journalist as somebody kind of important, like reporting from Palestine. You know what I mean? Like a journalist. You know, like what is a journalist to you guys? You know, I don't know. I always just think of it as a little bit something more important than a girl who's debating Pearl Davis on the internet. But what do I know? You know?
The companies behind the scenes as opposed to public facing. And I did a lot of the influencery stuff, but most of my work was primarily operations of different conservative organizations, different production companies, different campaign companies until can you feel the regret where you think back? I feel like I get like trauma flashbacks sometimes.
First of all, like
I mean, I guess you could be a journalist and an influencer. Can she be both? Isn't she a journalist and an influencer? Ooh.
I mean, I get trauma flashbacks and I was, like when you're in college and you're young and you're starting out, like one thing I'm so glad about being like a millennial, so old, but like at least we only had like Facebook, you know, and a little bit of Instagram, but it wasn't really like public in that way, you know? And I think like you came up truly in like the beginnings of that world. Like obviously conservative influencers like existed before, but like that was like MAGA 1.0. And the opportunities for influencers were not what they are now. Like there weren't all these trips, like there wasn't all this stuff. Like it was such a different world.
And the access was much different too. It was like within a couple tweets, it's, you know, Don Jr.'s talking to you and saying, great job, or he's at the event.
Yeah, Taylor is a journalist. The tech journalist chat says, I do consider Taylor Lorenz a journalist. I mean, she literally writes articles, right? She literally just posted an article. She writes things. She actually like researches, interviews people, gets the scoop and posts it. That's a journalist. Is Anna doing that? I've never heard Anna doing that, but I'm not in the loop like that. I stopped watching TYT a long time ago. Now I just watch it for work on occasion, of course. But I don't know. Maybe she's maybe a journalist. I always thought she was a TV host. I always thought of Anna as like a host. Or yeah, a political analyst. Yeah, like a political analyst. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'm not trying to take Anna's credential away. I'm just trying to say that she is also an influencer. Or she is also a content creator. How about that? Like she is also a content creator. She can be both things, you know?
Because it was truly more grassroots. It was like, oh, I'm here with Don Jr. and Charlie Kirk, and here's my friend Jack Posobiec, and we all have these Twitter followers, and it was just so different.
People forget, but like the MAGA movement was anti-establishment. It was grassroots. Like they really did effectively kind of like upend that old school, like Republican RNC, like Mitt Romney, I guess, like style of Republicanism.
It was kind of punk. There was something like sort of punk and counterculture about it in a way that you're like, oh, we're going against
establishment. It was grassroots. Like they really did effectively kind of like upend that old school, like Republican RNC, like Mitt Romney, I guess, like style of Republicanism.
It was kind of punk. There was something like sort of punk and counterculture about it in a way that you're like, oh, we're going against the mainstream. That was.
Listen, if I could define a conservative to you, this is conservatism. Conservative makes you feel punk. That's why they think they're the rebels. They will punish you for being rebellious, and then they will call themselves punk. That is it in a nutshell. Yeah. Like, that's why they drive me crazy, bro. I'm like, you guys want to be the rebels? My dad does this. Oh my God. My dad comes to me, this is many years ago. You guys know Tom McDonald, right? Don't even get me started. He goes, Betty, have you heard a guy named Tom McDonald? I was like, Dad, please. And he's like, you'll like him. He's very punk. Tattoos. He's got cool hair. Like, he's really cool. And I looked at my dad. I was like, no. And I was like, Dad, no. And he's like, I listen to him at work. And I was like, no, please. And he thought I'd like him because my dad, you know, I listen to rock. My dad listens to rock, you know. And it's just like, oh. And that's what I mean. They all think, I'm like, Dad, this is not punk. Okay, it is what it is. At least, you know, I don't know. There's nothing good to say about Tom McDonald, but at least my dad is something trying. I don't know.
I guess, very enticing to a teenager.
No, I know. I think it's hard for people to understand. And this is something I heard actually a lot on the 2016 campaign trail. And then at CPAC too, like even CPAC back in 2017, 2018, when I would talk to some of these young people, this is when Turning Point, probably when you were like, Turning Point was just getting started. This was so early. Like they were just sort of getting rolling. But like a lot of the MAGA sort of youth back then, it was like they just wanted to kind of go against the system. And there was this idea of like draining the swamp. Now, of course, none of that's happened. They're protecting Jeffrey Epstein. But like, I don't know, like, were you always
always used to, when I was really young and I was like more liberal, I would say like, guys, we all want the same thing. Fuck the government, you know, make them work for us. Fuck corruption, fuck pedophiles. Like we all want the same thing. Nah, we all say we want the same thing, but we don't.
A believer in like conservative politics, or was it more just like, oh, I'm like getting all these access and opportunities and suddenly you're like finding yourself in it?
I think there were parts of it that were appealing because when I first went to college, I went for philosophy. And to me, philosophy, you're supposed to be open-minded and consider both sides of the argument. And right as I'm starting as a freshman in college, Donald Trump was going to visit the school and every head of the philosophy department signed a petition to stop him from speaking there. And I was like, whoa, hang on. You know, I disagree with some of the things this guy says, but isn't that really like antithetical to what we're supposed to be doing there? And so I think some of that really vitriolic backlash, which now there's a point to be said, like maybe they saw things we didn't see before, but in that moment, it's like it was so intense that it almost causes the inverse reaction. And I didn't experience life. I'm sitting here debating socialism and whether or not people should have healthcare, and I was on my dad's plan. Ooh. So it was also
okay. Self-awareness.
Just like, you know, I'm sitting here telling people like, oh, you know, don't get handouts and work for your own, and I'm on my dad's healthcare. And so it was also just like the ignorance of youth. And again, it was one of the first eras, because I don't really count the Obama era as like an influencer era. It really was Trump. And that's the first time ever that you were able to get this validation and feel like you were right, even if you were wrong, because it was blowing up online or you got a lot of likes. And
okay. This is a personal experience. All of my life in politics or in anything I ever did socially with people, I never got this. This feeling never happened to me, which is, I think, partially why I, one, never became a darling of any political party, but two, I didn't stay around long enough. Even when I was conservative and my parents would be like, oh yeah, Brittany's so smart, like Brittany's a really great, I would also push back like no one's business. And then it'd be like, Brittany's so rebellious, Brittany's so annoying, right? And I realized like that feeling I don't get. I don't even get it now. And I don't get it anywhere. Like I don't have a bubble that makes me feel like I belong. And so that's what actually forced me to have to keep introspecting, because I was like, yo, I don't belong anywhere, bro. And I'm freaking out. And then I realized I am a great visitor. I know where I belong in my life, but like nothing was making me feel like this is my bubble. Like even when I was in like queer groups, I love it there. I love visiting, but I was like, I can't stay here for some reason. I need to keep going. And I think that's not bad or good either way, but I think it is something you should know about yourself. Where do I belong? I think it's great if you find a bubble you really, truly belong to and it makes sense to you, but I had to make my own. I needed a custom bubble, like I need a custom relationship. Same thing with that. Same thing with relationships. Like I can't have a traditional relationship. I can't have a 50-50 relationship. I don't want any of these relationships. I want a custom relationship. And I have that. You know, I have a custom life and a custom relationship. And that's what works for me. So if you're one of those people where you genuinely struggle to quite fit in the right way, make a custom script. Now, of course, I still exist in the world and I want to be a good community member and all that other stuff. So still you want to do that as well. Okay, I have a custom job. You know what I mean? Like my job is custom. Like I don't follow any of the rules. Like, I mean, I follow some of the rules for YouTube, but I don't follow the group rules. Like, you know, that's why I have a hard time building coalition with people, because I'm trying to find out what's right. I'm not trying to find out what is gonna win. That's why I don't do politics. I actually do philosophy. And I do philosophy in a way that says I want to keep going. I don't want to pick a philosophy and be like, this is my answer and this is my identity and this is how I'm going to rule my whole life and this is how I feel. Like, no, I don't have the answers like that. You know, Alex O'Connor is always talking about that, where like people will pick these philosophical labels and then they'll be forced to have to challenge them because the world will push back. My philosophical bubbles aren't being challenged the same way because I'm not then subscribing nor prescribing a particular framework, right? Versus when you're conservative or you're, I don't know, insert philosophical framework here, there's like a prescription that you feel like people should adhere to, okay? Yeah, I don't know. But here's the question. Are people really happy though? Because like, how are we in a meaning crisis and a loneliness epidemic and no one can pay their bills and everyone's struggling and yet most of the world is too afraid to do something custom, right? And or when I say custom too, it's based off your values. Your values aren't even custom, right? Because you usually pick up the values from the bubble around you. You don't even know why you believe what you believe. It was just what everyone believed around you, which I'm not blaming you for. I'm just saying, don't you think that's an explanation then for the meaning crisis, given none of us are actually saying, am I happy? You know, because how do you create a custom relationship? You first start one with yourself. You learn who you are. You learn how you have a custom life. You learn what you really want from life. You learn about yourself first and foremost. Then you accept that the person who would build a custom relationship with you is going to be a rare find. One in a, like, you know, like a million people exist out there, but what are the chances you come across them? Then you have to let go of the attachment of seeing or meeting that person. And then you live your best life. And if you come across them, great. And then when you do, both of you will have that philosophical sameness about you and you will make that life together. When I met my partner, they'd already gone on the journey. So when I met them, they knew what I meant when I was like, I want a custom life. And they're like, cool. And we have that because we're on that page, right? But I didn't make them think that way. They had already discovered it in their own life. You want to meet somebody with similar values, you know? Chess says, if YouTube didn't exist, what sort of job would you be doing that is custom? Well, YouTube didn't exist when I entered the market, right? When I got my first jobs, like YouTube was just beginning. YouTube was just at the start of it, right? So there are billions of options. There's so many options. I don't know, because I'm a different person now, right? But if YouTube disappeared, there's still the internet. So I'd keep going with the internet, right? But I don't know who I would have been because there would have been something else. Keep in mind, like YouTube doesn't just exist. There's all types of platforms, right? So my custom life would be reflective of the person I would have been born in a world where YouTube didn't exist. You know, that said, I'm scared I won't meet them. Don't be. They exist, but your life isn't defined by meeting them, you know? When you can get there, life will be better. Or you can settle like a bunch of other people and then be unhappy or divorced later. It's up to you, you know? Yeah, Chad said better not to meet them than to be with the wrong person. I believe that too. Better to never meet the right person than to be with the wrong ones. Especially when we talk about marriage, kids, finances. Oof.
You don't know why people are liking things. You don't know if it's because it pushes their agenda or whatever. And so there were all these crazy factors that when you're a young and hungry kid is really attractive.
Totally. I mean, I think I was talking to somebody that went through like the Daily Caller's like news journalism program or whatever. And there's so many journalists I know in media that have gone through these like sort of right-wing pipelines. And it's because they exist, like they're well funded and there's opportunities. And I totally understand being a young person. I mean, I was talking to a kid that worked for, he was like 22, but like worked for Doge. And I'm like, why the hell would you work for Doge? And he's like, well, I don't know. I'm an engineer and like, it's cool to work for the government and have that on my resume. Like when you're young and ambitious, I think like you end up accepting opportunities without maybe like thinking that hard about it. And so I can totally see, especially during that era when like, especially you were a young woman and they were so after like young women, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And what people, I was homeschooled in high school, which gave me a lot more social skills than, you know, some people who were homeschooled a bit longer. But there was also, I just wanted the friend group I didn't have in high school, so to speak. And so there was very much like a yearning for some sort of community or belonging to. And I'm like, oh my God, they like me.
I'll just say this about dating long-term relationships. My partner and I just had this conversation this morning. We were talking about if one of us died early. We talk about it a lot in case you guys haven't realized. We always talk about dying. A part of it is anxiety. We have anxiety, diagnosed anxiety, but another part of it is just like being prepared. And we were having one of those conversations again, you know, And we were talking about dating again. And my partner is like, I'd be really happy if you would date again. I was like, honestly, I'm not really interested in it. Like, I've already done it. Like, I already did the thing. I had a theory about high compatibility partnership. I found it. And if my partner died, I probably wouldn't be dating that much. Like, I don't know what future Brittany would do, but I feel like there's so many other things I want to do with my life. And I did have to spend time and resources into dating. I mean, dating was a priority. So it was an activity. But it wasn't a priority like I was defined by it, but you do have to make an effort in it. It's a balance. It's like dating can't be your whole personality, but you also have to make an effort. That effort, that energy I went into dating would probably just go into work, honestly. I told him, I was like, if you die, I'm going to become a 10-hour-a-day streamer. Because I'll have all the spoons I use for him. I'm just going to put it, I'll be here. And I was like, honestly, you die, my career could really take off, you know? Anyways, but you know, we're in love and shit, so I hope he lives forever.
And that's, and I felt the same way when I got invited to a party when I first started college or whatever. So I think that was also very appealing in a way that kind of makes you ignore other ideologies or flaws in certain thinking or why I didn't critically think about the issue of healthcare.
Yeah. Well, also it's like when you take hard position, or especially during that era of MAGA before, like I know liberals would be like, Trump was always like this. Yes. But like it was different. Trump 1.0 was radically different than sort of Trump 2.0. But
that is very important though, because it was not what it is now.
I just don't think that's true. I think that is the lie. I genuinely, deeply believe this is the lie. Guys, I had my biggest breakdown in 2016 because I was like, holy fuck, it's about to get so bad. I literally started therapy after that election. I'm sorry, like, I don't know how we watched the same election. I don't know how people are reminiscing and being nostalgic for 2016. Like, it was so bad. I don't understand this idea of like, it's not as bad as it is now. I just don't think that's true. Now, I did understand why on this last election, some people decided not to vote. And I did understand why some people didn't vote for Kamala Harris. Like the Arab community had that feeling. I understand that. I really understand that it had gone so bad, it felt like, why even vote? I'm actually deeply empathetic to that. But we knew it was going to get bad. Like Project 2025 was bad. And I didn't even lock in that hard on the election as people were bringing up to me. They're like, Brittany, Project 2025. I was like, yeah, it's bad. And I didn't even know how bad it really was until I really looked into it. I was like, oh shit, that is pretty bad. And it kind of felt like it was always coming. A little bit. I think that's why I probably felt disjointed to people. Because like, it felt so obvious to me in 2026 that like shit was just going to be awful. And until Trump was out, it was going to be bad. But I will admit, you know what I think they're saying? And maybe I'll just say it this way. I think what they mean to say is it's worse now in the way that it's not just Trump. It is also the voters. Because I will say my parents are worse now than they've ever been. So maybe that's what they mean to say. I don't think Trump is any worse, but I do think the voters are worse. The doubling down, the extreme language. Though, you know, something happened recently. But tell me this. So my brother calls me and tells me a story about something my mother said and my dad said. And I said, oh, no. He goes, yeah, mom said that. I was like, mom said that? That doesn't sound like mom. I literally thought my mom had Alzheimer's. I like called my siblings. I was like, go check on mom and see if she has Alzheimer's. And they said, what? I was like, I just feel like mom wouldn't say that. And even my partner, who has never met my mother, was like, hey, Britt, I think that does sound like your mother. And I said, no, my mom wouldn't say that. And he goes, and I was like, no. And then I called my siblings and I was like, hey, don't you think that's weird? And they're like, no, that sounds like mom. And I was like, oh no, what? I was like, are you sure? And they're like, yeah, that's just like where mom is at. And I was like, oh shit. Like every time I think there's no way my parents could get worse, or my mom in particular could say something worse, she says it and I'm like, every time. And that's why I think it's like, oh, like every time I think, no, oops. So but then, I've never heard her say that in all of my life either. So then I'm like, then that has to be worse, right? I've never heard my mom say these things. So then it has to be an indication of worse. But maybe it's the same thing with Trump. Maybe my mom's not worse. It just is the result of the years gone by. So maybe Trump's not worse. It's just the result of the years gone by. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Maybe they were more suppressed, but it was a lot easier to, a lot of the isms were much better disguised in 2016.
I would argue that as somebody that covered Trump, that was a fascist in my opinion. And by the way, I consider the Democrats fascist too, just to be clear. I hate like so much about our political system generally. I think the tendencies were there. I think their goals were there, but
I can see why when people say that, it sounds like a centrist take. But when progressives say that, they're not taking a centrist position. But I can see why when Taylor says that and I say it, it sounds like we're a centrist. Well, both parties have problems. That's not what we're saying. Centrists think like that's different. But I can see why the language sounds the same.
I do think that there was this like at least plausible deniability, or not plausible, but there was this thing that I would speak to so many Trump voters back then that were like, no, you're wrong. You're wrong. I don't believe that he would do this. I don't believe that this would happen. Even now today, like a lot of them are like, no. You know, so I do think that there's a level of like, was this always the end goal? Like, I mean, he did run on a campaign of mass deportation in 2016, but like, I don't know. I'm sympathetic in the sense that I've seen a lot of people evolve in the way that you're talking about. I also think that like when you are in the MAGA movement, there are these insufferable liberals that are terrible and are abusive and also counterproductive. I mean, I'm thinking of like the Jasmine Crockett discourse, I guess, where they're like, you can't criticize a black woman or something, like weaponizing identity in this way that like I am sympathetic.
And you know, that situation got worse because she just got listed on a bunch of people funding Israel, which we knew was going to happen. That's why people were critical of her. And then some people were like, you know, you only have energy for her because she's black. But it's like, it's because she's a liberal. It's because her name is literally, she is signing for funding Israel, you know? That's why we're mad at Kamala Harris, even though a lot of us voted for her. She supported the genocide in Palestine. Like, it's horrible, you know? So it's like, you know.
Yeah, and calling people who are very obviously not racist. And, you know, that was a big turnoff when you're first forming a political ideology. But I think it's also important to understand how much, because I watch this as someone who is always public facing in a way and always speaking out publicly, the restraints on what you could say without backlash became stricter and stricter, right? Like if you look at the photo of Trump with the LGBTQ flag.
I hated this picture. I hate this picture. He's so fucking annoying.
Like years ago, if that photo came out now, he would not be president at all. There would be such immense backlash from the base. And so the Overton window has certainly shifted for the Republicans.
Yeah. I mean, I do think that.
And remember, like Kamala Harris gave that bad answer about trans athletes and trans people and like medical care or whatever it was. I just remember thinking like, this is why, like, you are a public servant, do the right thing. This is why progressives are saying, just do the right thing. Stop trying to win elections. Your desire to win an election is why you keep losing it. Because you're so focused on trying to win the election instead of just doing the right thing. Do the right thing with your full chest and do it proudly, and you will win more people over. You're people know, conservatives can tell, even people on the fence can tell, you're like trying to trick them. Stop trying to trick people. You know?
Like people would say like maybe you as in like the MAGA supporters were part of shifting that Overton window though. Like, and I'm curious your thoughts. Like I know you spoke out on Twitter recently about LGBTQ issues and, you know, you're known for writing this like anti-trans children's book. And so I'm curious like how your thoughts on LGBTQ rights and gender identity and stuff has evolved as well, because it seems like that's something that you've changed your mind.
Wait, did I miss something in chat? Wait, chat says love and light, but I don't think a white woman can tell a POC what is and not racist. Wait, are you talking to me? What did I say? Wait, what did you say? Wait, girls, the Dems are the reason we're here. Oh, yeah, because they weren't public servants. No, wait, am I mixing up usernames? Love and light. Did I say something? Wait, live in white delusion as a black girl. He spoke candidly about his hate and they ate it up. Dude, no one cares. Quit trying to say weird shit in chat. Is that me? Are you talking to me? No, not me. Who's there? Do we have a bad person in chat? Oh, no, you. I was talking about the lady in the video. Oh, okay. Just want to make sure. Thank you. Oh, Taylor said it. Damn, bro. You know what? I'm trying to do too many things at once, you know? Thank you. Okay, just wanted to check. Thank you.
On to
Yeah, because it's also, again, I didn't live life as a real person. I was writing a children's book before I ever had children.
Oh, this lady, you're okay. I got you. I got it. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Wait, listen to what she just said here.
Something that you've changed your mind on too.
Yeah, because it's also, again, I didn't live life as a real person. I was writing a children's book before I ever had children.
Okay, wait, pause. Conservatives love this though. You know, all of my life, my parents were like, you should write children's books about how to be a parent. And I was like, I'm not a parent. You should give parents advice. And I'm like, I should give parents advice as a former child. Like, I think that would be a fire book. As a former kid, parent advice to parents, that would be a great book. But they were like, you should write kids' books. And I was like, yeah, like kids' stories. They always thought, and I think they meant it as a compliment. They meant to say, I'm smart, I'm good, I'm a nanny, it's my professional job, I'm a good babysitter, I'm good with children, I've always wanted to be a mom. Like, they're trying to pay me a compliment. But what they do to conservative kids, okay, who saw my latest podcast? Did you guys watch it? In my latest podcast, I feature 2 kids. I blur out their faces because they're children. And they go, I'm a conservative kid. Of course I believe in the wall should be built or something like that. They're like, I'm a conservative kid. Of course I didn't get vaccinated. Something like that. You know, it's like a weird, like, I'm a conservative kid. And I blurred their faces. They're like, I'm a conservative kid. Of course I know what climate change is, or that the planet is warming or cooling, you know, that kind of stuff. Okay. That is what I grew up in, that bubble, where conservative kids are like, you're so smart, you're so great, I love my child. My child's so smart, they're smarter than any adult I know. And as long as you're parroting the conservative talking points, you were the smartest, greatest kid ever. And then you grow up and you start asking questions and they go, what happened? What happened to you? But these kids are just like, we're regurgitating. Now, I also really thought that was the answer. I also really thought that was true though. I really used to have that climate change opinion where I was like, actually the earth is just always changing and there's nothing we humans can do about climate change. It's just like, we're so small little beings and we have no power. And then I was like, oh shit, we can do stuff about this. We should do stuff about this. Once I had the right data, but the problem is I would say things without the data because I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That's common sense, bro. And then I realized, guys, common sense is culturally common, but also data erodes the need for common sense. So once you learn and you're willing to open yourself up to information, you just change. And I do think people can learn to change quickly. Like I'm pretty quick with my change. Once I read it, I'm like, facts, facts, facts. Okay, changing ideas. Okay, shift. Because it's just right or it's wrong. And I want to know what's right. You know, that's why I'm not afraid to change my mind. I get these comments on my videos. I got one about Dr. K from a Hater Gator. And they were like, leaving this here for when Brittany makes the I was wrong about Dr. K video in 3 years. Stop punishing people for saying they were wrong. Stop punishing people for changing their mind. And stop acting like I took a hard stance on Dr. K. That's the problem. I'm not even taking a hard stance on Dr. K. I'm saying if you don't like him, make sure you know why, other than he's a brown man who speaks funny and you don't like it. Because that's what it really started to feel like. Like, I don't know how you guys are not getting it. I'm not just saying that for funsies. I know for a fact this man faces an insane amount of racism in his work. I see the way people talk about him. I see the way they insult his intelligence because he's spiritual. Okay? I'm saying observe, come to an opinion, and change your mind as you get more information. Okay? Why are we wrong for thinking well of people because we don't have enough data to think ill of them? But also, maybe be cautious of certain people because certain people all of a sudden change their mind. Now, do I think Ashley is genuine? Honestly, I could see her being completely motivated to change mind because of the way Grok and Elon and all that stuff happened. How much has she changed? Who knows? But I don't think she's grifting, but I think she's still conservative. Does that make sense?
And so, you know, like I did not have any children when I wrote the children's book, but it's also just experience. And I felt a lot of guilt, especially now that it's closer to my family, the trans issue.
Oh, wait, maybe she has a trans person in her family.
that it's hard for me to think of causing someone who is part of my family to an extent any pain. And sometimes you do have to have those personal experiences to really wake up and say, what are we doing? Is this issue really important? Are they just demonizing a group of people to obfuscate from real issues? And the more I would hear about this, and if you look at my page, even though I did the anti-trans book back in whenever that was, 2021, I think. After that, there's a few comments on the trans issue, but as it picked up steam amongst the right wing, I didn't pick up steam with it because it very much seemed like a scapegoat. And I felt like I was watching a very, very small percentage of the population.
Her son's sister is trans. Her son's sister. Her son's sister? You mean Vivian? They're talking about Vivian? Wait, what? She gives a fuck about Vivian? She thinks that's her family? Did you guys just say they didn't date? Were they family, or is she just one of the baby mamas? Why would she give a fuck about Vivian? Are they close? Does she know Vivian? Vivian doesn't even talk to Elon. Shout out to Vivian. And what do you mean Vivian's been around forever? It can't be Vivian. That feels so weird. It can't be. Really? Vivian? Discord is saying it is Vivian. Their family through babies? A baby mama doesn't make you bait. It doesn't make you family. Okay, I guess I can't make you family, but it doesn't mean you're family, but it could make you family. I guess. Oh, she made a tweet about Vivian. Really? Okay, you know what? Love that for her. If they consider each other family, vibes. If Vivian considers her family, vibes. Okay, that's cute. Okay. All right. I wonder how, okay. Does anyone know how Vivian feels about it?
Be used as a scapegoat and used as the guise of women's rights. We care about women and girls, and it's the only time they would ever say this. And meanwhile, I'm watching behind the scenes while very powerful people who are known within the MAGA movement and these conservative movements to be very abusive towards women, they're allowed to stay because they just do good work or they don't take women seriously. And so their own behavior and their own mismanagement of certain abuses within the movement also caused me to rethink, like, hey, are they just using a very small demographic of people as a scapegoat? And that, to me, like even the Biden Trans Day of Visibility, I have a very public tweet because they were upset that Biden made a Trans Day of Visibility announcement. I think it was on Easter. And I said, guys, this has been on the same day for many years and they do it all the time. Anyone who's saying this is like an attack on America and like the transing of America, you're liars. And that was, I think, 2 years ago that I posted that. The hardest part for me is just figuring out how to make amends and learn, because there was just a lot that I also didn't know. I was very ignorant. It's kind of like the healthcare situation. I was, saying nobody deserves healthcare and I'm on my dad's plan and I'm speaking about a demographic that I really don't know or understand. And it wasn't until it affected me personally, which I know is a cliche, that I was like, oh, I'm really causing pain now to people in my life.
Right. Well, for people that don't know, your son with Elon, his sister, Vivian, is...
Oh, it is about Vivian. You're right. I haven't watched this yet. Oh my God, you're right. Discord, I see you. That's a very vulnerable and beautiful message for you to send about being partnered. My Discord's talking about being partnered and how it's difficult, especially when you're disabled, to not be partnered, to do life alone, to not share it with somebody, to not want to share your joys and fears and all the beautiful things with a person. And I see that and I hear that. And I think that's such a beautiful want to share a life with somebody so intimately. And I know people say, oh, you have friends and you have relatives, and yes, those things are so fulfilling. It's not the same. And also, it's really just about what you value and how much you embody that value. And I will just say, though it is so difficult to be single, and I know so many of my girlies out here are single, I really value, and I think this is the thing that maybe helps me, is like, I really value independence and I really value being able to do, have the life I want with the family I have. I just talked about this with YouTube members. We were talking about estranged families and how I never used to think of myself as a family before until I got married. And then I was like, oh shit, I'm a family. Like without my partner, like if my partner died, I would still be a family. So like I shared this on YouTube members, but like what really helped me, and maybe this will help, I'm not sure, is like, you know, we're all born into families, right? We're all born into these families and they have dynamics. Okay. And then we get, you know, older and we kind of become adults and we're adults in the world. But as we get older, there's still like a leash that's connected to us that connects us to our family. Okay. And this means we take it with us everywhere. And maybe our family is like the home base. Okay. This is like where the central hub is. But eventually, you know, for me at least, I got married. You know, I got married. And when I got married, I became a unit with my partner. And I ended up erasing this leash to my family. It's gone now. I don't have it. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm still not connected to my family. I am. Like, I still have a little connector. And when I want, I can visit. And when I don't, I can go back, right? The difference is, though, if my partner dies, the family still exists and the leash doesn't reappear, okay? It doesn't reappear, but the bridge is still there. So, like, example I gave in my video was like, let's say if my partner dies, okay, let's say I was talking to my family right now, like my mom and dad, you know, let's say we were like where we were before I put down this boundary, okay? And my partner died, I would have called my parents and be like, I'm coming back to America. I want to see you. Now that the boundary is in place and this is where we're at in the relationship, and let's say today my partner dies. Let's say today my partner dies and the boundary is still in place. I don't then call my parents and say, my partner died, I'm coming to America. I just go back to America and contact the people I'm still in contact with, right? So when we have these conversations and we're trying to figure out what are we are units. And my family is now the most priority, and that's me. And my family includes my partner and my cat, but I am the center. Okay? And I didn't think of myself before like a family. I used to think of myself as an extension of my family. You know? And now I'm like, oh, I left my family and clung to my husband. How biblical. And now if my husband dies, I'll cling to myself. My values. A family is also morals. Our family values. My original family and my new family, me, we don't have the same values. We are now two separate families that have a connection. I'm still connected. Same thing with partnership. Partnership is the desire to build a home with somebody. The home starts with you, and whoever you want to build that home with can be. You can also have a situation where you have lifelong friendships or whatever, roommates, and you can still be two families living together, right? But when I think of a family unit, I think of like, what am I doing for my family? So if I was single again, that's how I would pursue or proceed forward. I would say like if somebody's like, hey, do you want to come over? I'd be like, is that good for the family? That's me. I know it sounds weird, but it's kind of like saying like, this is truly like my life. And you are in my life, but you are not my life. Versus before, they were definitely like my life. Like, guys, I was looking at houses near my family. Houses near my family. The family that I'm in constant turmoil with because I was like, well, they're the family. And now I'm like, I wouldn't even think about doing that now. You know, I just wouldn't even think about it. So I don't know if that's comforting or if that helps, but you are not wrong to desire partnership. You are not wrong to desire a companion. You're not wrong. It's a great fucking thing. I hope you find them. I hope you find that person because I know those people exist for you. I hope you run into them. Remember, I ran into mine when I turned 33. Well, when I was 33. I was 33 years old before I ran into one single high compatibility partner, guys. My very first run-in with a high compatibility partner, I was 33. So, you know, right? That's the thing, right? Okay. Chet says, why aren't you talking to your parents? Damn, you guys got to watch the stream every day, girls. We get updates every 2 seconds. I feel bad for the people who are here all the time because they hear it all the time. I put down a very strong boundary with my family. It's not a big deal. When they're ready, they can talk about it. You know what I mean? But I'm not talking to my family. I'm waiting for them to have a serious conversation with me about our life. Until they can do that, I'm not calling them, but they can call me. I would love to talk to my family, but they won't have the real conversations, okay? That's what's happening.
is trans and very happily trans, like out, proud, thriving in a way that I think makes Elon like incredibly angry or something. But I'm curious what other moments broke through for you on that issue. Like, you know, when you look back over that evolution over the past 4 or 5 years, like what were other like moments or pieces of information?
There were certain companies that I worked for that I can't name, but they were very involved in the trans issue. And while there were...
Wait. Chat, you're so cute. Said, oh my God, girl, I thought we were the same age. I'm 22. Somebody on my podcast channel said, oh yeah, like I'm going to take advice from a girl in her 20s who hasn't lived life yet. And I was like, am I the girl in my 20s? I'm 36. I know people might think I'm young, but I'm 36. That's what I'm saying. I will be so much more respected when I look old. When I'm old, I'm going to be so famous, guys. Because like, you know what? Everything I'm saying is fire, but nobody takes me seriously because I look this cute. I'm too pretty for my own good. It's also as my dad would say, Betsy, you don't look 18, you act 18. Maybe it's also that I act like a kid. But one day I will be respected. You know? Okay, listen. Chad says, question about the bubbles. When you're a 5, can issues and problems of other bubbles affect you? Or is there some sort of mental capacity that protects you from it? Okay. Okay, hold on. Being a 5 is like, it's like, being a 5 is like being an adult who knows what a sound is in the house that sounds scary, but the kid doesn't, and the kid thinks it's a ghost, but you know it's not a ghost, you know it's the furnace. I'm not immune to being also afraid of a noise I don't know, but I just know what noises are, so I'm less afraid. But maybe I'll hear a noise I don't know what it is, and I'm like, what is that? What is that? What is that? You know, but it's just knowing more stuff. It's just having better tools or other tools. It's having a clear picture, you know? That's what it is, like having a clearer picture. But you're not immune. It's not like you can't be impacted. It's not like you still aren't human or exist in the world. You know what I mean? It's just that I have more information, so I have a clear picture. Or, do you guys do this quiz? Do you guys do this quiz online, the One Piece quiz? There's a One Piece quiz my partner and I do every night. And they'll show you a blurred photo of a One Piece character, and you have to guess what the character is. And every time you make a guess that's wrong, it shows you a little bit clearer of a photo. And then eventually it will show you the full photo. That's what it's like. It's like we all see the same image. It's just that like maybe I have a clear version of it and you don't, you know, or like glasses without glasses. You know, you're not less intelligent because you're blind. You just see different things, you know? So, you know, it's not about being smart or not smart. It's just about like, you know, what can I see? What can you see? That's the only difference. But you're still going to, you know, feel the consequences of the world all the same. You know, right? You said, I think I need to refresh on the levels video to understand it better. Honestly, I need to make a new video. That's really what I got to do.
Certain things that were crazy. Okay, there's a drag queen twerking at this bar or whatever, and that's absurd. Those really seem like edge cases and outliers. Even working with certain individuals, it just got really mean. And it came from, we're going to highlight really extreme cases to anyone who is trans, is mentally ill, and, you know, we're going to dox them, we're going to put them out here. And it just didn't sit right with me. And I knew some of these people, like through being mutuals on Twitter, that were being attacked, and like they were always very kind and normal human beings. And it really hurt me to see that being done and think about the way that I helped push that or normalize that as well.
I saw in your tweet.
So she didn't say she's pro-trans or cool with drag people. She just said it's not as extreme as I thought it was, right? Did I mishear that? You know?
No, you were saying you were hesitant to weigh in on this because you don't want to seem like you're like, they're going to say like, you're just being opportunistic, or, you're just scorned and now you're pivoting. And I feel like that happens a lot where, you know, I've talked to some other people on the right that I know have evolved on certain issues, and they don't want to speak out because they feel like it'll be seen where people will be like, now you're just grifting because whatever, they, you know, as if there's any place to grift on the left, by the way. There's no money on the left. Surprise, surprise.
I know. And I did that when I didn't have a check mark. Okay. So I did not make any money on that. As soon as I lost my check mark, I was like, well, might as well say everything that I don't want to be being accused of grifting on this. I'm not making money on this anyway. So no, there's not. And I'm back in school. Like, I'm not trying to start the defectors of MAGA for democracy over here. I'm trying to finish my degree and raise my kids. But I also recognize that because a lot of the turn was from my own personal experience. Like, I also have to recognize that that was incredibly unempathetic of me to only recognize it when it like directly impacted me. And the best I can do now is ask people how I can help and how I can be a better advocate. Like, I'm not going to go out there and say, now I'm the trans activist who speaks for everyone. But like, if there's anything I can do, I'm willing to listen and make amends for those things.
Well, also, I think, I mean, now you have children too, and you can raise your children in a loving environment and accept them no matter how they turn out, you know, which I think matters.
I want them to be kind individuals. Like, if they were ever saying some of the things that I've seen online, like I wouldn't know who they are. You know, I would be so disappointed in myself if my children spoke the way that some of these people speak about.
Yeah, guys, just a reminder, her kids are from Elon. She has Elon's babies.
These communities. And so I have to be
I don't know if just one baby or more babies, but one of them is Elon's.
For example, because I was quite mean and not understanding at all.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm glad she said she was mean.
Well, it's like, it's so crazy too. I mean, the hypocrisy from the conservative movement, as somebody that grew up around a lot of like old school Republicans, where it was very much like, get the government out of my life, maybe more libertarian. It seems like there's just this like aggressive effort to police other people and police other people's like gender expression and identity and like the way they want to live their lives. I just think like they deserve the personal liberties that we all deserve, which is the right to just like live their life in peace and do whatever they want, like wear whatever they want, change their name to whatever
she has 2 kids with Elon.
They want. Like, who cares? You know, they're not harming anyone.
It's also when they frame it as some mental illness, this also insinuates that these people are well.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Saying this,
whatever they want, change their name to whatever they want. Like, who cares? You know, they're not harming anyone.
It's also when they frame it as
this video, I got it. Oof, girl. Look, I know on this channel, everyone gets really sensitive when I talk about what people look like, but I mean, you do you, girl. I mean, everyone's ugly to someone, you know? This old, ugly man, I'm sorry. Like, he, you know, whatever.
Has some mental illness. This also insinuates that these people are well who are saying this. And there's an incredible amount of delusion with many of these people on the right who are calling themselves men and are giant place. So, you know, I think they need to get themselves together. I think they need to figure out who they are and do some.
And look, I don't even know how much he took advantage of her, because that's the thing too. How is this not taking advantage of her? How did they even meet? Wait, I'm so confused. I guess she did Turning Point, and I guess she met she did something with conservatives. Why is a 50-year-old even talking to her? That's what I'm saying. Age gap relationships are always suspicious. Ew. You know what I mean? Like, why are you even talking to this girl?
Introspection there.
I feel like one of the
biggest, she said the I word.
They need to figure out who they are and do some introspection there.
I feel like one of the biggest topics in sort of like Trump 2.0, or like one of the biggest issues right now, is immigration. And I think a lot of people, I've talked to a lot of Trump voters from Trump 1.
I keep forgetting how young she is, bro. We cannot ignore that. We cannot ignore how young she is. Conservatives are always grooming women to have babies as young as possible. Like, how is that not literally, you know, a type of grooming? We have to remember that. As much as like you want to paint this woman as a gold digger, at the end of the day, young conservative girls are literally conditioned from a young age to have babies as soon as possible.
We know that say that they regret voting for him a second time, now that they're seeing, you know, ICE in sort of like the brutality at which they're like deporting people. Never mind, by the way, that Joe Biden was happily funding ICE and Obama. So whatever. But, you know, I think both parties are complicit when it comes to the ICE stuff. But have your views on any other issues like immigration changed, or like how has sort of evolving your perspective on LGBTQ rights, healthcare, et cetera, like affected like the way you view these other issues?
So I'll preface this too by saying a lot of change is not only from my personal experience, but I do think getting off the internet for a while was very helpful because it was the first time since I was 10 or 11 that I had been off the internet when I had this very public scandal.
Pause. What do people mean when they say get off the internet? Does that mean she doesn't use Google email? Am I being too literal? What do you mean get off the internet? Does that mean you don't go to websites? Does that mean you don't use YouTube? Does that mean you don't check your Gmail? Please answer the question. Because everyone has a different definition of like, oh yeah, now that you know what it sounds like to me? It sounds like when someone's like, oh yeah, like when I went vegan and it's like, weren't you just using honey in your coffee? It's like, yeah, but it's just honey. It's like, okay, I understand that you're a vegan who eats honey, but also when you say vegan, I'm going to assume no animal, anything. So it's like, I know we're all using language differently, so I mean this in good faith. What do you mean off social media? Off media? What is social media though? Because Brittany considers everything on the internet social media. I don't know what part of the internet I am ever on that isn't social media. I can't even fathom. You know what I mean? I cannot even fathom any part on the internet that isn't social. Every single thing you're on has a chat or comment section. Everything you're on is just a person's opinion amplified. Like, what part of it isn't social? You know? Like, what are you guys on that you're like, this isn't social media? You know? Chat is social media is where you can comment. Everything has social media. Name an app that doesn't have a comment section. What is it? What is an email except sending each other comments? But like, what, like, seriously though, if every news website I go to has a comment section, I go straight to the bottom and read the comments. Are you guys not reading the comments on news sites? Am I the only person? You know what I mean? I'm reading the comments on any site. I scroll all the way to the bottom to read the comments.
And decided to take like a mental health hiatus for quite some time. So I was able to develop and really think about my own experiences on my own terms. And one of those was also immigration, because I did a lot of reporting at the border. And I saw vast amounts of people coming in here who we did not know who they were. And from my perspective, I was like, this is a massive national security issue to not know who's coming in here and to see burned IDs and passports and buried IDs at the border. And we don't know where these children are. And at one point, I was arguing with Mark Cuban in direct messages about this issue.
Rise again. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I read news site comments, but inevitably regret it. Same. I'm always like, why did I even scroll for this?
When he was on his like Kamala spin and he was a bit of a lol cow. And he was telling me, you know, Ashley, they're going to torture people. They're going to pull women and children out. They're going to pull grandmothers out. And Stephen Miller is going to go berserk. And I was like, that's not going to happen. You're wrong. They're just going to get the criminals out. And this is a national security issue. And I reread those messages a couple of weeks ago. And there's like dozens of messages.
Why is he in her DMs? That's like, are they friends? Like, I know he was a super Democrat. He was super liberal. He was going really hard against MAGA during that time. But also like such a random, like Mark Cuban and I were talking in DMs.
Messages between us. And I'm like, oh my God, Mark Cuban was right. Everything he said, I was like, Mark Cuban was right. And that's another thing that I feel immense guilt for. And I haven't spoken about it because I just know
Okay, she said she feels guilt for it. Interesting, cool.
Cultivated an audience of right-wingers because there were
woo woo. Thank you, Megish. Wait, Megish? Meg is here to chill. Got it. I could read English. Thank you for the super chat. Reminder to like the stream. Woo woo. Woo woo. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it.
certain things that I said that aligned with them at the time. Okay. I think most people, again, you mentioned Biden and Obama. I think a majority of people would say we should have some border security. We should know who's coming in the country. We should know where the children coming in the country are. But that also evolved over time to where, no, we don't want any immigrants in here. We're going to kick them all out. We're going to deport people who have been here for decades and are good people with no criminal history.
Wait, Chad said I remember when Netflix had a comment section. Bro, I don't remember that. Oh, wait, do I remember it? No, I don't think so. I don't think I remember that. But I'll tell you this. I was watching Love is Blind season 9, which, by the way, is the worst season. And I am so glad I didn't waste all of my fucking life reviewing it. But I already know, I already have 4 videos planned for talking about this season. It is the worst season I've ever seen. It is full of so much toxicity. I think I'm gonna have to go to confession after it. I was like, oh my God, it's so bad. And then there's just so many layers to it. But you know where I go? I go to Reddit. I have to go to Reddit. Because as I'm watching the episode, I was like, somebody's talking about this on Reddit. I never even like Reddit. But now I figured out I think I might like Reddit now. Because I'm like, I have no one to talk to about this. That's what Reddit's for. When you have no one to talk about it with, you go to Reddit. Crazy. I just figured that out. All these years, I've never liked Reddit. And then I just, boom. But I don't want to comment. I just read the comments. You know? And yes, Chad, I do remember when Netflix used to send you stuff in the mail. Honestly, I knew a guy who even in 2018 was still getting DVDs in the mail from Netflix. There you go.
And they're sitting here saying, you know, oh, and I've repeated these talking points like, oh, it's 100% the crime rate for immigrants because they're here illegally. But what I also realized is they love statistics, except when it's about demographics. They don't like that men commit 92% of violent crimes, that they commit 98% of sexual assault, sexual violence. And
okay, Queen. Oh, she might be serious about her little transformation. Okay. Hey, you know, I love watching a girl get better. What a beautiful thing to see. Look, I do believe people can change. And if this was the thing she needed to change, she's young, 26, great. I love it. You know what? I'm going to be super optimistic. I like the interview so far. I have the right to reserve judgment and slash be suspicious. And I also have the right to not invest too much into this lady that I don't know. But I support the change.
it was another moment where I'm like, this is really being used as a scapegoat. And there is some merit to having sovereignty as a country, but we should not be ripping out grandmothers and children and people who didn't do anything and shooting women in the face, moms in the face, because it was legally justifiable. Because these are the same people who were cheering me on when I...
Is she talking about Renee Good?
Was running away from National Guard for the COVID papers. You know, so there's, to me, that's logically inconsistent. And I know anyone listening to this is going to say, well, you didn't have a car. You weren't putting their life at risk. Well, if you take the left's logic, I was, because COVID and the pandemic and all of this stuff. So there is an argument for that as well. I don't know. I just don't recognize what I was a part of. And I think in the moment it's a lot different. But looking back on things that I've said and things that I've helped usher in, like I feel very dissociated. And I'll read it and I'm like, did I really say that? That was something I said? Like, this isn't photoshopped. I said that. Again, I've been very quiet on these issues because I don't want to come out and say, now I know everything. And now I have this, you know, flip-flopped view, when in reality, the only thing I'm doing is trying to understand offline. I'm trying to speak to people. I'm trying to read. I'm trying to get information outside of tribes that I think has been helpful in developing just like a more human and reasonable understanding of all of these issues.
It's interesting too, because I feel like there's been so much fracturing in the MAGA movement. Obviously,
Did anybody watch Cavernacle's video about this yet? Because I haven't had a chance, but I'm going to watch it on my own. What did he say generally? Because I am curious. I will say, look, I don't want to be naive and be like, people don't change, they're all evil. People rarely change. It would be pretty difficult to change it in general. But anytime somebody makes an attempt, I try really hard to be supportive, you know? So I want to support this idea that she's changed. But, you know, what does that really mean until we know? Same with your friends and family. You ever have a friend or a family member go like, I really changed this time, bro. And you really want to believe them. And so you want to treat them in good faith, but then they haven't changed. And you're like, okay, like, I see you're still working on it. That is usually what happens. You know what I mean? Like, you usually think you've changed, and it takes about 10 or 12 or 1,000 more attempts before you really do. So that's how I'm trying to treat this. Is like, okay, bro, sure. Okay, I support you. Thanks for speaking out. Thanks for saying you regret it. Okay. But like, you know, we'll wait and see. You know, we'll wait and see, I guess.
Aaron's been following.
And also, like I said, I am aware that just because she changed in one way doesn't mean she's not on an uphill battle of 20 years to change everything else. She still has to deconstruct. You know, she still has to like rewire her brain. She still has to do so much work, right?
The like drama with the right-wing influencer world, and like there's a lot of infighting and messiness and stuff. But it also does seem like a lot. I mean, part of why Candace
Chat says he was much more negative. I could see that, you know.
Owens is so ascendant is speaking out against MAGA and calling on the hypocrisies.
Also, it costs me nothing to give her a chance, which is why it's easier for me. Because like, I don't know her. I don't follow her. I'm not about to give her money. So maybe it's easier for me to be like, okay, cool, bro. Hope you changed for real. But I'm not about to be a fan. So maybe that's also why I'm not about to embrace her. It's not like I'm going to reach out to her or something. So maybe it just doesn't matter to me if she's changed. It'd be different if maybe she was in charge of something, or maybe she was like, they were using her as a representation for something, but okay.
Obviously very different hypocrisies. Like with her, it's mostly about Israel and whatever she thinks happened, the French Foreign Legion, you know, killing Charlie Kirk or whatever is the latest sort of thing. But, you know, I do think that she has accurately called out some of this hypocrisy. And it seems like she's been very ostracized from it. And I'm curious.
Wait, who's she? Who? Candace Owens? Who?
It's kind of like what your experience has been like so far. Like, it is hard to be ostracized and like have people that were.
Is she talking about Candace Owens?
Things happen, the French foreign democracies, obviously very.
She is talking about Candace Owens. Okay, so then here's the other thing that's happening, which I'm going to take Taylor Lorenz in good faith here and say that she is speaking in a way that is like not combative with Ashley St. Clair. So she's saying something that isn't going to is still going to have her opinion, but not trigger her maybe, because like that was way too charitable toward Candace Owens, like way too charitable.
Different hypocrisies, like with her, it's mostly about Israel and whatever she thinks happened, the French Foreign Legion, killing Charlie Kirk or whatever is the latest sort of thing. But, I do think that she has accurately called out some of this hypocrisy. And it seems like she's been very ostracized from it. And I'm curious kind of like what your experience has been like so far. Like, it is hard to be ostracized and like have people that were very kind to you previously, like backed away or cut you off or treated you differently.
Oh, yeah. And people can say whatever they want about someone like me or someone like Candace, but what they can't say is that we didn't see the underbelly of that beast. And people can demean me as just some conservative e-girl grifter, but that's really diminishing to the things that I saw and the places I was and the people I worked for.
Well, hold on. Chat's saying, Britt, you're an optimist and tend to see a good in people and tell them and take them for their word until they prove you otherwise. I do, but I will also say it is low stakes for me. So I would also think we have to think about that. And I realize I'm in like, this lady is not going to impact my life, but maybe if she was like, who's a good example? Like, if Lauren, no, that's a bad example. Nobody cares about Lauren Southern. Who's somebody that's why can't I think of any Republican women? If Blair White came out, okay, and Destiny, stop. And what if Blair White came out and said like, okay, guys, fuck Trump, fuck conservatism, fuck all. I'm sorry, I was bad. Okay, well. That would be interesting. She is trans, so then I'd be like, are you trying to be like cool with the community? Like, are you trying to join the community? You know what I mean? Is that what you're trying to do? I would be much more hesitant. Like, I would be much more doubtful, but I also would be open. I've also worked with Blair, so, I feel like I see her humanity, like I see the goodness in her, but also like she has a really bad platform that's been really bad for all of these years. And she's always put out bad content. And even after Charlie's death, her content still stayed and got worse, if anything. So yeah, Chet said, what was your impression of Blair? I mean, conservatives are nice people. They're just, like they're nice people, but they have the shittiest, worst, most bigoted opinions. Blair was nice. Her fiance is nice. But what does that matter? Again, at the end of the day, like, I'm glad you're nice and everything. Like, she was really nice to me, but like, okay. You know what I mean? It doesn't, like, what I've learned about life is like bigots are very nice people until they're not. And that's the problem. That's really the problem. Brittany literally said, think of a woman and didn't think of one. No, that's a transphobic comment. I said Blair. Wait, did you not hear me say Blair? Is that transphobia? Or is that a jab at Blair? Or is that a jab at me? We also said Destiny. We named two. I was thinking about Republican women, Anyways, the whole point is like, I don't know. Yeah, Chad, I did see that video on Destiny from Dead Domain. It was good. I didn't learn anything new, but my Discord was watching it, so I watched it. And like, I haven't watched a Destiny video in a long time. It was really well done. And I really liked it. And honestly, I was just glad that I wasn't in it. I'm not gonna lie that I watched it just to make sure I wasn't in it. You don't know how much it's important to me that my reputation and my history is not mixed in with that man. Like, you don't know how reassured I am that nobody ever talks about me when they talk about that man. Except one person did. They credited me for being the first person to call him out, but I don't think that's true. Jess says, I didn't mean transphobia. Okay, it was before we heard the Blair comment. No problem. I truly did fumble with trying to name a girl. So to be fair, honestly, somebody said that once. They're like, who are your favorite content creators on the internet? And all I did was name men. And they're like, you don't watch any girls? And I was like, fuck, I do, but I realized, like, I think for some reason, I think I remember some of the men more, and I can't tell why that is. I really do struggle to remember like a lot of names, but I think because, and I could be wrong, but I swear the men I watch post like twice a day. And they say their name. Like, I know. Do you notice that nobody ever says their name? It really pisses me off. Like, how am I going to learn your name if you never say it? You have to say your name. I don't know what your name is. You know what I mean? Right? And so I always wonder about that. It's like, I notice do the girls forget to say their name? Like, you guys need to say your names. And also, if you have a funny username and I can't read it, you need to say your name so I remember it. All the guys I watch, you know what I mean? They say their names. I hear their names being said, and that's how I remember it. I wonder if women are told not to brag about themselves so they don't say their names. Yeah, chat says, to be honest, most of the women I watch take a long time to upload one video. Yeah, I think there's something there, you know? I swear there's something there, but I don't know. I've been thinking about this pattern for a while. Like, why does nobody ever say their name? Anyways.
And worked with. And I did see how a lot of these things operate behind the scenes and what some of the true convictions of certain individuals were. It has been really hurtful because you also get to know these people as human beings. Like, I know their families and their kids and their parents, and they will say so loudly, we're speaking up because this is the right thing to do. And they won't speak up when someone like me, who they know is a good mom, they know that all of these things being said are not true. They're silent because they are very scared.
But chat's right. Mostly men are dominating YouTube. That's true too. And I do watch a lot. I think I do watch probably do I watch more men than women regularly? I would say yeah. Because you have to understand, all my interests are boy interests. Like, I'll watch 10 financial videos a day. All of those are men. That's why I'm so mad at Chelsea, because she's my only girl, financial girly. That I'm like, hello, Chelsea. But then, you know what I mean? Like, I do watch a lot of male-centered content. I like politics and I like finance. It's a male-dominated bubble, you know?
Scared to be ostracized themselves. Because the party who is so vehemently against cancel culture, it's very easy to get canceled on the right. If you say, hey, I like some immigration, that's not kosher. You're not going to be taken seriously on the right at all. You're going to be ostracized. No party for you. Even recently, Sarah Gonzalez, who I'm sure nobody knows, is a right-wing YouTuber. And she had a lot to say about my recent comments on the trans community and my apology to the trans community and the guilt that I felt. And at one point, as a gotcha, she says, everyone should unfollow her. Be careful who your heroes are, which, by the way, if I was ever your hero, just posting online, you have deeper problems than me, not, feeling bad that I said mean things about trans people. But she goes on to say, and by the way, just so you guys all know, she secretly would message me years ago when I would make jokes about repealing the 19th Amendment and tell me that that wasn't funny and that they actually want to take rights away from women. And I was like, is this really the gotcha that I think women should vote and I don't think your jokes are funny? So I don't know. And I look at all of this and I think many years ago I would have been more hurt by it, but I just think they're all really sad and silly people.
Well, it's hard. And I think also it's like you said, it's so hard to speak. I mean, I talked to another sort of former MAGA influencer who went the opposite way and then became very Democrat. And I think sometimes you feel so ostracized that you want to just rush to the other team or whatever. And they want to use you too, and then you get sort of disenchanted with this whole system.
Yeah. There's so many issues with the Democrat Party. I also don't think they're radical enough, if I'm being honest. What? They're not radical enough for me to join because I'm sitting here listening to the most powerful people in the world complain about socialism and healthcare and handouts. And the handouts in question is my mom going to the hospital when she has a heart attack. And the Democrats really have not stepped up to the plate.
Jess said she's a comrade, bro. She's about to go full tanky. She's about to show up on Hassan's chat or Hassan's stream.
On the real issues at hand. They're also being...
She's like, and I'm vegan.
Very trivial about the issues that are center focus on their platforms. So I'm not running into the arms of everyone, but I will say it was I don't want to cry, but when I put out that statement, my apology to the people that I had hurt within the trans community, there was a certain individual who did not like that very much. And now there are, 122,000 posts on the subject attacking me and threatening my family. And I wanted to cry because there were people on the left and within the trans community that were then sticking up for me. And they didn't know me that. And I'm not asking for them to do that. And I really said quite mean things, but that was to me, that was very kind. So,
I mean, I saw, Elon Musk is trying to use the fact that you said wow, I feel really bad for, my role in this and my views have evolved, is trying to use that as some excuse to take the child that you have together.
Oh, Elon Musk threatened to sue Ashley St. Clair for custody of their infant son after she voiced support for transgender people. Scary, 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 scary. Ooh, that is rough. That is sad, bro. That's scary.
away and fight for full custody or something obscene, which is disgusting. And also saying that you're trying to like trans your child or something, which is just absurd because you're such a loving mother.
Well,
okay. Well, don't. What are you gonna say it like that, Taylor? Why would you ever trans your child when you're a loving mother? Why you guys say it like that?
Can't trans your child or something, which is just absurd because you're such a loving mother.
What was that sentence? Okay.
While I can't comment on that in particular, you know, there's a lot of people who are now sending a lot of threats, and it's put a real target on my back that people who do not have a third grade reading comprehension level or skill set understand what I was saying in that post. And I hope that more people feel some sort of courage to have more nuanced opinions and admit when they were wrong. Like, it's not fun for me to say, hey, I was wrong and a horrible human being and I said a lot of mean things. This isn't fun.
Hold on. Chat said, actually, if Blair would apologize, I still don't think she would be forgiven for turning on trans people. Yeah, but she should be. Eventually, right? Because, like, any woman that vouches and supports patriarchy is still always allowed to deconstruct from it, you know? And that's what Blair is doing. She's just a victim of patriarchy, and she has internalized misogyny. And, you know, she's internalized all these ideas about herself. And I think if she's really remorseful, it will show for the rest of her life. But I would be suspicious. I would be cynical about her, but I would be optimistic, but cynical. Like, not cynical. I'm not a very cynical person, but I would be doubtful because it's really hard to change. So I hear you. Like, it's really hard to change, you know? But that's the problem of living in the world. Like, it's really hard to be a good person. Skeptical. Thank you. I'm skeptical.
For me to do and say I was actually really stupid and really privileged and kind of an asshole. Like, that's not, I don't wake up saying like, today I'm going to disparage myself. Like, that's not fun. For my next grift, I will call myself a bumbling, nasty idiot. And I think the people who really know me and my support network, like, they know those things are true. And I've said these things privately that I said publicly. And when I say them privately with normal people, it's met with a normal reaction. And there's this platform, X, Twitter, is being very manipulated for an agenda, for certain rhetorics that appease a certain audience so that people feel that normal opinions are more abnormal than they really are. That hits at you when there's that many people who dislike you. You're like, am I wrong? And that's just not the case. And people need to be very cognizant of the fact that they're being manipulated. And if the internet was blown up tomorrow, I don't think they would feel this way.
Yeah, I think algorithmic feeds, like, I mean, it's so interesting because algorithmic feeds also came into fruition during Trump 1.0. I think Twitter got theirs in 2016 or 2017, but that is when algorithmic feeds started to basically reshape social media. And I think it changed the culture of so many of these platforms, especially when you have someone at the helm of like X or Twitter or whatever, or any of these that are able to manipulate the algorithm in certain ways and push certain views. And also we know that a lot of these algorithms reward outrage and hate, and right-wingers have always performed better in engagement-based algorithms. And so I think, yeah, it's like so easy to get sucked in and think that
it's because they're willing to be trashy, which is why Kyle Kulinski's whole argument is like, if they go low, we have to go with them, because like we won't ever rise to fame in this arena unless we do. But I think, you know, in some ways I do. Okay, maybe this is a part of my philosophical outlook. Why are we trying to be good people? Right? Like, that's a very important question to answer. In many ways, I do strongly believe that the world is a reflection of itself. And so the world will be what it is. And though I think we should make our efforts, if I have to be a bad person to win you over, then that's not a world worth fighting for in that way. I don't fight for the world because I'm fighting for the external world. I'm doing the right thing because I think it's a part of my internal understanding of self, right? So I don't want to have to become evil for you to like me. And I don't want to have to become evil to be popular. And I don't want to have to do bad and fight with people on Twitter, because I do recognize that a lot of, again, what makes Hassan the guy is that he does fight with people on Twitter. Like a reminder, as far as I know, and I could be talking out of turn, I'm pretty sure FD Signifier does not spend his time fighting with people on Twitter. But I also know that FD Signifier is actually a dad, and he's responsible and he's busy. And, you know, maybe one day he'll finish that, he'll be a doctor, FD Signifier, you know? And And that's the thing, because he's working on his doctorate. Anyways, that's the thing, is like, I think like he's busy. But also I know FD Signifier shouts out Hassan and says like, I like Hassan. He's a good guy. Like I fuck with Hassan, right? Like, and I understand that too. And I understand Hassan is speaking to a calling he's having. That's also important, that Hassan is answering a calling he has. But it's also okay that it's like not as satisfactory to the future, because Hassan sometimes sounds like Ashley probably sounds to some people, to me, where I'm like, okay, and in the same way that I do too. My past self, I watch old Britney videos and I'm like, ugh, I don't like her, you know, but that's the point, right? So we have to keep moving forward in all of these ways. And yes, we still need to say, but like, you're not done though. Because here's the thing, most people will eventually be content, right? Okay, so, and you're not obligated to do anything in any particular way, but we all must fulfill a goal. So if life is a path and it's linear, okay, let's pretend, everyone is on a different pathway and everyone is heading in different places. And not everyone goes the same distance, and not everyone is really meant to, right? Not everybody has to go the same distance. But everyone is having, like, maybe they pull off, maybe they go in different directions, but everyone has to take their own path, right? And it makes sense that along the way, some of us will stop along the path, go in different directions, you know, but who are the people over here? Can't even see it. I'm all the way out of screen. Who are the people who are going, you know, off screen, you know? And I kind of want to go there a bit. Like, I want to go there. Now, I might end up there alone. And that's the other part of it that's difficult. I might end up alone in the sense that all of my values in relationship to the world no longer match up in a way that makes me being a public figure make any sense. Because I'm a public figure now because I have tools to give people in the world. But if all of the tools I have are no longer resonating with the world in a particular way, then either I am not a good voice to be here, or my work is going in a different direction, or my life is going in a different direction. But the point is like, I personally want to go there. Maybe my work doesn't go there, but I personally want to go there. I want to keep going. So that's also the part that feels disconnected. Like, who are we as people and who are we at our jobs? You know? So that's a part of the sort of like dilemma when we're judging people. I'm judging Hassan as a public figure because he's working. I don't know him personally. I'm judging Trump as a public figure. I don't know him personally. I'm judging Dr. K and Taylor and everybody else as workers because this is their job. If you're on the internet, it is now your job because nobody asked you to post that. I don't know why regular people would ever post their life on the internet, because the moment you do, you run the risk of becoming a person on the internet. That means you have even a random commenter. If you're a username that you start getting recognized, you know how many people's YouTube's careers started started as a username on comment sections? So many YouTubers I see now with lots of followers started off as, I swear to God, just people commenting on every video. And then people started to get to know them. They say, damn, I want to see content from you, bro. And that person started making content. So you can become a main character or a public figure as easy as, you know, but you have to think about the responsibility of what that is or means. Chat said Fosh. You know, you could become a main character in a Discord. And then all of a sudden, boom. So when you post, just think about those things from that stuff. Like, just think about how things happen. I'm not saying every commenter is, you know, but it is possible and it happens, you know. Chat said, no, don't perceive me. Exactly. One of the coolest parts of the internet feels like you're anonymous until you're not. You know? Chat says, if jobs as we know them didn't exist, would you still do this? Yeah. Or something adjacent. Yeah, I really like making videos, you know? Yeah, I would still do this. I mean, if jobs didn't exist the way we know it, then nothing would exist. YouTube wouldn't exist. But I would be I am such a philosophy girly. I'd be in the courtyard, be like, what does thou mean about that though? Does thou understand the consequence of thy morals? You know, like I would be that little autistic, like if there was like a courtyard of people debating every day, I'd be out the house and with them. If there was no internet, it was like, you know what I'm saying? I'd be out there every day. I'd be like, I'm off, milady, to go debate the boys about the meaning of life. You know, that would be me.
everybody believes this or that these issues are more widespread and popular than they really are.
Yeah, and that's dangerous. And for the same reason that we have to regulate Grok, this is why we have to regulate these platforms. And particularly when the owner of the platform is indeed acting as an editor, in no uncertain terms, they are acting as an editor of that platform. They don't deserve Section 230 protections. And people will call me, that I'm turning because I'm scorned, but do the research. I have always spoken about these issues. I have always spoken about removing Section 230 protections from big tech platforms. So I did not change as much as people think. They also changed a lot.
Well, I think here's the thing. We don't want to dismantle Section 230. That allows us to have speech on the internet, in my opinion. And we have to protect free speech. If we don't protect free speech,
is this an edit inside the interview? It is, isn't it?
What are we even doing? We have no chance at
Oh no, it's here. Is she talking to her? Is that her response to her?
Platforms. So I did not change as much as people think. They also changed a lot.
I think here's the thing. We don't want to dismantle Section
Oh, okay. So she's telling her, she's educating her.
230. That allows us to have speech on the internet, in my opinion. And we have to protect free speech. If we don't protect free speech, what are we even doing? We have no chance at resisting authoritarianism. But
Taylor does kind of talk like she's making a video. It's kind of interesting. It's an interview, but her video voice almost does sound like she's filming. It's kind of funny.
Completely agree that Elon Musk has sailed through with no tech no protections. And all of the tech regulation currently is focused on censoring users and not targeting the CEOs of these companies, not targeting their business models, not holding actually Elon Musk accountable. This is why Elon Musk himself supports the Kids Online Safety Act.
Exactly.
It doesn't do anything to affect him or his business model. It affects users.
And that's why when I say, remove Section 230 from big tech, because even they are so out of control and their standards are so, like you said, misapplied to individual users as opposed to the levers of power. Even if you take Apple, for example, which I know doesn't really apply to Section 230, but big tech more generally, they are going through each one of your photos to see if there's CSAM. Yet they did not remove X from the App Store when Grok was producing CSAM. And this was a very well-known problem. Neither did Google. They didn't even put out a statement on it saying, hey, buddy, could you please make the robot stop making CSAM? But they're going to go through every one of your photos. You might get stopped at the airport. I'm so scared that because I saved some of these images from Grok that I'm going to end up stopped at.
Also, Chad, to expand on your point about Blair White and forgiveness, just because you forgive her doesn't mean you have to like her, promote her, watch her, or care. Because there's this idea that hey, I changed, you should like me now. I don't like every person who happens to be a progressive. Because there's the point of not liking you, in general. I just don't like the vibe, bro. That's the thing. So I want to say that as well. Forgiveness for me is letting go of the resentment, hate, and bitterness and distrust of a person. It doesn't mean we're going to be friends. Forgiveness is letting go, No, Chad said, did Blair come to the woke Jesus? No, she wishes, okay? She wishes. No, I'm saying, let's say a Blair White did come to the progressive side, whatever the fuck that would mean, because it would be a 10-year process, who knows? But let's say she did it. Okay, we still don't have to like her. You know what I mean? Or you don't have to like somebody. There are so many people I see that I would never tell you guys because I don't want to be that person. But sometimes I see people and everyone's like, oh my God, I love them. And I'm like, I don't know why I cannot get on board with this person, but I'm so glad you guys like them. And they just don't even seem like a bad person. But you're allowed to have those feelings about people as long as you don't slander people. You're allowed to be I don't know. Okay. As long as it's not, okay. If I had data to back up my dislike, I would use it. But otherwise, you know what I mean?
PSA next time I go, because Apple's gone through my camera roll and thinks I'm a pervert, but it's so misapplied. And there's really no policing within the tech community itself, within the tech billionaires themselves. And they very much protect each other and have kind of co-opted populism and issues that people are really desperate about, such as free speech, as a guise to usher in their own desires.
I mean, Elon Musk constantly posts about free speech, literally while he's banning journalists from the app still. Travis Brown remains banned. A bunch of journalists remain banned. It's absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, and I mean, I don't know. In terms of Section 230 reform, I don't trust the government to do that because the government is so in bed with these evil corporations that I don't trust. Would I personally write Section 230 a little bit differently? Maybe, yeah, if I had the opportunity, but I don't trust our current government to do that in a way that would actually target these tech. And I guess I want to see them pass some sort of laws that would actually target these companies' business models before I trust them to reform this landmark law that protects so much speech online.
We're going to have to go back to Buckley v. Vallejo. You know, they have now said that money is speech. So there is a very elite percentage of people who technically under the law have more speech than we do, an infinite amount. And that is very dangerous. And I think that's probably a good place for people to refocus energy.
Yeah, I know. Well, I have a whole mini series coming on Section 230. So maybe you can come back and we can discuss.
I love it. I know. I always tell people, you know, there's been certain issues that you're fighting for free speech that I would call certain right wingers up. I'm like, I know you hate Taylor Lorenz. Really loves free speech on the internet.
It is like something I care about so much. And
I'm curious if any conservatives supported Ashley after the porn came out, because I think that's what's so disgusting is like, did anybody care enough about her to support her through the deepfakes? Damn. Because that, you know how Lauren Southern came out with her rape story from Andrew Tate? I believe her. And I know she tried to appeal to conservatives just saying like, I can't believe you guys didn't support me. And I'm like, girl. And then that's what I'm waiting for. Like, that sucks. But that's the thing. That's why we validate all people's harm, even if they're Nazis. Like, these are two separate things, and like, no one deserves to be raped, right? So when I think about that, and I think about like Ashley going through this alone, I hope that, I know it sounds like her friends and family are supporting her, but I wonder if her coworkers, if they all abandoned her.
It's me off so much when you had like all these billionaires, you know, including the one that runs X, being like, oh, Taylor Lorenz, blah, blah, blah. It's like, you can say a lot of things about me, but free speech is.
And like, this is the irony sort of from our conservative parents, especially the God-fearing ones. Like, you live in a world where you can have premarital sex, but somebody can make a deep fake of your daughter naked on the internet. You know what I mean? Like, that's okay? Or are you going to reject Elon in this bullshit and realize like, these men don't care about your daughters, bro?
It's like an issue that I would die for. It's like the only reason I like America. Given how toxic a lot of these big tech platforms have become, are you hopping on any alternative sites like Blue Sky or Mastodon or any of these other ones?
I didn't even know Mastodon was still a thing. I've had a Blue Sky.
What is that?
Account for quite a while. People just found it after that other tweet hit the timeline the other day. But I just don't know how to use it. Like, I feel like I'm in the wilderness on Blue Sky. I sent out a tweet. I'm like, how does this work? Your UI kind of sucks, but like, here to help. But I am on Instagram at asc.sys and TikTok, sort of. Like, every now and then I tried to do TikTok, but like
my dyslexia, ACYS. What?
Like, I'm not, they won't verify me. So I'm like scared of posting there and people impersonating the account. So I'll probably wait until I get a batch there.
Well, Ashley, thank you so much for chatting with me today. I really appreciate you taking the time and being so open, you know, talking about this stuff, which I know is really hard and really personal for you as well.
Of course. Thank you. And I swear I'm usually better at eye contact, but it's very difficult for me to talk about some of these things. I feel like such immense shame when I'm talking to you. I'm like, I like feel myself hanging my head, but thank you for covering the issue too, especially as it relates to Grok. And I hope.
All right. You're going to get banned, bro. But I'm not going to lie. I kind of think Donald Trump deserves to be raped. Okay. I'm going to ban you.
That there can be some change on this front.
All right, that's it for this week's episode. If you like the show, please support me on.
Okay. Conservatives change mind when personally affected. Classic. People change minds when personally affected. I think that's how most people work. Period. They say not, but I don't believe them. I don't think, because you know what that does is like, okay, it's either or. Because you know how some people are like, once you have a kid, you'll be responsible. Not true. Or once you have a gay kid, you'll change your mind. Not true. But it does seem to be true that most people, it's like people who don't go vegan for animals, but go vegan for health. Like, you won't go vegan for the animals, but you'll go vegan for yourself. Yeah. Right? Like, that's just kind of people. I think everyone falls into a different category, but I don't think like, because if you're, okay, think about it. If you're such a compassionate person, then why wouldn't you be empathetic to the fact that other people can't seem to change, whether they have kids or don't have kids, or whether like, isn't a part of understanding that we're all different kind of important? Like, I don't know. I don't know if I believe people that are like, oh, I don't need it to be personally to be personally affected to change my mind. Are you sure about that? I don't know if that's true. Like, I don't know. Because, like, it's like parents who say, like, my kid got cancer and I just realized I have to advocate for kids. And you're like, oh, wow, you had to wait till your kid got cancer? It's like, yeah? Most people don't even know about half the illnesses. Am I being autistic? Most of the people don't even know about half the problems in the world until it impacts them personally. Most people don't even know what lupus is until they get lupus. Do you know what I mean? Wouldn't that make sense that people usually need for it to be close to home, somebody they know, just to be aware of it? You know what I'm saying? But I do believe, Chad says some people have a higher capacity to see how something does apply to them, even if it's not direct. Yeah. And then I think I'm really good at that. I'm really good at like seeing it. But see, I'm so good at it that progressives get mad at me because now it looks like I'm deeply empathize. Like I can deeply empathize with a Nazi. I can totally see how you got there. And see how I'm not better than you because, you know what I mean? Like that's all this is. It's like an ability to put yourself in their shoes. Okay. You know what I mean? I don't have to know a Nazi to feel bad for or to understand or to, do you know what I'm saying? It just feels like, why are we acting like we're better than other people? You know what I mean? Conservative changes mind when personally affected. Classic. Okay, let's see. Having an abusive relationship with your baby daddy's robot is wild. That is pretty wild. Let's see. So the lepers ate her face. What does that mean? It was kind of punk. Okay, that's enough. Her rose-tinted goggles for the first time for the first Trump presidency is insane. Let's see. So she disavowed her book, taken it off the shelf, donated the earnings, asked people to stop buying it, reading it, contacted publishers, and dropped it. That's a great question. Did she? Did she? This is basically a case study in the fact that the right wing lacks all empathy. They hate what they don't understand, and they don't understand anything that doesn't directly impact them. This is basically a case study for the fact that right wing lacks all empathy. Yeah, see, this isn't empathetic. In my mind, empathy is also being able to empathize with the fact that the right can't empathize. Because you know the right does empathize. They just don't empathize with all people. Right? Like, how can you say I'm empathetic but not understand the right? You know what I'm saying? I get what you're saying, though. But, like, does that make sense? Because, like, the reason I can see where the right is at is because I, like, deeply empathize with the fact that, like, they don't know, bro. And they don't want to know. And I empathize with the fact that they're afraid to look into it. And also I want to hold them accountable. Like you can hold people accountable and understand that it's so devastating that they got there. Like I do cry. Like when you think about prison reform, you know, we are talking about reforming like bad people, right? That there are criminals in prison that we want to reform. Or no, do you guys not believe in prison reform? Do you not want to break down the prison system? Or do you believe like the people in prison are evil and deserve to stay there forever? Or do you understand that prisoners also do the crimes? Like there are a lot of people in prison who actually need to be in prison. And the idea is how many of those people can we reintegrate back into society? Do you know what I'm saying? I think sometimes there's like a lost in translation thing that happens. Where in my head, you know what I mean? No. Chess do not give more empathy than they deserve. They might take advantage of it. Is this Elon Musk in my chat? That's why Elon doesn't like empathy. You know that's Elon's argument? Elon's argument is empathy is a weakness because people take advantage of you. Be empathetic, but have discernment and wisdom. Empathy is a tool, so you have to have balance. You know? Chat says I was once one of them. I've been free for 15 years. Congratulations, my bro. Welcome out. Welcome back. Welcome out. You know, welcome, really. But 15 years, you already know. You've been here. So, like, that's the thing. Is like, I want people, you know, Chat says, but people do take advantage of it. Okay. You can be so empathetic. But at some point, okay, there's two types of, okay, let me put this into two categories. Let's use paint. Okay. So, empathy. Okay. Okay, so there's you. You have empathy. Okay? You feel for this guy over here. Okay? You feel for him. Okay. He sees you having empathy and goes, he. I'm going to take advantage of this person because they feel for me. Okay? He is abusive. Okay. You did the right thing. I'm just going to say right thing. Okay. You were not wrong for being empathetic. He was wrong for taking advantage of you. Okay. Next. Okay. You feel and have so much empathy for this person over here, but your empathy doesn't actually impact them at all, and they don't even realize it's happening. And then it bounces back to you, and now you're in a cycle of just constantly feeling and not doing. I have empathy for does not necessarily mean an action. You must then make an action with that empathy. What are you going to do with it? Okay? So if you don't do anything with your empathy, you might need therapy because it's going to make you crazy to feel bad about a world you can't seem to help. Okay? Because it doesn't go anywhere. The empathy doesn't go anywhere. So then what happens? Okay? Then, okay, you have empathy plus discernment creates purpose. Okay? Empathy without purpose, well, you're just going to probably need therapy like I did. Okay? I love empathy. I think it's really helpful. If you are like me and you're really sensitive, it also becomes like a sense of justice. Guys, a sense of justice is a disability aspect of autism. You loop so hard on your desire to see justice, you paralyze yourself by the weight of the world. When I went to therapy for DBT, I told my therapist, like, I felt like I needed to save the world because I would read these articles and see these stories and I would cry over the easiest thing. Like, I'm just like so sensitive and it was paralyzing me. I couldn't do anything. Yeah, Chidi, my beloved, I couldn't do anything. And then you paralyze yourself into a loop of like, what is right? What is ethical? What is good? What is what? And then so empathy is an experience. It's an understanding. It also is a tool, and you have to use it the right way. Lots of conservatives have empathy. They don't always have access to it because they are also deeply traumatized. In just an anecdotal experience from my own personal life, yes, a lot of the conservatives in my life deeply struggle with empathy, but all of them are also deeply wounded, as everybody is. And those of them who have done the work, their empathy has gotten better. But again, an empathetic person doesn't have to brag about how empathetic they are. An empathetic person isn't going to dog on somebody, right, for not having empathy. Because the truth is, when I say like you don't have empathy, I'm saying it as a serious thing. Like, hey, bro, you need to go to the doctor. I'm not saying it to be like, oh, you don't have empathy. Like, that's devastating. The world is in literally a crisis, as it always is. And we're sitting here saying the world has no empathy. And then you are being cruel as a form of empathy? How do you know what I'm saying? So again, like, empathy is a tool. If you were lucky enough to have it, congratulations, you're privileged. It is really hard to figure out this tool when you're raised in an environment that doesn't value it. Okay? Yes, exactly. Chad says empathy can also be suppressed. And I sometimes feel like conservatives do that. They do that. Because remember, under patriarchy, it is a tool that can be used against you. But not only that, you will want to care for people. As an example, like even under capitalism, you are probably going to be less good at business if you care about people more. The more you care about the planet and humanity and animals and everything, just the less it's harder to become successful in a capitalistic world, right? But hear me. Don't give up on your life and just say like, well, I'm an empathetic person and I don't want to work within capitalism. And that's just because I'm deeply empathetic. You also have to have your life has to be a reflection of what you put into it, right? Like, you can read Marsha Linehan's A Life Worth Living. She's the author of DBT. Or you can pick up Tao Te Ching, which is a nice little venture into philosophy, okay? Has like all these cute little blurbs, and you can kind of like garner some wisdom from them. Let me see. Let me find a good one. There's always a good one here. I don't even have to look very far. I think, again, the irony is like, look, obviously you can say to yourself, you can say to yourself, like, I'm better than MAGA. I mean, the bar's in hell, girl, so I don't know why you're bragging. Do you know what I mean? Like, congratulations, you're better than a Nazi. You're better than a bigot. Like, do you guys imagine? Here's my thought. Here's what I think happens in the world. I genuinely think people go, okay, MAGA's here. Okay, they're like, MAGA. Well, they go, I'm here. Okay. They go, I'm here. So I'm better than MAGA. I don't have to do anything else. And I'm saying, what about over here, bro? Okay. Don't you want to go up more? Or don't you want to have a deeper relationship with self? Do you know what I'm saying? You're over here bragging about how empathetic you are. And I'm like, bro, let's go. Because, like, again, you're just looking down on people instead of seeing that the image is just like, we're all together in this. You know? Like, we're all together in this. So, you know, being better than MAGA just like isn't a big flex, you know? Right? That's important. Okay, it says 76, stay flexible. A living being is tender and flexible. A corpse is hard and stiff. It is the same with everything. Leaves and grasses are tender and delicate, but when they die, they become rigid and dry. Those who are hard and inflexible belong to death's domain, but the gentle and flexible belong to life. As soon as a tree reaches its greatest height, it begins to die. The strongest soldier are those who refuse to conquer. The strong stumble and the mighty fall, and the tender and weak rise above. You can become hard and inflexible in your desire to be, quote, better than everybody else. As long as your desire is to be better than everyone else, you might as well call yourself MAGA. As long as your desire is to brag about how great and empathetic and deeply sympathetic you are, you might as well be MAGA. You know what I mean? In a philosophical sense. You know? So when we have these conversations, it's weird because we are, like, I believe we're animals on a planet, right? You know? And so there's some part of this that always goes back to that for me. Like, I really think, like, we really are a product. Like, did you see this video? There's this cute video of a beaver picking up a tree, like a branch, and carrying it to his, like, little den. And everyone is, like, watching him, and all the humans are like, look at this beaver. And I'm like, yeah, but we're beavers. You know? Like, we're beavers. And we're all just trying to build our own little dams and trying to make it work. But we also deal with nature and everything around us, you know? So, you know, there's just something to be said about the idea. Okay, here, let's end on this note because I saved this for you guys to have it at the end, right? Okay, hold on, wait. So Chess says, but wouldn't more people like you if you have empathy? Therefore, more liked and popular people are able to be promoted? No. People don't. No, I don't know what this is comment. Wait, what is this comment about? Hold on. But wouldn't more people like you if you have empathy? No, people don't like you more if you're empathetic. People like you more if you make them feel good about themselves. Like, if I sit here and reassure my audience all of the time about themselves, I will be more popular. If I am deeply empathetic, which I try to be, people get mad because I'm showing empathy to people they don't like. And if I show empathy to people they don't like, then maybe they're wrong. Instead of saying, like, maybe we should all be empathetic and, you know, right? And, okay, here, look at this video.
The reminder that every single thing, this is your daily reminder that every single thing is made up. Credit scores are made up. Bank accounts are made up. Money is made up. Career path, completely made up. Everything is just manufactured. Like, everything that we aspire to have goals around, all that, goal setting frameworks, someone made that up. Responding within a certain amount of time to something, someone completely fabricated that. The business day, completely made up. Everything is made up. Everything's made up. And if you look at the world from a lens of everything having been invented by man, with the exception of whatever your connection to the source, divine, universe is, it really puts things into perspective. Like, and I think that so many people are realizing this now more and more and talking about it, you know, like realizing it and verbalizing it, that the veil is being lifted, because it literally is someone just made all of this up, and we were like, okay, we should probably do the thing, because someone just decided one day that that was what should happen. I mean, even diamond engagement rings are a really good example of this. That was just made up by a diamond company. Like, before that, there wasn't like a big thing to like get a diamond engagement ring. Someone made that up, and now it's become like a marker of love and devotion, when it was completely manufactured like as a marketing campaign. Everything is made up, which means, you know what? You get to play by whatever rules you want to play by in your life. What do you want to make up for yourself? It's kind of freeing.
So when you guys asked me earlier, how do I have a custom relationship? The way I have a custom life. Now, everything is made up, but it is not just made up by somebody, it's us, right? Like, it's not fake, it's not made up, like not important. It's how humans evolved. We create reality with thought and action together. So that's why they say what you think about, you bring about, or what you think about your body. Like, it really matters how you talk to yourself. It really matters. You know how conservatives will say, like, you can make yourself sick by thinking about it? Technically, that's true, but not the way they think. So they'll say, oh, you're not depressed, you're just making yourself depressed. That's kind of true, but not the way conservatives mean, right? Like, I, as an example, and this is for me, this is not somebody with chronic depression. I had environmental depression, okay? I had a depression that was based on my circumstance. And it wasn't that I had to think about it differently. It was that I had to have an embodied change. The problem with conservatives is they say things that are intuitively correct, but their data is wrong, their conclusions are wrong, and their why is wrong. But they are having a universal experience like all of us, where I do think biologically we have intuition. People call it spiritual, but I just think it's biological. But we have a lot of data. We have all of our ancestors' data, all of our blood and genetics in our brains, bro, like in our bodies. Like, we have learned experiences. We're observing the universe. We've been observing since we were babies. I mean, like, we know a lot of things we don't know, right? Okay? Like, so again, like, I see you and I agree. I think sometimes when people hear this though, they go, well, if everything is so fake, I'm just going to kill everybody. And I go, pause, whoa. But also, we need to run society in a certain way. This is why communes never work for me, because they're like, oh, let's build a commune. Guys, you know, you still have to work to make society happen. So then you'll have all these men say, oh, so we all have to work to make society happen. What about all these men? We have to work for quality society. Society isn't quality because we exist. We make it a quality society, quality roads, quality, agriculture, oh my God, I can't say that word. Quality everything, like quality relationships, quality clothing, quality, like, it's us. Okay. I know often we don't go for the quality. Okay. Quality food, all this stuff, but it isn't just made up. Literally, we are biological creatures. We need to feed and shelter ourselves. I mean, so when you say like, oh, it's all made up, it's almost like saying that there isn't anything we have to do to exist or to breathe or to operate. Like, babies still need to get fed. People still have to go to school, So it's both. Yes, everything is the way that it is, but also what else could there be? And also we still have to make an effort to make it happen. Like, we talked about this yesterday about third spaces being free. Nothing is free. See how conservatives say that? But it's true. Nothing is free. Nothing is free. And all labor is good labor, but nothing is free. We must all work for something. It's just not the way conservatives and capitalism have set it up. They set up the wrong system to exploit something that's so natural to us. Labor is natural to us. Work is natural to us, but they exploited it so you are convinced it's not good for you. But you labor every day by existing, So then they convince you life's not worth living. And then they call you a baby for wanting out, So we have to have a deeper relationship with our experience, not less of an experience with our time here, Jess says, are you just showing empathy to conservatives to be more palatable to people that are on other than progressive? Since this is your career, you don't have to answer. That might be too deep. Just a question. Wait, does that ever get tiring? Like, do you ever find yourself running out of empathy and then being negative even if you're not trying to be? Both of those questions came from two different people, but they're good questions. I am empathetic and I work within my values. I don't care what you're doing. I don't care what the world is doing when it comes to how I act in terms of my values, my morals. I pick and choose how I exhibit my spoons. So like, yes, empathy can be tiring. So I try to empathize when appropriate, when I have the spoons, when I can get back the spoons. I don't give it to all people, and I don't do it with all people because I can't. I can't always empathize with everybody. But I'm not just empathizing or showing empathy to conservatives because I'm at work. They're people. They're human beings. They're living creatures. Make me feel like, you know what I mean? Like, they're people. No? Okay, let me see. You know, I just feel like sometimes, and I know this is why I do philosophy, because like, well, this is why I say, like, I don't know if people really believe what they think they believe. I work really hard to try to make sure I know what I understand about myself or what I believe. Like, I really believe you exist. Like, I really believe every animal has its own consciousness. I really believe every like rock, tree, and creature has a story. Like, I really deeply believe like all people are valuable. I deeply believe like all people are truly unique but not special. Like, we all exist. We're not special, but we are unique. Like, I'll never meet somebody like you. You're the only you. You're the only you. And you are so much more than your body or your skin color or your brain or anything else. There's a you. I believe in the you that is you. The you that makes you you and not anybody else. And that thing, that you, is in everybody, even fascists. Okay? Even Nazis. And that part of them is what I want to grab and drag out of them. Remind them at the depth of all the crap that's on top of them, there's a you, you know? I kind of imagine it like a layer. Imagine you have a side profile of a human. Okay? This is like the side profile of a human. Do you kind of see it? Okay, this is side profile of a human. Okay? And layered on them is so there's the you, that is you. And then layered on them is like their body, maybe their gender or skin color, the superficial things we see in people first. And then the culture, beliefs, pain, suffering, trauma, like all of these layers. And then all of these layers become one big burden we carry in our life, okay? So they become like this thing on us. And all of these things contribute to how you see and exist in the world, right? And so they're important, they're real, they exist. And they are also products of a bunch of collective made up constructs, but they're important. And then, you know, maybe you go to therapy and you start to, you know, really realize like, oh shit, maybe I don't need this layer. And actually I'm good without that layer. And honestly, I don't even need this layer, but I kind of like this layer. And honestly, this layer too can go. But I kind of like these ones. Maybe I really like my relationship with my skin color and my gender and my culture. And maybe I like these things and I'll keep them. But the other ones, you know, that's not me. I don't think that's helpful, you know, but I still have the data of that memory of being those people. So I'll store that in here in my brain. Okay. But the information I'm storing isn't the me. The me is separate from the data. Okay. So you have your experiences, the data you learn, and the you that gets to process them. Okay. And so, yes, it can be exhausting simply existing, let alone being empathetic and being thoughtful and being patient. I'm not a patient girly. I'm trying, but I'm not. But I'm not showing empathy to conservatives to win brownie points. I'm doing it because they're human. And I have a deep belief that every human is important and every animal is important. Every part of existence is important. The fact that we exist is important. And I also accept that it's just a part of life and it just happened to happen. You know, because in case you're new to my audience, I also don't believe in like a God or anything supernatural. I just think like life happened and we're the product of that reality, that universe. And we're not the center of the universe either. Like human beings are not the center of the universe. They're just a part of it. So this contributes to all of my relationship to other people, especially hateful people, you know? So of course I have more patience, but that doesn't mean that I don't vent to my friends and think, oh my God, these fucking conservatives, which is meant to express my frustration with people I love being so hard-headed because what the fuck, you think I don't want to hang out with you, bro? You think I don't want to live in a world where I trust all of my neighbors and I can walk alone at night and I can exist as a 5'1" woman walking these streets? You think I don't want to exist, you know, in gender fluidity or trans identity or queer identity? You think I don't want to feel safe enough leaving my home? You think we all just don't want to feel that way? Of course we do. We just, you know, all of this work we're doing to, you know, exist and help people. I'm telling you right now, everyone knows we're in a mean crisis. Everyone says we're in a loneliness epidemic. Everyone says men are lonely. The world has been suffering since day one with loneliness. That's why Eve ate that apple. Shout out to the Christians. That's why Eve was like, honestly, bro, I'm going to eat this apple. And Adam's like, no, Eve, God, my life's so good, bro. No, stop. I'm just a nice guy, Eve, please. And she was like, I'm going to do it. You know, it's a joke. It's a little Christian joke right there, you know? So again, when we have these conversations, I think what's important is that we recognize that like actually just go watch my Back to the Basics series I just put out. Why are you here and what do you think it means to exist? Because you do exist. So what now? You know, like what now? And that's what it is. It took me 30 years to really build a foundation of like why I exist. Like not just my purpose, but like accepting that I do exist and I'm a part of the universe. That's a big one. A lot of conservatives don't know that. Right? A lot of conservatives think God put them here. A literal God. Like they can't handle the reality of gender, but talk about 3 persons in one and they're like locked in, got it. You're talking about floating off the ground, and we're talking about Padre Pio being in 2 places at once. They're like, got it, locked in. You're like, okay, gender. They're like, no. Hey, what are you gonna do? You know? Chad says, actually, bacteria are the center of the universe. They've been around for 3.8 billion years, and humans only inhabited the earth for 100,000, and we're fucking things up. Well, there you go. But that's the thing is like, we're not even the center of the universe. We're not even like the thing, but we think we are because that's how we evolved to think about our brains. You know how they say that about animals? Animals are so selfish. They just think about themselves. They don't even think about you. Your cat is not thinking about you. She's just thinking about her next meal. Sounds like my boyfriend. That's a joke. I don't have a boyfriend. It sounds like my boyfriend. You know what I mean? What are humans? That's like, you just described people. You just described all of people. You know, like humans. That's why I showed you that cow. That's why I showed you the cow, because everyone's like, oh, humans are so much better than non-human animals because we like plan for the future and we use tools. Okay, then how you explain this cow then? Okay, maybe cows are, you know, what religion is it where cows are sacred? Isn't that in India? They knew, they could tell. They're like cows. It's gonna be cows.
This is Veronica the cow.
Wait.
Researchers in Austria have just reported the first known case of tool use in a cow. Meet Veronica. She's a 13-year-old Swiss brown cow living in the Carinthian region of southern Austria. When she was just 3 years old, she started picking up sticks to scratch herself, and now, at the age of 13, she's perfected her technique. When researchers traveled to meet her, they presented her with a broom, a tool with two distinct ends, and, as you would expect, Veronica generally picked it up by the handle to scratch herself with the bristles, but sometimes she deliberately chose the other end so she could poke at sensitive areas with the smoother surface of the handle. This means Veronica can adapt her use of a multi-purpose tool based on the task, something otherwise only seen in chimpanzees. But despite this being the first scientific study of such behavior, Veronica isn't alone. Videos online show other cows doing similar things, including Brahman bulls, which belong to a lineage that diverged from Veronica's perhaps as far back as 2 million years ago. So, it appears the capacity to innovate tool use runs deep in bovine nature. We just haven't been looking for it.
Love her. What a queen. Honestly, I will be honest with you guys. Like, my goal this is just personally, okay? We're going to wrap up here. This is personally. You know, this is just for me. I'm not making a prescription. I swear to God, I'm not. As I get older, as I spend my limited time on this planet, as I get older, would just like to be a less and less harmful person. And I know I can never eradicate the harm that I cause. I can never be a harmless person, but I'd like to be in every way that is easy and accessible to me, a less harmful person. And, you know, I'm almost at my year mark of plant-based. And I'm having like a really amazing experience with it, truly. Like, I was eating the other day and I was thinking to myself, girl, you really have gone a year, you know, not like 100% of your meals are literally without any animal anything. Who are you and how could this be? Like, who is this person? I do not even know her. And I feel great and I feel fine and my doctor's visits are coming back A-okay. So like, everybody relax. But, you know, and my fibro is doing great. Like, my fibro really enjoys it. But like, it felt so impossible to me my whole life to do this, but it felt impossible because it was. It was impossible until it wasn't. That's how I look at everyone else. I really think you have limited free will. I don't think conservatives have free will the way other people do, or the way that other, like, not like the way that me or you or individuals might have. I think most groups of people, 99% of the planet, everybody, all of us, me too, we're dealing with limited free will. I don't think I could ever become plant-based before this. I don't think I could have even seriously become vegan before this. Like, there's just no way. I couldn't have. I know it sounds like you could have because you think it's a choice. It's not a choice until it's an option. You know how we talk about like choices? We want to give people choices. It's not a choice if I'm pushed into a corner. And I never felt like it was a choice until it was. And then once I did it and it was a choice, it was like, oh, yeah, like I really came to this conclusion for the right reason. Again, I don't want to force people to be good. I want them to come to that conclusion because the data shows them it's worth it. You know, I don't want people to be perfect because the data also shows we can't do that. I want people to reduce harm. Like, and I want them to come to that decision because they're like, oh yes, this is definitely the decision that I have to make. And I'm really not saying you have to do it. I'm just trying to humanize the process of change, because I know for me, it took me a really long time, like a really long time. Like, and I'll never stop changing. And the things I'm working on now will take a really long time to happen as well. Right? So that's the whole thing. Okay. Yeah. Chet says, unfortunately, we're talking about people who don't believe in data. Nobody believes in data, really. Most of the world eats meat. Yeah. It eats animal products. Why? Every data shows, every point shows it is better for you if you don't. It's better for the planet, animals, and people. It is literally a no-lose situation going plant-based. It is very rare for it to impact people. Most people will be able to do it. Most people have that data. Why isn't the world more plant-based? Why is meat consumed by like 98% of the planet? It's not just MAGA that doesn't like data. It's not just MAGA. And that's what it means to be a human. It's not just MAGA. So stop comparing yourselves to them and start comparing yourselves to people that you respect, or people who know better, or the data, and ask yourself, am I living up to my values? It's easy to live up to your values when you compare them to bigots. Now try to live up to your values next to something else, right? Next to a higher calling, next to a deeper sense of being, you know? Because I'm going to tell you this plant-based journey, it was supposed to be a 30-day challenge. And during that 30-day challenge, I watched so many documentaries and read so many things that by the end of it, I was like, uh-oh, I think this 30-day challenge just became a lifestyle. Oops. It was supposed to be a 30-day challenge. I never thought, you know? I just never thought, you know? Chat says, I mean, that's true, but that's one case where people are anti-data. It's not actively refusing data on a basis for making decisions in general. But you have to understand conservatives do have data. They just have bad data. You must know, my mom is an avid reader. My mom's read more books than I have, and I've read thousands of books, right? Like, my parents listen to podcasts. They consume media. They're watching movies and documentaries. It's just the ones they're watching. They are gathering data. It's just bad data. You know what I mean? So they're not anti-data. They're just specific about the ones they consume. That's what I'm saying. It's not a matter of not having the data. That's why we say people are miseducated. People are misinformed. Now, the question is, can they do the philosophical work to realize that they need to expand their database? That it would be better for them if they consumed more in diverse data, which obviously we know that's true, right? We obviously know it's true that diverse data is better for the world, right? Wow. Chat, yes, chat says, imagine if the entire planet went plant-based for a month. Oh my God. Do you remember in COVID when lockdown happened, how the environment started flourishing and animals started being like, everything started getting better for a second? Oh my God, bro. Yeah. Yeah, but we are a part of the planet. Don't get it twisted. We are not something that happened to the planet. We are a part of the planet. Nature itself, tornadoes are also a part of the planet, girl, and that shit destroys everything. Floods, fires, all of that stuff is natural. We are natural. We are nature happening to the planet, but we are happening to ourselves. So we are not separate from, we cannot, you know, that's why I say, like, you have to be one with nature. Like, you have to be in symbiosis, a positive symbiosis, right? Yeah. Fingers crossed. The future is plant-based. How will we get there, though? Who knows? Take your time. Seriously, I'm not saying do it today or tomorrow or ever. I'm just saying, you know, what could be? What could be? No? All right. With that said, I'll see you tomorrow. Right? What day is it? Who knows? Yes. Okay. I have more construction tomorrow. Hopefully we get good sleep and we try to wake up on time this time. So I'm not scrambling for clothes, try to answer the door. Hello? Okay. See you tomorrow. Bye, everyone. Great convo today. Really appreciated it. Great questions, too. Honestly, keep it up. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.